civilians in the southeast of Basra. This is the kind of brutality that has been going on inside Iraq for very many years. Despite its protestations to the contrary, the Iraqi regime shows no greater respect for the country's cultural wealth than it does for its people. The coalition is taking every precaution to avoid damage to the holy sites in An-Najaf and Karbala. By contrast, we know that Saddam Hussein has plans to damage these sites and to blame the coalition. Indeed, his forces have used the site at Najaf as a defensive position, who commendably did not return the fire. The steady advance of the coalition continues. Our strategic grip on Iraq is tightening. In the south, British forces continue to operate in the Al-Faw Peninsula, the southern oil fields and the Basra area. 7th Armoured Brigade is preventing Iraqi forces in Basra from hindering the main advance, whilst establishing corridors for the safe movement of civilians and humanitarian aid. We have been striking key regime targets in the area. These operations have included successful attacks from the air on the Ba'ath Party headquarters in Basra and by 7th Armoured Brigade on the intelligence and militia headquarters in Basra and the local state security organisation headquarters in Azabaya in the south of Basra. 3 Commando Brigade engaged substantial Iraqi forces in the area Abu al-Kazib in the southeast outskirts of Basra, capturing significant numbers of enemy forces, including senior Iraqi officers. This daring raid resulted in the death of 1 Royal Marine. There were in addition a number of casualties. On the night of the 31st of March, 16 Air Assault Brigade with artillery and air support engaged Iraqi forces, destroying an estimated 17 tanks and 5 artillery pieces, as well as other Iraqi vehicles and infantry positions. We are now focused on building the confidence of the local people. We will continue to patrol aggressively, striking hard at the regime and its militias. Key suburbs of Basra have now been taken. We will go further into the city at a time of our own choosing. Further north, elements of the United States Army's 5th Corps have now passed through Karbala and are moving towards Baghdad. US forces have been engaging with the Medina and Baghdad Republican Guard divisions and have secured crossings over the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The lead elements of the US 3rd Infantry Division are now on the outskirts of Baghdad. Over 9,000 Iraqi prisoners of war have been taken by coalition forces. Royal Air Force aircraft have contributed to the close air support of these forces. They've also attacked Iraqi forces in the field and have continued to degrade the regime's command and control facilities and the combat capability of the security forces which support it. Coalition forces have taken the utmost care of the targeting of the air campaign. Every effort has been made to minimize the risk of any civilian casualties or damage to the civilian infrastructure. The House will be aware of the explosions in market districts of Baghdad on the 26th and 28th of March and reports of significant numbers of fatalities and injuries. Neither of the marketplaces were targeted by the coalition, and we continue to investigate how these tragic events might have occurred. We have long been familiar with the false claims of civilian casualties made by Saddam's regime, and it would be foolish to accept these claims at face value without proper investigation. What we do know is that the air defense commander in Baghdad has been replaced, partly because of concerns that Iraqi surface-to-air missiles had been malfunctioning, failing to hit their targets, and falling back on Baghdad. Offensive operations are, however, only part of the picture. The expertise and flexibility of our forces are essential to the battle to win the confidence of the Iraqi people. The Iraqi people have been terrified. Over half the population of Iraq have only known life under Saddam Hussein and his apparatus of fear. The older generation have an appreciation for his cruelty that is borne out often by bitter personal experience. That is why it is so important that in a number of areas where UK forces are operating, there is a growing sense of return to normal life. Some people are going back to work. The United Nations has now declared Qasr a permissive environment, allowing UN agencies to begin their work there. Essential services such as water and electricity are being restored and even improved, in part due to the skill of the Royal Engineers with the help of the International Committee of the Red Cross. The Qasr water treatment plant, which can treat up to 3 million litres a day, is now operational. In addition, the water pipeline constructed by UK forces from Kuwait to Qasr is complete, delivering up to 2 million litres of drinking water daily, enough for 160,000 people a day, and providing vital temporary relief. Schools and markets are being reopened. The 7th Armoured Brigade has removed Ba'ath Party thugs from the Al-Zabai Medical Centre, where treatment was previously only available to those close to the regime, to enable access for ordinary Iraqis. Humanitarian aid is being distributed. The security situation in a growing number of areas is such that troops are patrolling on foot rather than in armoured cars, and have in some cases been able to exchange their combat helmets for berets. United Kingdom's armed forces are putting the full range of their expertise and experience to use with striking effect. The Royal Marines have disabled the last remnants of the Iraqi Navy, and the port of Qazar is under coalition control and open to shipping. Royal Navy mine countermeasures vessels continue operations to expand the navigable width of the Ka'ab Allah Channel. They have discovered 105 mines so far, 11 laid in the water, and a total of 94 intercepted on Iraqi tugs and patrol boats. These operations are crucial to the humanitarian operation, bringing vital supplies to the Iraqi people. On the 28th of March, the Royal Fleet Auxiliary vessel Sir Galahad unloaded its humanitarian cargo of around 300 tons of water, medical supplies, food and equipment for providing shelter. Water and perishable goods have already been distributed in the Qazar area. Other supplies are being stored until such time as they are required. 2 Australian ships, each loaded with some 50,000 tons of grain, are expected in Qazar shortly. The United Nations Oil for Food Programme was re-established by Security Council Resolution 1472 on the 28th of March, an important milestone for the people of Iraq, but it will take time to take effect. One UK division, therefore, has authority to spend up to £30 million for special humanitarian purposes within the first month, and a further £10 million available for quick impact projects such as restoring electricity and water supplies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after 2 weeks of military operations against the Iraqi regime, the coalition continues to make progress. Every day we are further weakening Saddam Hussein's control over Iraq and moving another day closer to the end of his appalling regime and the liberation of the Iraqi people. We're engaged in an important and determined effort to convince the Iraqi people of our commitment to them, to their political security and to their economic welfare. Above all, our commitment to see through what we have begun, to remove the regime that has terrified the Iraqi people and impoverished the nation for 2 decades. It will take time, but we have made an excellent start. But there is still more to achieve, and our servicemen and servicewomen will continue to brave difficulties and dangers in the process. I know the House will join me in wishing them well.
Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I certainly join with the Secretary of State, as I'm sure does the whole House, in wishing our armed forces well.
Jeff Hoon, British Defence Minister in the House of Commons, giving confirmation yet again about the various reports we're getting here at CNN, saying that the key suburbs of Baghdad have been taken. The 3rd Infantry Division of the U.S. Army now on the outskirts of that city. In addition, 9,000 prisoners of war have now been apprehended by the U.S. and British forces. While he was talking, the Information Minister in Baghdad, Mohammed Saeed Sahaf, was saying that reports of U.S. forces on the outskirts of the city were quote-unquote silly at this point, and that they are, quote, nowhere near the Iraqi capital. We heard from CENTCOM earlier today, now indicating yet again that the U.S. forces are operating in the vicinity of Baghdad. There's a Reuters report earlier today saying that U.S. forces are now 6 miles on the outskirts of Baghdad. Advanced armored units of the 3rd ID, again, moving on that position today. The 3rd Infantry Division, 11th Attack Helicopter Brigade, led the charge against the Medina Division of the Republican Guard as well. Coalition forces established control over many of the key Euphrates and Tigris River crossings, and that are some of the many developments that we're getting at this hour. CENTCOM is going to brief in about 18 minutes down in Qatar. We'll have that live when that begins. But for now, here's Carol again at the CNN Center. Carol?
All right, thank you, Phil. Here are some of the latest scenes from the battlefronts in Iraq. As it has every night for the past 2 weeks, the Baghdad skyline was backlit by massive explosions. One target, said by Central Command to be heavily secured, a storage facility, was hit by 40 precision-guided weapons during the night. In northern Iraq, B-52 heavy bombers unloaded over Iraqi positions near the town of Domiz. The non-stop aerial assault has forced many Iraqis to abandon their positions. Local Kurdish fighters then move in, scavenging what they can, which sometimes is a lot. And at the Turkish border, no sooner does Colin Powell meet with Turkish officials than a convoy of trucks begins rolling into Iraq. We don't know what was in those trucks exactly, except that they apparently carry supplies for U.S. forces in northern Iraq. Events are moving quickly on several fronts. Renee San Miguel from our military desk has a recap of the past few hours for you.
8:57 p.m. Eastern Time. CNN confirms a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter was shot down by small arms fire in south-central Iraq on Wednesday. Early reports are unclear on how many soldiers were on board and what happened to them. 11:40 p.m. U.S. Central Command confirms a U.S. Navy FA-18C Hornet is down inside Iraq. CNN's Becky Diamond, embedded on the USS Kitty Hawk where the plane is based, says anti-aircraft artillery and surface-to-air missile batteries have been seen in the area where the single-seat plane went down. A search and rescue mission is underway. 11:50 p.m. Eastern, 8:50 a.m. in Iraq. CNN's Martin Savage, traveling with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, reports U.S. troops now hold the Numania Air Base. He says coalition aircraft have already started using the base about 85 miles south of Baghdad. 2:26 a.m. Reuters sends out Iraqi TV video of wreckage. The state-run Iraqi network claims the video shows an enemy plane shot down near Basra, but gives no information on when the pictures were taken. 2:29 a.m. Reporter Richard Gaisford, embedded with British troops, reports Iraqi forces retreating from Basra are setting oil trenches on fire. British engineers are working to put out the fires. 4:11 a.m. CNN's Chris Plant reports from the Pentagon that it appears U.S. forces are within 5 to 6 miles of the outskirts of Baghdad. Intelligence sources say the Iraqi Republican Guard is redeploying, but it's not clear whether the troops are moving into the capital or away from it.
Renee San Miguel bringing us the very latest for the past several hours, though. There is more to talk about, not just in Baghdad and also in the southern part of Iraq, but the north as well. More bombing overnight near the town of Mosul and other areas. Ben Wiedemann was reporting yesterday that a number of Iraqi positions have been pulled back. Retreat was the word that Ben used yesterday. He's back with us live in the north in town of Kalak. Ben, good afternoon there.
Yes, good afternoon, Bill. Actually, we've moved beyond Kalak. Kalak is about 3 miles behind us. Now we're in the town of Nazamiya, and what you're looking at behind me is the town of Hazar, which is still under Iraqi control. Now, what you see here is a position occupied by the Kurdish Democratic Party. Those are those Kurdish fighters who have been moving steadily in this direction all day long. At the moment, though, they're taking some incoming rounds from Iraqi, either mortars or artillery. We've been hearing some thuds coming in their direction. Now, earlier there were bombs falling from U.S. aircraft flying overhead. There were 4 either F-14s or F-18s. It's not clear which. What we have here in Hazar is a bridge over a river, and that bridge leads to the city of Mosul. From where we're standing, we're about 25 miles. I just heard another incoming round going in the direction of the Kurdish positions. So as I was saying, we are 25 miles east of Mosul. Now, Kalak, as I was reporting yesterday, has been abandoned by the Iraqi forces. They are now ensconced in this position, in their positions in Hazar. Earlier, there was a fairly heavy exchange of gunfire between the Kurds and the Iraqi troops. Now, at the moment, there are also American forces in this area. They are not, to the best of our knowledge, directly involved in the fighting. What they are doing is providing spotting, providing guidance and coordinates for the U.S. aircraft overhead on where to drop those bombs. Now, we've been watching them all morning long, or all afternoon at this point, as we've seen the bombs. Actually, we've been able to see them falling in front of us, or rather on the Iraqi position. So it does appear that the Iraqis are holding the ground around the bridge at Hazar, but they are coming under fairly intense gunfire. Now, our understanding is that the U.S. planes are not only hitting artillery and mortar positions in that area, but also hitting vehicles that are bringing Iraqi reinforcements to the area. Bill?
Ben, thanks. Ben Wiedemann again, south of Kalak in northern Iraq. And some of the main questions at this point certainly surround the capital city of Baghdad and where these Republican Guard divisions of the 6 that we were told that were operating prior to the start of this war, at least 2 have been devastated beyond the point of being able to operate in the country. That's according to Central Command. Now the question is, what remains of the remaining 4? Where have they moved, and are they in Baghdad? Are they surrounding the city, or have they not moved at all? Perhaps a bit of a clarification on that when CENTCOM briefs at the top of the hour, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. One of the main issues outstanding right now. Carol, back to you now at the CNN Center.
Another main issue on the diplomacy front. Let's talk diplomacy now. After a visit by Secretary of State Colin Powell, Turkey has agreed to allow overflights of U.S. heavy military equipment into northern Iraq. It has also agreed to let the U.S. send food, fuel, and medicine to its soldiers in northern Iraq, but not weapons. And with the momentum of U.S. forces in Iraq clearly behind him, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell has embarked on a goodwill tour of sorts. In fact, he's sort of on a fence-mending mission. He's in Brussels right now, where he's had a series of some 20 meetings. That's where CNN's Robin Oakley is now. Bring us up to date, Robin.
Well, Carol, he's certainly setting a frantic pace here in Brussels. He's currently been having lunch with all the EU foreign ministers. He'll be in a full NATO Council meeting this afternoon with the foreign ministers of all the 19 NATO countries. He started off by seeing many of those from countries that had backed the US-UK effort in Iraq: Spain, Italy, the 10 ambassadors from the so-called Vilnius 10, the Eastern European countries who'd been supportive of the US. But he's not confining his efforts to those who backed the war at all, because he's also seeing Dominique de Villepin, the French foreign minister. He'll be having another bilateral with Joschka Fischer, the German foreign minister, and this evening he'll see Igor Ivanov, the Russian foreign minister, not, of course, a member of the EU or of NATO in any full sense as yet. But frantic diplomacy going on, and really what they're talking about most of all is what happens in Iraq in the post-conflict situation. They can't agree on the rights and wrongs of the war across the European Union. They are all agreed that it needs a massive humanitarian effort, a huge reconstruction effort after the war. Where it becomes a matter of argument once again between the European Union and the US is on precisely who controls that reconstruction effort, to what extent it falls under the umbrella of the United Nations, as the European Union are insisting. And of course they're a little bit worried that Colin Powell has been to the US Congress and said that the coalition forces haven't taken on this huge burden not to have a controlling and dominating influence in what happens in the future in Iraq after the conflict is over. So plenty of talking to go on about all of that. Carol.
I'm sure so. Robin Oakley reporting live from Brussels this morning. A reminder for you, in the 9 o'clock hour Eastern Time, Colin Powell and NATO Secretary General George Robertson will hold a news conference in Brussels, and of course CNN will bring you live coverage of that. Also, don't miss the next news briefing at U.S. Central Command. It begins at 7 a.m. Eastern. As always, CNN will bring it to you live. Right now, we toss it to a break. We'll be right back.
Your challenge, formidable. Your strategy, sound. Your stroke, consistent and strong. Reaching any long-term goal requires stamina and commitment. The same holds true for your financial future. Talk to your advisor about Oppenheimer funds. The right way to invest.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIX.
.352 in the afternoon in Baghdad. You were seeing a live picture there. 6:52 Eastern Time here. On the front lines in southern Iraq, British forces say they found sobering evidence of Iraqi torture chambers. Clive Myrie takes us into the Iraqi police station, which is now in the hands of British troops.
Outside a police station in southern Iraq stands a mural of this country's leader. Saddam Hussein's dreaded internal security police were based here. This cabinet is locked. Saddam's portrait adorned every room. Not anymore. And downstairs, cells. This one barely 4 feet by 8 with no windows and a filthy pillow and mattress. In other rooms, hooks hang from the ceiling. This room is bare but for 2 old tires and an electricity cable. We are later told the torturer might use the tires to stand on while water is poured on the floor and the prisoner electrocuted. And in this room are the identity cards of scores of Iraqi men, aged between 20 and 40. It's a crime here not to have your ID card with you at all times. Why do these men no longer need theirs? We later found one man who didn't want to be identified, who gave up some of the secrets of the police station. He tells me there was a tariff system. If you committed a crime but paid enough money, you wouldn't be tortured. We've spent days trying to find more people willing to speak on the record about torture in Saddam Hussein's Iraq. This man would only talk to us within the safety of a Royal Marines commando base. And if he was a prison guard and Saddam Hussein walked into his jail, I'd cut him into 50 pieces, he tells me. In the distance, as smoke rises from a battlefield, Iraq's tools of repression are being taken away. Clive Myrin, Abu al-Qasib, southern Iraq.
We know about Private Jessica Lynch's rescue, but there are still at least 6 other POWs in Iraqi control, and the Reverend Jesse Jackson says he is ready to go to Baghdad to try to gain the release of those American prisoners of war. Jackson made the offer outside the Iraqi mission in Manhattan, where he had just met with Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations. Jackson said he was told by the Iraqi ambassador that Iraq was adhering to the Geneva Conventions in its treatment of those American POWs. Now to Kuwait and Bill.
Yeah, Carol, listen more now on Jessica Lynch. She was rescued from that hospital in Nasiriyah on Tuesday in the darkness there by that Special Forces daring raid there. And the information that we continue to get out about this raid is just absolutely fascinating. Also too fascinating, how she was able to stay alive during her 10 or 11 days in captivity. Earlier today, Lynch was taken off a transport plane at an airbase, Ramstein Air Base in Germany. She was later taken to Landstuhl Medical Center. She will be treated there, at least initially, before heading back to the U.S. Her family says that she is suffering from gunshot wounds, and as a result, both legs have been broken on the 19-year-old out of Palestine, West Virginia. Back on the home front, I want to get you to Kentucky quickly. CNN's David Mattingly now introduces us to a grandmother who says she is marching on and marching forward as a result and in favor of her grandchildren.
Hazel Taylor had no idea that war in Iraq would fill her life with so much work and so much worry.
Sometimes I think, you know, my husband is gone, my daughter is gone, and my son-in-law is gone, you know, and it's just me and the 2 babies, you know, and I think...
Taylor quit her job to care for her 2 young grandchildren after deployment sent her daughter, her son-in-law, and her husband all to Iraq. Familiar with the role of full-time mom, she still wasn't prepared for all the questions about why mommy and daddy can't come home.
I'm out of words. Sometimes I just run out of words, you know. You just don't have any more words, you know. And so it's at those times I think I get a little bit emotional.
To keep her composure, she tries to lose herself in her daily chores, tending to a house and family separated by war. Hazel's daughter and son-in-law are attached to the Army's 3rd Infantry Division, seeing heavy fighting as it presses toward Baghdad. Her husband is attached to the 101st Airborne, which on this day had just completed house-to-house searches in the town of Najaf.
I gotta be strong, because somebody else is depending upon me.
She carries a sense of duty that comes from being a soldier herself 20 years ago, but now Hazel Taylor is also a minister who just weeks ago started her own church.
My husband called me this morning. That was grace. Amen. Glory
to God. She
now
now hopes to minister to other families separated by war at Kentucky's Fort Campbell.
It's hard, and my heart goes out to all of the men and the women that have the job that I have right now.
But as Hazel Taylor reaches out to others, while the war continues, she finds her own comfort in the embrace of loved ones at home.
Grandma loves you.
David Mattingly, CNN, Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
And that voice of hers back at Fort Campbell, Kentucky just speaks for one of thousands and thousands of voices who carry a similar tone. Listen, CENTCOM's going to brief, and then perhaps 5 minutes from now, down in Qatar, we'll have it for you live. Carol, I know you're checking out right now, but you will not be far. And American Mornings are going to kick off here in a couple minutes. Carol.
Actually, I'm going to stick around for another hour, Bill, so I'll be with you through the next
hour.
Even better. Thanks, I appreciate that. CNN's continuing coverage of this war continues right after this.
If only all businesses were like Walgreens Pharmacy, then they'd have Express Pay too. They'd have your credit card on file.
Joel Goodman.
And you could buy things just by giving your name, which is exactly how you can pay for your prescription at Walgreens Pharmacy.
Joel Goodman.
So it's perfect for people on the go.
Do you have anything fat-free?
Fortunately, there's at least one place that's designed around your needs. Walgreens. Why go anywhere else?
The surprise of the Oscars is now the movie everyone is talking about. Winner of the Academy Award for Best Screenplay, Best Director Roman Polanski, and Best Actor Adrian Brody. It's the best picture of the year. The Pianist, rated R, now playing.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And good morning to you. I'm Carol Costello. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. First, here's what's happening at this hour. Conflicting reports this morning on the number of casualties in the downing of a helicopter. The Black Hawk was shot down last night in south-central Iraq. Pentagon says 7 people were killed, but Central Command says only 6 were on board and says the number of casualties is unknown right now. Search and rescue efforts underway for a Navy pilot who is believed to have safely ejected from an FA-18C Hornet. The jet, similar to the one you're seeing right there, went down early today over southern Iraq. The plane was based on the aircraft carrier Kitty Hawk. No word on the cause of the crash. Significant movement is reported on the ground. Reuters is reporting that U.S. troops are now within 6 miles of the southern edge of Baghdad. Central Command tells CNN there are strong and credible signs that Iraqi forces are overwhelmed and could soon collapse. Jessica Lynch says she cannot wait to get home to West Virginia. The 19-year-old Army private spoke to her parents yesterday by phone from a hospital in Germany. Greg Lynch says that when he talked to his daughter, she hadn't eaten in 8 days and was quite hungry. She was rescued Tuesday from an Iraqi hospital. The Washington Post is reporting that she shot several Iraqi soldiers before she was captured, and she was shot herself, too. Coming up in our next hour, U.S. forces edge toward the outskirts of Baghdad. We'll tell you what kind of resistance they're facing from Saddam Hussein's elite Republican Guard. And then we'll go live to the Pentagon for more on that search and rescue operation for the pilot of a jet that went down over Iraq. And U.S. forces seize an Iraqi airbase about 85 miles southeast of Baghdad. We'll have the latest from our embedded reporters. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
And hello again from Kuwait City, 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Baghdad. It's 2 o'clock local time here in Kuwait. I'm Bill Hemmer, live in Kuwait City again. Paula will be along in about an hour from now. We want to wait now for the daily briefing from Central Command in Qatar. And as we await that, the situation outside of Baghdad continues to develop at a pretty good rate of speed. U.S. forces, we're told now, on the outskirts of the Iraqi capital. Reuters takes it a step farther. They say they're reporting now that advanced armored units of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division now within 6 miles of the southern edge of the city. CENTCOM says some Republican Guard reinforcements are fighting with U.S. troops along the way, but they are being dealt with. CENTCOM also says Special Operations Forces went into a presidential palace near Baghdad overnight, but left after checking it out, saying there was nothing of much interest at the time. Overall, U.S. forces are said to be facing little resistance as they move forward. CNN's Chris Plant at the Pentagon is being told by U.S. officials there that Iraqi units are walking away from their positions and going home. When CNN's Tom Mantier asked CENTCOM a short time ago if the Iraqi strategy might be to fall back into Baghdad, luring U.S. forces into a trap, the answer was, and quoting now, "We will wait and see." We also got a bit clearer picture today of Special Ops Forces rescuing the Army Private First Class Jessica Lynch. Now recovering in Germany at the time, CNN's Art Harris tells us the Marines believe Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid, otherwise known as Chemical Ali, recently conducted meetings of the Iraqi resistance in the same hospital where Lynch was being held prisoner. Check some of the other late developments right now. CENTCOM just a minute away right now as we await on that only hours after Secretary of State Colin Powell met with Turkish officials. The first trucks started crossing from Turkey into northern Iraq, carrying supplies for U.S. troops operating in the north. Central Iraq now. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, says that unit seized an Iraqi airbase earlier today. Savage also says helicopters already landing at the Numania Air Base about 85 miles southeast of Baghdad. Marty says his unit is moving, though, again this afternoon. Jason Bellini with the Marines in Nasiriyah says Iraqi militia firing an AK-47 from a white pickup truck opened fire in a Marine compound. The Marines returned that fire. No word right now on any casualties as a result of that. As we get to CENTCOM, and before we get there, I'm told it's just a short time away, but the significant movements right now in and around the city of Baghdad. Strong concern about the Republican Guard divisions possibly coming back into the city, but no verification as to whether or not that has happened yet or it's in the process of. As we await CENTCOM, now down to Qatar, we should get a lot of information right now, and there is a lot to report so far today. Now we listen. CENTCOM begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are well into the 14th day since coalition forces entered Iraq. Our operations are achieving the desired effects, and our coalition soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines continue to make our nations proud. As always, we remember those who have fallen and their loved ones. The coalition attacks against the regime remain effective throughout the country, and there is increasing evidence that the regime cannot control its forces or the Iraqi population in most of the country. I have two products to show you from recent precision attacks against the regime. The first one is a regime command and control facility in downtown Baghdad. The target was struck on the 27th of March. This is an important facility that was used for military control and also civilian communications. The tower beside it is very obvious. That tower has a restaurant on top and a child care center at the base. We were well aware of that before we considered the attack of the target nearby. And it also illustrates the kinds of designs the regime will go to protect infrastructure that they know to be at risk. You can see the different impact points off to the side, and in the post-strike image, what was hit. This area is completely unaffected, and only the desired target areas have damage. And there's a different degree of damage on each one of them. That's by design, by the weapons that were chosen. The second image is a command and control facility also in Baghdad. This one was struck with 12 different impact points hit simultaneously. It occurred on the 29th of March. The post image, please. It was an effective attack against that complex. Our coalition special operations forces in northern Iraq coordinated very effective air attacks against the 15th Mechanized Division, a regular Army unit. We've had communications with divisions along the Green Line and also provided information to them about the potential damage that will occur in the future. Additionally, our special operations forces have enjoyed very good freedom of action and have moved into a number of positions to deny regime movement along the road that joins Tikrit and Baghdad. There have been several skirmishes that have occurred in these areas, and the mission remains successful. The Special Operations Forces remain in control of the Haditha Dam. I mentioned that we had seized that at yesterday's briefing to prevent its destruction and the release of a certain water flow that would affect the downriver areas, particularly near Kabul. This shows the dam itself. The town of Haditha is just to the south of it. There have been repeated attacks against the force holding the dam by artillery and mortars, and we believe these are being shot by counter special operations units operating from the town of Haditha. The coalition forces in place have been well supported by close air support, and that has enabled them to hold the dam. I have a short video that shows the initial seizure of the dam by our special operations forces and some of the action that has occurred since that time. The initial assault did occur at night. Initial fires against known targets that were in the area. And the entry inside of the initial parts of the dam. This was a very robust structure that had 16 floors inside it and underground. The top of the dam in daylight. This is what they can observe from the dam, and that is a counter-artillery strike. More special operations raids against key regime locations continued in the last 24 hours as well. Last night, a special operations element raided the Tharthar Palace on the outskirts of Baghdad. This is approximately 90 kilometers outside of Baghdad, roughly 56 miles. It is a known residence that is used by Saddam Hussein and his sons. The next clip I'll show you is part of the raid itself. There's footage from an aerial observation platform as well as a combat camera on the ground. In some cases, we've been able to join those two things together, so you'll see an action from the air and then it's picked up on the ground and vice versa. They did take fire on entry from anti-aircraft artillery. Near the entry point of the compound itself, the helicopter was put down on the ground. An aerial gunship provided some support as required. You can see the movement in the upper corner, entering into the building that was just blown open.
All right, so you think you got the break?
The raid did not yield any regime leaders in this case, but documents were taken that will be valuable for intelligence, and they'll be examined further. The raiding force did accomplish its mission with no combat losses, and this illustrates the ability of this coalition to operate anywhere against any regime target. The land component attack to destroy Republican Guard forces defending the outskirts of Baghdad continued throughout the day and is ongoing. We begin with actions by the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force isolating the town of Al-Qut and continue their attacks west of An-Numaniya. This is a zoom in that shows just the relationship between the two. Al-Qut on the east side, the river as it goes along, this is the Tigris River, and Numaniya. There's a road that runs along the northern side of the river, and by seizing that location and the space between it, the 1st MEF commander now has a number of maneuver options. 5th Corps penetrated the Karbala Gap, as we refer to it, and that's the narrow area between the town of Karbala and Lake Razaza, which is off the left side. You can see these marked on the map. Karbala on the side, Lake Razaza beyond it, and this is a narrow gap through which the 5th Corps forces had to push. It was defended by the Baghdad Division and elements of the Nebuchadnezzar Division. Most of those were arrayed in here and further up to the northwest. In crossing through this area, the 5th Corps forces were able to seize a bridge intact over the Euphrates River. It was, in fact, rigged for demolition. They were able to remove the demolition, cross the bridge, and continue the attack. At this point, 5th Corps is conducting a deliberate attack toward Baghdad, carefully done, and developing the fight as opportunities emerge. There are also continuing raids against identified regime pockets in places where the regime no longer has control. I want to highlight at this point the treatment that is extended by our forces on the battlefield. As our coalition forces advance, they do not overlook wounded Iraqi combatants. Medical attention is provided whenever it's possible. This next image shows you some medical treatment, emergency medical treatment being provided to a wounded Iraqi who was stabilized before further evacuation. During this treatment, there was a report of an incoming missile. The medical treatment crews put on their protective masks to increase their protective posture and continue to treat the patient. The same thing applies to civilians that are encountered on the battlefield that require medical attention. And one great example is the story of a child born in the battalion aid station of a Marine infantry battalion near Nasiriyah just yesterday. Our maritime component continues its efforts to keep the waterways open, and as they did some patrolling yesterday along the Khor Abdullah, which remains a primary focus to ensure that humanitarian supplies can come in, they discovered a small boat that was beached along one of the banks. As the small boat was searched and inspected, they discovered first that there were booby traps on it, but also that there were weapons caches nearby in the surrounding area. Several weapons were found inside of this, and also a tunnel complex to join these different caches one to another. Small arms, grenades, rocket-propelled grenades and launchers, gas masks, and uniforms were found at these sites. An expanded search is ongoing. We continue to deliver leaflet products throughout the country. Some are related to not interfering with coalition forces, and others are directed to specific units, informing them of the consequences already inflicted on some of their colleagues in different parts of the battlefield. The coalition efforts to preserve Iraq's future resources also continue on a daily basis, and I would highlight a few things. First, our oil engineers and ordnance disposal teams are continuing to make assessments in the Rumaila oil fields and the southern oil field region. As these assessments occur throughout more and more of the oil field, we discover new examples of intentional sabotage and destruction attempts by the regime. These attempts have not occurred recently, but what we're finding is the evidence of attempts that occurred before we came in. The good news is there are only 2 wellheads on fire still, but there are more that will require repair, as we've discovered. And these next images show some examples of what we found. In this case, the regime placed an explosive charge on the wellhead and detonated it, and it separated one of the pipes from the wellhead. You can see in this one there are some flange bolts that are bent over, and other ones are just severed off. The connecting pipes are also broken. There's usually a joining piece here, and as with many other places, there's electrical firing wire that's associated with the demolition. Another image shows a different wellhead, and you can see how saboteurs try to explosively rupture the wellhead at its base. That's one of the methods of trying to create the fire. You blow an explosive at the base of it, which causes then a secondary ignition of oil spray that comes up and it remains on fire. And that's what we've seen in the two wellheads that are still burning. In this case, it did not succeed in breaking through the pipe, but did cause some damage. Explosive scarring is visible, and also the denting of the casing. This one will be fairly easily repaired. There are some that have a little bit more damage than that. What I would also tell you is that about 12 feet of time fuse and 60 feet of wiring were recovered at this particular wellhead. We've also seen some electronic firing devices that were recovered from some of the damaged wells. The next image shows that. Each one of these is an electronic device so that they can be triggered to fire at a later time. Fairly deliberate work, but it was not done very well, and we're thankful for that. The good news is the damage is done will require relatively minor repair compared to the potential damage that could have occurred if the attempts had been more thorough. And I would add that at the current time, we have Iraqi oil field workers that are being interviewed to begin work again, and they should be able to begin work potentially as early as next week with pay. Our civil affairs teams continue their efforts to make great progress wherever they do their work. For example, I reported that a children's school opened in recently. The next photo here shows another school, this one near An-Najaf, where civil affairs teams are orchestrating and assisting repairs, getting it cleaned up to get it put back into use. This is a school. Also in An-Najaf, Coalition is providing fresh water and interfacing with the populace whenever they can. In the background of this image, you can see a military, what we call a water buffalo. It's a water container, and it has spigots on the outside of it. That is being used to provide water to the Iraqi population, and that's being carried, in this case, in a very large container. The response beyond that looks about like this. The last thing I'll point out is, first, in the wake of yesterday's operations near Najaf and really our operations to date, a prominent cleric, Grand Ayatollah Sistani, who had been placed under house arrest by the regime for a considerable period of time, issued a fatwa, and it was done this morning instructing the population to remain calm and to not interfere with coalition actions. We believe this is a very significant turning point and yet another indicator that the Iraqi regime is approaching its end. I'll take your questions now. Please.
I wanted to ask you about the F-18 jet that came down today. We've seen reports that it might have been hit by a Patriot missile. Can you tell us anything about that?
We do have one F-18 fighter and strike aircraft that is missing. We have a number of things that we're examining at this point in time. There were several actions that were ongoing during the night when it was reported missing, to include the reports of some surface-to-surface missile fires and also some surface-to-air missile fires in and around where that aircraft occurred. We have more examination to do at this point. It's too early for me to be able to determine what the cause was, but as that investigation is complete, we'll provide additional information. Yes, ma'am.
CBS News. Can you tell us what, specifically as you can, will be behind the decision on when to enter Baghdad, and once that decision is made, what can the Iraqi forces defending the city and the world expect to see?
Well, Cammie, I certainly don't want to talk about the specifics of what the conditions will be and what the timing will be. What I can tell you is that first, General Franks is in command, and when General Franks believes it's time to take additional steps, he and his subordinate commanders will take those steps. We believe that we're operating in a way that we have control of the situation currently, but we are also cautiously optimistic. While we are having successes now, we still believe there's fighting ahead. We can't predict entirely what will occur next and how that fighting will unfold. So the best thing we can do is be prepared, be alert to changing circumstances on the battlefield, see the opportunities as they develop, force the vulnerabilities to be exposed to us, and then take the appropriate action at the appropriate time. Yes, please.
Here with CNN. I'd like to go back to the special operations flight into the palace. You said that you had indications that this was a palace that Saddam and his son were known to frequent. What kind of information did you have going into that raid that he might be there?
It would be inappropriate for me to talk about the specifics of some of our intelligence information and the specific timings of when we do operations. We believe that we could have success going into this particular objective area. We also have some indications of where regime leaders move at a given time, and we have a variety of methods that we use to try to attack those regime leaders wherever possible, or to attack their mechanisms that they would use for control in a variety of places. Think up on the left side, please. Mike.
In light of the special operations, your spokespeople say that the special operations people have infiltrated a number of command and control structures. They also said one on a palace on the outskirts of Baghdad. Could you provide us any more clarity as to the number of command and control structures that have been seized? How many of them are Ba'ath Party headquarters? How many of them are palaces? The extent to which you can tell us what is controlled now by the special forces since they have infiltrated these structures.
The locations where we actually have our special forces, we have to be very careful about, and some of them I've exposed to you, like the Haditha Dam, where we have special operations forces still in place. And so I wouldn't want to comment specifically where we have special forces. We've said throughout that we have the ability to conduct special operations throughout the country. And we will continue to develop new opportunities for our special operations forces and, in due time, conventional forces as well. What we do know is that this regime expended a tremendous amount of the Iraqi resources on building opulent palaces for recreation and also for protection. Many of those have been attacked by some of our precision-guided munitions and our work over the last several weeks to destroy them, to take them out of the command and control architecture, because in many cases they're backup locations for command and control, and so those have been attacked. We have not occupied all of those. In many cases we've tried to render them unusable for command and control. And in many cases as well, if we have indications that there are regime leaders, we'll try to attack them while they're in there to ensure that the people as well as the physical structures are rendered incapable of command and control. So that's an ongoing effort. Wouldn't want to get any more specific about where our special operations are. Second row, please.
Alan Cypress with the Washington Post. General, we understand elements of 4 Republican Guard divisions have been repositioning, moving forward to reinforce frontline Iraqi positions. Can you tell us a little bit more about that movement? Which units are being repositioned? Who are they reinforcing? And what does that tell you about the Iraqi strategy at this point?
As we've seen over a number of days, there are some repositionings that are occurring. Some of them occurred before we arrived at the close areas of Baghdad where we have current operations. And some of them were weeks ago. We saw some repositioning. It's difficult to determine exactly what decisions are being made, whether these are low-level commanders that are moving to the sound of the guns, whether they're moving on the regime themselves, or whether they're responding to the damages that have been inflicted on frontline forces by coalition actions. Impossible to speculate on exactly what that means. What we do, though, is we read these circumstances and we make a determination of whether there's a new vulnerability that exists. Particularly moving forces are very vulnerable to our air operations and our precision attacks. Things that we can see and meet on the ground, we have a variety of systems in the land forces that can address those targets as well. I think we have a fair awareness of movements that are ongoing, and we want to see what decisions are being made before we continue our operations against them.
So where are they reinforcing the front line? Which Republican Guard?
In a variety of areas. We see it around different parts of town, and I wouldn't want to get too specific about that at this point. Please. Good. Let me go right here.
Alman Al-Isawi, Al Jazeera Satellite Channel. We've heard various reports throughout the day about coalition forces being about 10 to 20 kilometers on the outskirts of Baghdad, close to Saddam International Airport. Can you clarify that matter for us? And I'm sure you're aware, sir, that the Iraqis contest your attestation that you've inflicted heavy damage on the Republican Guards in the past few days. I was wondering if and when you can show us videos, combat footage of that, proof of that. Thank you.
Okay. Omar, first, the exact locations of where forces are currently engaged, I will not disclose here. We have some embedded media that are giving some indications of where operations are occurring, but remember, those are only with certain units. And so our forces continue operations throughout the majority of the country, whether they're special operations or conventional forces, and those operations will continue. We certainly are in close proximity of Baghdad. I wouldn't want to characterize exactly how close or how soon it will be that we will arrive at different points in Baghdad. As to the damage inflicted on Republican Guard Forces Command and other organizations throughout the country, I think time will have to tell exactly what level of damage has been inflicted. It's not a precise science. It's more an art than a science in this case. But we believe we have conditions set well for our current operations. And as I mentioned, we remain cautiously optimistic. We don't think that the fighting is over yet. And so there are still options available to the regime, including the use of weapons of mass destruction. We take that very seriously. We take it in a sober fashion, and at the same time we remain prepared to continue our operations. Jeff, please.
General Jeff Lee from Sky News. If, as the embeds are telling us, the forces are very close now to Baghdad, militarily, how do you read that? How do you interpret the apparent ease with which they covered that ground? And also, again, can you tell us what you think has happened to these Republican Guard divisions? You haven't met the opposition you expected. Have they been killed? Have they deserted? Have they melted away? Or are they preparing defensive positions inside Baghdad? Thank you.
Well, I think a lot of us would like to know the answer to that question. And as I said before, it's not a precise science. I think, frankly, that all the things you described are possibilities, and we think that there are realities in each one of them. We know that we've inflicted some damage. There's no question about that. We know that there are some that have pulled out of position and tried to move in different places, whether it is melting away, as you stated, by choosing not to fight anymore, or whether it's repositioning. There is some movement that's ongoing. Some of those movements have been attacked. We know that we had a bus, for example, near Al-Qut this morning, actually just off to the west of it, a bus that approached, and I believe the number was 53. Members of the Republican Guard said, "We've had enough. We surrender." And so there are surrenders that are ongoing as well. We've captured enemy prisoners of war as a result of combat action. All these dynamics are in play, and so we would not want to be overconfident at what we're seeing. There still, we believe, will be fighting ahead. We should be sober about our approach, and we will be. Let me come back to the left, please.
Nicole Winfield from Associated Press. Following up on this melting away bit, I mean, the fact that you have plowed through so much of the Republican Guard, have you begun encountering what we had expected would be the paramilitaries closer into the ring of Baghdad? If not, are you concerned that this is some kind of a trap, that they're giving you an easy entry only to suck you into the capital, which is what they've said they're going to do? And secondly, can you give us just a few more details on the palace raid? You said you didn't find any regime leaders, but was the palace completely empty? Did you find anyone there? What was the reception once you were actually physically in the building?
Let me start with the palace raid. As I mentioned, the force did take fire as it was coming in, so most of the defending work was done from outside and on the outside edges of the palace complex. We did not find any regime leaders inside of it, but we did find a considerable amount of information. The regime moves from place to place. The regime leaders move from place to place, and we track them where we can, and we act on those pieces of information when we can. In this case, we didn't find them, but that's all right. There's other operations that are ongoing. There are strikes that occur, and we were able to react in a very, very timely way. As to what is inside of Baghdad, we'll see soon enough. There are a number of things that could be considered at this point. Has this regime expended all of its capability in other areas? Did they use too much of what they had against us? Well, one would have to speculate on that. We take that into consideration. Have they pulled back into Baghdad to await our arrival? Well, we'd certainly take that into consideration and see if that is the case and look for information that tells us one way or another. Any one of these potential options goes into prudent military planning, and then decisions are made based on what we begin to discover. We seek information for ourselves through our own processes to tell us what is in front of us, what's next, and that's an ongoing process. I'm not going to characterize what we see right now or what we think is going to happen. We'll make decisions based on what we think is going to occur in the future and what we see right now. Please.
Vyacheslav, Russian state television. General, could you describe a little more the situation with the Black Hawk helicopter which was allegedly lost? There was some confusion about the casualties, and also there were reports that it may have been downed with a small arms fire. Is that possible at all, that such a modern helicopter is downed with a small arms fire? Thanks.
We did have a Black Hawk helicopter that went down during operations yesterday evening, and as with everything, we have to always dig for the facts first. What we know is that there were some initial reports, as all reports, and your embedded media have seen them, all initial reports we treat as suspect, because there's usually immediate information that requires further development. The investigation of that is ongoing. We believe that we do have some casualties as a result of that. We don't think it was a result of hostile fire, but more will be developed as time goes on, and we'll let you know when we have more to talk about. In the second row, please.
The British Defence Secretary said this morning there were 9,000 prisoners of war. Is he right? And if so, how did that number go up so quickly in just a couple of days?
Well, I didn't hear the report, and I know there are different numbers out there. I think that within the coalition we'll examine all of our numbers and provide a report out. I'm certainly not going to position myself to argue with the Minister of Defense. Let's please, back here.
Yeah, Jonathan Marcus, BBC. Yesterday you showed us this film of an unexplained explosion in a civilian area in Baghdad.
Today, briefers here have been talking about the possibility of some sort of alleged plot by the Iraqis to place bombs in Shiite areas of Baghdad. Could you say a little bit more about what you're getting at here? I mean, you seem to be nudges and hints and winks, as it were. You're suggesting that the Iraqis are setting about putting explosives in their own capital. Could you say a little bit more about what evidence you have to base this on?
What we have is we've used this term a number of times, a mosaic of information. We have bridges rigged for demolition. The first one's rigged separates Saddam City, a Shia neighborhood, from the regime. We have fights that are happening outside of mosques, the most important ones in Shia Islam. We have a variety of pieces of evidence out there, like the explosion that's unaccounted for beside a mosque, like indications of command posts that move into or underneath of mosques in some cases, using schools, using hospitals. We have examples of the regime pushing people out in front so that they can be caught in a crossfire, and then there's an opportunity to say the coalition is doing something that is immoral or unjust. We have this pattern that emerges, and that includes information of what might happen from a variety of sources, particularly explosions that will happen in certain areas that have no apparent connection, in our view, to coalition action, but often are accompanied by an accusation of some sort by the regime. So I'll let you draw your own conclusion as to what might be ongoing here and what the real picture of the mosaic is. We have our view, and we believe that the population should be concerned about the regime, as it really is justified in having been for many decades. Please.
With ABC News. We're hearing reports that U.S. forces have begun to arm some Shiite tribal leaders to the south to help stabilize their villages and also potentially defend themselves against the regimes. Is true? What can you tell us about this? And also, a couple of days ago, you mentioned that you captured an Iraqi general with no mention of who, where, when, how. Can you tell us anything more about that?
First, our unconventional warfare, as we describe it, occurs throughout the country. We make contact with a variety of leaders who are against this regime. And there are far more than I would even hope to begin to number at this point, and more emerge every day. The actions we take with them, we have to be very careful about discussing, and so I'm not going to characterize specifically what we do to try to organize, assist, guide, or even work with different organizations and different groups that emerge. The second part of your question, I'm happy to answer if you prompt me one more time on it.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple of days ago you captured a general.
Okay. We have a number of senior leaders that have been taken into our custody through combat action, through surrenders, through voluntarily coming into our lines. Information is gained from each of them, and we then act on that information. The one I referred to the other day was a senior military officer, and he had information that was of value to us. We've begun to act on that, and with each one of these actions, more information emerges. It's too early for us to talk about who that is or what information he's given us, and similarly, it's too early to talk about information we've gathered from other leaders. But there's a clear pattern out there that not all the leaders of the military forces were loyal to the regime. That's what I would leave with you. Off to the far right, please.
Radio. Can you confirm that military vehicles were shipped into northern Iraq via Turkey? And while we're still in the area, can you give us an update on what was described as a major terrorist training facility up there? Is there anything to be said about that? Thanks.
First, we have special operations that are doing work in northern Iraq. And we've been doing that for some period of time. Those outfits, like all of the military outfits, require support. And so there are support packages that have been moved in through a variety of means. It's inappropriate at this point to describe exactly how they got there, because the methods that we use to deliver forces are then exposed to risk and a variety of other things. So I'm not going to characterize specifically how they got in place. The terrorist camp in northern Iraq also, as General Franks mentioned, it is a massive complex. And while we directed some initial combat action against it to destroy much of the facilities, we also moved forces into place coalition forces and also Peshmerga, as I mentioned yesterday, to try to get a closer look at what's on the ground, to do a detailed examination of different areas, to look through the remains of what has been damaged and see what evidence there might be to tell us who was there, what actions they may have been involved in. There are caves associated with these complexes. There are outlying villages that are associated with this, and work continues in that area to find more information. Again, it's premature to talk about what it is we found. When that time comes for us to reveal what we found, that will come out. Right beside him, please.
Paul Martin from World News. Could we ask you what indications you're having now of who's in charge in Baghdad? Is it President Hussein? Is it one of his sons? Or is it some other general? And what intelligence do you have that you can reveal to us about the kind of communications going on between them? What does it indicate to you, sir?
We can't tell who's in charge. I don't think the Iraqi people can tell who's in charge either. And we have indications that the Iraqi forces don't know who's in charge. We are able to observe communications having been degraded. We're able to see things that would indicate that there is not a coherent, unified structure giving orders. And we have not seen the faces of some of the people you described in a considerably long time. And we don't believe the Iraqi people have seen them either. So I wouldn't want to speculate as to what their condition is. And we certainly cannot speculate as to who really is in charge. Okay, let me go to the second row.
Tyler Marshall, Los Angeles Times. So last night, a Red Cross worker described a fairly horrific scene in Hilla, and you put out a release shortly after that saying that you were investigating that. What has that investigation shown so far?
I don't have any kind of update on that at this point. We've certainly heard the reports. If they are true, then we'll examine that to see what may have contributed to the cause. We don't even know if the report is true at this point, so I don't have any update to provide. Third row.
From the Chicago Tribune, just to follow up on that, was there any U.S. aircraft or artillery using cluster bombs in that area at the time that the casualties were reported, and why is the U.S. military using cluster bombs there or elsewhere?
Well, I don't think we know enough at this point to say exactly what may have contributed to this report. We don't have a factual basis to even begin from at the current time. The munitions we choose to use at a given time are related to a tactical purpose. We have a number of munitions that are available to us on the ground, in the air, and things that are delivered even from ground to ground. So all these things are tactical choices that are made to achieve a specific effect at a given time. And that's probably as far as I need to go about that. Second row, please.
Thank you. George Pascal Watson from The Sun in London. If I could ask you to give us some indication of the numbers of enemy forces still in action, if you like. So far as we've been told, only 3 Republican Guard divisions have been taken out of action effectively. But presumably they have had hundreds of thousands of soldiers who, to all intents and purposes, we don't know where they are. Are you saying that there are still several 100,000 Republican Guard and Special Republican Guard in Baghdad?
It's really not possible to account for every soldier in the Iraqi formation. And that includes forces we've encountered. Some may have gone back to their homes. Some have moved to fight another day. Some were destroyed by combat action. Some are in our possession. Some are just flat unaccounted for. And so I can't give you a number as to what is still out there. We examine military capability where we see it appearing on the battlefield. If we see something that looks like a coherent formation, we make an assessment of what that is and what strength it might have, and also what vulnerabilities it might have, and then we seek to address that or bypass it in some cases. We know that there are still a number of forces on the battlefield that have not been joined significantly in battle. And what choices they'll make, we don't know. Some of them may still be looking for an opportunity to surrender if they can get the regime away from their formations in the north, as an example. We know that there are leaders that would be willing to change their association and not be focused on the regime. But they also have members of the regime, Ba'ath Party leaders and others, that are there to ensure that they don't break, and they don't leave the line. How long that will last, we'll have to see. But we know that that's still out there. So there are a variety of dynamics on the battlefield right now that make it very difficult to account for everybody. Okay. Second row, please.
Donna Linewand with USA Today. Can you tell me what becomes of the Republican guards who surrender, like the 53 who surrendered yesterday? Are they taken prisoner of war, or are they allowed to put down their arms and return home?
Generally speaking, forces we've already engaged in combat with, when any of the combatants come into our possession, they're treated as enemy prisoners of war. That's the general convention. There have been some cases where we deemed it was appropriate that someone no longer had a choice or desire to fight, and we sent them back to their homes, particularly in the early days. The forces we're engaging with now and the circumstances that we're encountering, they're treated as enemy prisoners of war, and then we have later opportunities to determine different status if it's appropriate to see them as something different than that.
What are those different statuses?
Well, there are a number of things that are out there. There is really an Article 5 tribunal on it that asks you to go back and look into the details of what that means. Okay, in the back, please.
Telemundo Network, and I need to find out the number of POWs taken so far by the regime, any news on the transportation unit that was shown on TV, and also if the Red Cross, International Red Cross, have made any attempts to contact them. Thank you.
Well, there's controversy surrounding our POW numbers today, so I'm going to be very careful about that, but we certainly are over 4,000. I can leave it at that point, and we have a good grip on what that is, and we'll sort out what the differences are in reporting. The transportation unit that was on the battlefield, I assume you're referring to the one that PFC Lynch was from. We're still gathering more and more information to find out what the circumstances were surrounding that particular outfit and the combat it was involved in. That story is not complete yet. It'll be a long time before it is complete. And your third question was what?
Red Cross has made any attempts to get in contact with them?
I can't speak for the Red Cross. There have been no reports provided to us from the Red Cross that say that they've made contact with coalition prisoners of war in possession of the regime. We continue to reiterate that the regime is responsible for the treatment of any held prisoners of war. And we expect them to treat our prisoners of war the same way we're treating prisoners that we've taken into our custody. In the back, please.
I'm an appreciated yourself. Looking at the military operations reminds me with the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982. Are you taking in your consideration the Israeli experience throwing any Israeli advisor or any generals working in the field? And are you going to surround the capital and keep bombing the city, Baghdad city, and waiting for a collapse in the regime?
Well, this operation is unique in military history, and so we focus on the design of this operation. We take into account the realities of this operation. We take into account the circumstances that led to this operation, and we designed the operation to be what it is, and that's ongoing. All lessons from military history are considered, our own experience, the experience of others, as we consider what we're going to do. I would like to work against the characterization you described on bombing the city of Baghdad. I have shown you day after day that our attacks against anything in Baghdad are precision attacks. Every attack that has occurred has been a precision attack against a specific regime structure or against a military complex, something that has military relevance. Unlike previous wars in history, there is no bombing of a city. There is no bombing of a population. It hasn't happened in this case. Now, the regime has some different evidence in terms of what they've been doing to their own population, and we have concern about that. But as for our actions in the coalition, this is unlike any war in history. Yes, ma'am.
Let's say if, Kathy Shen with Phoenix Hour TV from Hong Kong, if the plan to take down Baghdad didn't succeed and coalition would have to retreat, and without giving the detailed description of the location, where would the coalition troops retreat to, since most of the cities around Baghdad are only partially secure, not completely taken by U.S.-led force? Thank you.
Well, that's a highly speculative question, and you will not get a speculative answer. Right now, we're on plan, and we're doing fine. So I'm not even going to consider what it is you asked. Yes, ma'am.
CTV News Canada. Just to go back to the leadership question, and given the special operation targeting a palace used by Saddam Hussein and his sons, does that mean that you think that Saddam Hussein is alive?
What we know is these regime palaces have
protection and command and control opportunities for a number of members of the regime. We've stated from the start.
To our viewers at home, you're seeing a live picture brought to you courtesy of CNN's Walter Rogers, traveling there with photographer Charlie Miller. Walt's with the 7th Cavalry, the 3 7th Cavalry, which is the lead scouting unit for the Army's 3rd Infantry Division. We do know they're getting closer to the city of Baghdad. We don't know exactly where, and if we did, we could not say anyway. But this follows the report from CENTCOM earlier today here on CNN that U.S. forces are operating in the vicinity of Baghdad. We'll keep this picture up. Back to CENTCOM in Qatar now.
We go on the 3rd row, 4th row, excuse me.
Michael Madsen. I'm here representing an organization called the Committee to Protect Journalists, and we are concerned about 2 missing members of the ITN news crew that where Terry Lloyd got killed in the Basra area, and it's believed that they were caught in crossfire between U.S. and Iraqi forces, and those 2 are still missing. And the wife of Fred Narak, who was the cameraman, has appealed to the U.S. government and military to do an investigation. Do you know if the U.S. military is investigating that or undertaking any efforts to locate those 2 people?
We have heard the reports, and we certainly regret the loss of any lives, journalists included, on the battlefield. But in this case, what I would tell you in all seriousness is that the reports we have is that they were in an area that was involved in combat. We don't know the circumstances surrounding the lack of accountability for them at this point in time, or what their circumstances are. We take the concern seriously, and we're looking into it. And that's about as much as I can tell you at this point in time. Yes, sir.
Frederick Castell, BBC French Service. From the initial debriefing of soldier Jessica Lynch, do you know if there were any signs of torture in the area of Nasiriyah Hospital?
I'm not aware of any information, but I don't have all the reports from her initial debrief, and so I really don't know. We didn't see indications of torture structures within the building, but there's still additional examination that's ongoing. I believe some media crews have been taken to the building to take a look for themselves as well. As time goes on, we'll determine more and more. We certainly know that from what we've already seen by images that were televised, that our prisoners of war were not treated in a way that we would expect them to be treated. What we'll find out about this case is yet to be completely told. Yes, sir, in the back.
Jack Kelly of Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Have you made any progress in identifying the 11 bodies found in and near the hospital where Jessica was recovered?
That also is an ongoing piece of work. It takes a little bit of time to get good, solid information. We do know that we evacuated what we think is the remains of 11 persons. And there are a number of additional steps that have to be taken to do a real detailed pathological testing. Some of the remains will be moved to Dover in the United States to do a detailed examination. That process is ongoing, and we'll find out more as the work is done by that very complicated activity. Let me go right here, sir.
Faisal Batou from AFP. Do you have any information about Al Jazeera reporters' expulsion from Baghdad, and how do you feel for that?
The Al Jazeera report about what? I didn't catch that portion of your question.
Do you have any information about Al Jazeera reporters' expulsion from Baghdad?
Well, I think that's
and how do you feel about that?
I think that's a matter for the Al Jazeera network and whoever rejected them. I don't know if it was regime leaders that rejected them or the Minister of Information who rejected them, but that certainly is an issue for Al Jazeera to deal with and not this command. Yes, please.
Smolowitz from Knight Ridder. You mentioned that Special Forces went into a palace last night and took documents. Can you, without getting too specific, can you give us a sense of the number of locations they went into around Iraq last night, and what else, what kinds of locations they were, and what else they might have found?
We did a number of things in a variety of areas to regime complexes. What I'll tell you about is the types of work done last night. In some cases, we raided with conventional forces into Ba'ath Party headquarters that had been identified. That happened in, as I recall, 2 different locations last night. In some cases, we destroyed Ba'ath headquarters, Iraqi intelligence service meetings in progress, terrorist groups, It's wherever we find these types of targets emerging that we will direct our efforts to attack and destroy those. In other cases, like the Tharthar Palace, it was a physical raid that went into the complex. Another example is an operation that occurred near H-3 Airfield, where we went into the location, it was near Mudesis, in the southwest part of the Iraqi desert. Went into this complex and found a number of bottles. Some of them were marked in strange ways, and we're doing further examination on that. All over the country, we conduct operations. We have good freedom of action at this point to apply our forces, conventional or unconventional forces, in a way that we see fit to gather more information, to limit the capabilities of the regime to command and control its forces and its structures, and also to make it clear to the Iraqi people that the end is near for this organization. I'll take one more question. I think we'll have more information here in the next few days, and we can talk about that some more. Please, Kelly.
Hello, General. Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. You described the comments of the Grand Ayatollah as a significant turning point. To what extent did the U.S. or U.S. allies facilitate, encourage, participate in his comments? Is he under protection now, and are there others who are being encouraged to make similar statements?
We believe that the Grand Ayatollah's statement was his statement, and it has been pushed out to the Iraqi population. We think it was a courageous statement also, because we know that he has certainly been under threat by this regime for a considerable period of time. We are seeing evidence of other religious leaders that have had enough of this regime, and in due time we believe that they will also speak out. We have to always bear in mind that because there are still elements of the regime, and because of the methods that they've used for so long, there's not a careless willingness for people to just step out and say things that might lead to their death. It's very, very serious. We recognize that, and so any steps like this one taken by the Ayatollah are very, very courageous and bold, we believe.
Are you protecting him?
I don't want to go too specifically into what his condition is, where he's located, or what circumstances he's under right now. It just wouldn't be appropriate. And last question. Okay.
We've heard a lot about the two-pronged approach to Baghdad on the west and the east. What about at the center, back to Hila again? We're hearing very little from there. Are you meeting greater resistance there? Are you stalled there? And looking further back down the supply line, how would you characterize the level of resistance at places like Najaf and Nasiriyah? Are you close to being in a position to free up troops from there to move forward again?
What we're finding is that as we continue our movements and our operations, we're having effectiveness at, again, causing the population to assist us more, especially in areas we've already passed through. Najaf, Nasiriyah, Basra, Qasr, all these areas that we can follow the pathway of the operation up the map. That's very positive and encouraging. As it relates to forces, we have forces available to be used as the commander sees fit to use them at any time. The center area, as you've described it, is also influenced by our operations. We have good freedom of action inside of there. As you saw in the early days, we choose where we're going to fight. We choose where we're going to apply our military force. And so we may decide to bypass an area at a given time, or bypass a unit at a given time to achieve what it is we're after now, and then we'll deal with that problem later. As you've seen as well, in some circumstances, leaving formations alone may cause them to melt. There's a dynamic that also occurs when people realize their side is losing, and we take that into account. We don't take it for granted, but we do take it into account. And so in this case, as we continue our advance with the two corps, that does not mean two separate lines that are not joined by fires, the ability to maneuver, security, and a number of other things that we have in place. And we're doing fine, we're on plan, and we remain very confident in the outcome of our operations. Thank you very much.
That's a wrap from Qatar at Central Command, but clearly the story of the day is the picture you're seeing now, with CNN's Walt Rogers and the crew moving toward Baghdad. Not quite sure exactly where, but based on the reporting we've gotten earlier today, with CENTCOM telling us that U.S. forces are operating in the vicinity of Baghdad. Jeff Hoon on the floor of the House of Commons saying that several suburbs have already been entered by coalition forces led by the U.S. Walt's traveling with the 7th Cavalry, the lead scout unit for the 3rd Infantry Division. We do not know his exact location, and if we did, we could not report it anyway. Nonetheless, though, there was another report earlier today from Baghdad that said some units of the U.S. military are now within 6 miles on the outskirts of Baghdad. You heard General Brooks say that there is, quote, increasing evidence that the Baghdad regime cannot control its own forces and that we cannot tell who is in charge. That was from the briefing today with General Brooks. The main story of the day today, much like yesterday, is the amount of territory the U.S. military is right now covering as they get closer and closer to the Iraqi capital. There were some reports that said the U.S. had entered an airport west and south of the city. That report, however, is not confirmed. As we go through this throughout the morning and the day here in Kuwait, one key item to keep in mind: 2 of the Republican Guard divisions have been essentially destroyed. That's the word from the Pentagon. But however, there are 4 others that still exist. Where they are right now, though, is an open question. Have they moved back into Baghdad, or are they still on the outskirts? We simply do not know. Walt Rogers is now live by way of video phone. There's a bit of a delay here, about 5 seconds. But Walt, if you can hear me, tell us what's happening there.
Bill, you're watching an Apache, the leader of the Apache troop, that is the 7th Cavalry M1A1 Abram tank. It's a very tight shot. We cannot get too broad on this because we would be revealing the kinds of topographical features about the location of the 7th Cavalry, which we're forbidden to reveal. Nonetheless, we've been rolling down a road, moving closer and closer to Baghdad. That big 120-millimeter gun, seconds before you came to us, fired off into the countryside. We can hear shooting all about us, particularly from the 25-millimeter cannon aboard the Bradley fighting vehicles. Again, the 7th Cavalry, along with its parent unit, the 3rd Infantry Division, is definitely pushing in the direction of Baghdad, much closer than yesterday. We cannot give you any coordinates or any of our locations, of course. But about 2 hours ago, we crossed the Euphrates River again at a crossing that had been earlier taken by the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division. That 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division had to fight its way somewhat through the territory. They are not encountering what you would call large Republican Guard units, but there are freelance Iraqi fighters out there, and they are firing at the convoys, both the 3rd Infantry Division's 1st Brigade and also the 7th Cavalry. We can hear shooting all about us as we go now. Mostly what we've encountered, 7th Cavalry, despite the small arms fire and the firing from the sides of the road which we're now traveling, mostly what you're seeing is, what we're seeing is small foxholes, small bunkers at intersections on backcountry roads. The Iraqi soldiers would dig into those. They were no match for the heavy armored column, which you can see ahead of us now. Again, we're having to give you a very tight picture with very little sense of panorama, no sense of panorama. As a matter of fact, in a few seconds, we're going to have to drop this picture, or at least swing back to me. The reason being, of course, that we would be in a location which would reveal our location. Again, the 7th Cavalry fighting its way towards Baghdad. As I'm speaking to you, these pictures are live. And as I say, I think at this point we better change the picture. Charlie, you're now looking at, well, I guess Charlie's coming back on me at this point. We have seen quite a few dead Iraqi soldiers by the road today. When they would try to put up resistance against the 3rd Infantry Division's 1st Brigade, what we noticed was that all of the dead Iraqi soldiers had gas masks, as if indeed they are preparing for chemical weapons. That has not happened yet, but again, more than a few dead Iraqi soldiers. They're moving in anything but what you would call an organized formation. The Iraqis we see generally are driving pickup trucks, or they are riding about in old Soviet vintage armored vehicles. Again, no match. Armor-piercing shells that we're getting from the Iraqis, or that the tanks are firing out. Charlie, I think you can swing the other way now. Back on the, I'm sorry about this jumpy camera movement, but we are under fire. Again, we're back on an M1A1 Abrams tank, U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, rolling in the direction of Baghdad for the past 20 to 30 minutes. This armored column has been under almost constant fire. It is not a major force-on-force engagement. Mostly what we're getting is a small arms fire and perhaps mortars from Iraqi soldiers on the sides of the road, off in the distance at least 400 meters. When we first crossed the Euphrates River, it was pretty barren in terms of not much of a civilian population, but as we pushed further and closer to Baghdad, we began to see evidence that the Iraqi population was indeed welcoming the U.S. Army convoy, welcoming them northward. The men were rather cautious about waving, but increasingly young women and children were waving almost enthusiastically, and eventually some of the Iraqi men began to flash a V sign or flash a thumbs up at the 7th Cavalry as it moved forward. Again, we continue to roll in the general direction of Baghdad. We have been under fire for about 30 minutes now. The guns aboard the Bradley armored fighting vehicles, the machine guns plus their 25 millimeters, have been coughing and chewing and spitting out weaponry in the directions on either side of the road from whence the fire is coming. And occasionally you can see that tank in front of us, the M1A1 Abrams. It has at least 3 or 4 times fired its 120 millimeter cannon. Bill?
Walt, stick with this picture and stick with your report as well. There were some questions today at the briefing in Central Command in Qatar just a few moments ago about the ease by which the U.S. military and the 7th Cav appears to be moving in the central part of Iraq toward Baghdad. Also a question there about whether or not ultimately this could be some sort of trap set up by the Iraqis. The soldiers you're with, have they addressed either one of those issues with you?
There's firing off to the right, big firing off to the right. We're taking firing at about 2 o'clock. We see the Bradleys hitting something. I saw something that looked like an Iran rocket fly up in the air. Sorry, Bill. Again, we can't pan much because it would disclose our location, but we continue to be under fire. We're getting very serviceable protection, however, from the Bradleys. Just up the road ahead of us, but what we're seeing is what appeared to be a small ammunition pillbox going up, fireworks shooting up in the air, the Bradley fighting vehicles returning fire in that direction if there's anything left alive over there. Bill, in answer to your question as to whether the 7th Cavalry soldiers suspect a trap, for more than a week now, wherever the 7th Cavalry has moved, it has ridden into what you might call traps, that is to say, ridden through ambushes, often coming from both sides of the road at the same time. I'm sorry I don't remember your second question, Bill, because, again, we were under fire. Try it again, please.
Yeah, Walt, listen, to our viewers also want to let them know there's a significant delay in the signal, so be patient with us here. I'll try the question again. The ease by which you appear to be moving, I know you're under fire at this point, but the ease by which you've been moving for several days right now, if you look at the past 48 hours, have the soldiers you're with expressed surprise by that movement?
I think everyone is asking the question, Bill, where is the much vaunted Republican Guard? The only engagements which the 7th Cavalry has seen to this point appears to be small engagements, that is, detachments of no more than 20 or so Iraqi soldiers setting up bunkers or foxholes close to road intersections. This is not a major engagement in that sense of the word. Are they surprised that it isn't bigger? I suspect they are. I suspect they're wondering what is happening. But again, there's firing on both sides of the road. I put the microphone out the window, hope you can hear it. We can hear machine guns from the Bradley fighting vehicles rattling out in the distance. It appears as though some of the Iraqi soldiers, if indeed that's what they're shooting at, have set up small sniper-like holes in the middle of agricultural fields. Those are very close. We're getting explosives very close to the vehicle. We can't show you, of course, because, again, anything we show you laterally on either side of the road is going to betray the position of the 7th Cavalry's armored column. So we're staying very tight on the tank in front of us, but let me assure you that there are many armored vehicles ahead of this column, at least, well, I better stay away from the numbers, but there are fighting vehicles up there, and they are firing on both sides of the road, what appears to be bunkers over there, Iraqi bunkers, where infantrymen may have taken places, but these, again, small sniper engagements at this point. This is not a major force-on-force engagement. The question the soldiers with the 7th Cavalry are asking the questions they're asking are virtually the same ones you are, Bill. Where is the Republican Guard? Have they pulled back into the city of Baghdad? This troop, the 7th Cavalry, is moving toward Baghdad in the general direction of the 3rd Infantry Division has struck even closer, we believe. 3rd Infantry Division was the first to cross the Euphrates River again this morning, and they appear to have been taking some fire because earlier in the direction of Baghdad we could see plumes of black smoke, 4, 5, 6 columns rising. We assume that's from close air support ahead of the 3rd Infantry Division. One thing that we are not seeing today is the Kiowa reconnaissance helicopters flying out in front of the 7th Cav. Also, we're not seeing the Apaches attack helicopters that the Army has. The reason for that is as the unit moves closer to Baghdad, there's great concern about every freelance Iraqi cowboy soldier having a shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missile and thus being able to bring down a helicopter. So this is a push now, almost entirely armored columns, heavy mechanized infantry, 3rd Infantry Division, and presumably the Air Force is flying overhead. Again, we saw plumes of smoke over the southern areas of Baghdad earlier in the day, black smoke, which suggests the Air Force is close at hand. I'm sure every soldier in this unit hopes so. Bill?
Absolutely dramatic stuff. Walt, listen, we want to keep you here as long as we can. We want to keep your signal up as much as we can as well. By way of video phone, that's Walt Rogers moving in the direction, as he says, in the direction of the Iraqi capital, Baghdad, taking on small arms fire, some snipers on each side of the road, as Walt describes. Curious to know if this is the first time you've encountered any sort of resistance, any sort of firing on either side of that road since your movement started earlier today. Walt, stick with us here, and your photographer, Charlie Miller, as well. This time I want to bring in my colleague, Paula Zahn, live back in New York. We're just about 8:10 in the morning back there in New York City. Paula, hello and good afternoon from Kuwait.
Good morning, Bill. I wanted to follow up with some of the questions you were asking Walt about. Walt, you just described how the Rockies are setting up these sniper holes in the middle of agricultural fields. Can you give us a sense of how many dead Iraqi soldiers you've seen and what they've been equipped with?
Paula, it's a good question, and north of the Euphrates River, we have seen probably 20 or so Iraqi soldiers dead, lying close to the road. All of them obviously injured with bullet holes. As you looked at them, it was interesting. They say dead people have the look as if they're asleep. There was none of that. This was the look of death by contortion and violence, and the Iraqi soldiers we saw were in pretty grisly positions. What was their equipment? Virtually everyone that our crew has been able to check was carrying a gas mask, suggesting that the Iraqi soldiers in the field are anticipating the use of chemical or biological weapons at some point. I need to stress that has not happened, at least in the theater in which we're operating. It has not happened at this point. These soldiers were very lightly armed. They have their AK-47 rifles originally a Soviet manufactured rifle, but they're made all over the world now. The Egyptians make them. The Romanians used to make them. And at one point, as we were rolling slowly through an Army checkpoint, I saw a 3rd Infantry Division MP standing there with a stockpile of these small arms, the AK-47s and Soviet vintage light machine guns stacked at his feet. Those are, of course, souvenirs of war for the soldiers. Most of these soldiers appear to be in an Iraqi green uniform. That is to say, the ones we've seen today are in green uniforms. They they give no evidence of being members of any elite units or even major organized units like the Republican Guard. For those of you, our viewers who are familiar with war in the Middle East, often you get freelance gangs, what the Army is calling thugs of Iraqi soldiers, and those Iraqi soldiers will travel in groups of 10 to 20, often with a pickup truck with a machine gun on the back or some sort of armament too heavy to carry, and they ride around the countryside. As I say, we have seen them digging in to some farmhouses, and again, the 7th Cavalry has taken fire from farmhouses in the past 45 minutes. Additionally, they have taken up sniper positions along the road. Again, the camera is focusing very tightly on an M1A1 Abrams tank immediately in front of us. That tank has been engaged in action, combat hostile action, for at least the last half hour, as have most of these vehicles. The reason we can't give you a bigger picture than that is because we are forbidden by the Pentagon of revealing the topography, the terrain, through which the 7th Cavalry is moving. Any disclosure of that topography would enable the Iraqis to come up with a fairly good estimate of where the 7th Cavalry is, and of course that would perhaps draw out a much larger unit, a force-on-force unit. Fortunately, that has not happened so far. Again, you're looking at a tank which is the troop leader's tank of the Apache troop of the 7th Cavalry. The two soldiers aboard that tank, if you can see them, on the left is the tank loader Marcusio Posey. I know he's from Alabama. And on the right is Captain Clay Lyle. He's the commander of the Apache troop. They have been firing pretty regularly, as I say, for 30 to 45 minutes on both sides of the road. And there are a goodly number, I cannot be precise again for security reasons, a goodly number of armored vehicles ahead and behind our position in this armored column. Paula?
Well, we do need to warn folks who are watching there will be a 5-second delay between the questions we ask and when you answer them. But our Pentagon reporters now confirming that some U.S. troops are inside the so-called red zone, which is an area ringing the capital in which U.S. forces could face the possibility of chemical or biological weapons. Walt, what is the level of concern, without giving away where you are, about that prospect?
Yesterday, when the 7th Cavalry moved up through the Karbala Gap, we were in what was called MOP 2, which meant that we were in our chemical suits with the chemical boots on, but we had not been called to put on our gas masks or our gloves. So that was about halfway to a high alert. The reason we donned the relatively high chemical biological warfare alert the previous day was because when the 7th Cavalry and the 1st Infantry Division moved up through the Karbala Gap, it was a fairly narrow geographical area between a lake and a city, and it would have been an ideal place to use chemical or biological weapons. The units are spread out much wider today. The unit, which I'm sure your Pentagon referring to, was at one of the brigades of the 3rd Infantry Division. I cannot see them, although we saw them earlier in the day. That being the case, I cannot tell you what their MOP condition that it is. We are right now in a generally fairly low MOP condition. That is to say, we see a fairly low chemical or biological threat at this immediate moment. The reason for that, Paula, is because What it takes to fire chemical and biological weapons effectively is a large artillery barrage, and so far the 7th Cavalry has not encountered or engaged large artillery units. Again, it's the freelance Iraqi cowboy soldiers off in the fields, groups of 10 to 20. If you're going to use a chemical barrage against a unit like the 7th Cavalry spread out over a number of miles, you have to have a very focused artillery barrage or multiple launch rocket systems. The Iraqis, of course, have both of those, but that being the case, they have not fired artillery barrages on the 7th Cavalry. Again, what we're taking mostly is small arms fire and I suspect rocket-propelled grenades. Paula?
Walter, we're going to stay with your picture and love to have you listen to General Don Shepard as he joins our conversation. One of the things that I wanted to point out was something Major McChrystal had to say yesterday when he was briefing reporters, and he basically said, as you increasingly threaten the core of the regime, the likelihood of the Iraqis using weapons of mass destruction goes up. He also pointed out that not only have British troops, but U.S. troops have also found caches of chemical protection suits in abandoned buildings. General Don Shepard, give us your insights as to what you think we're watching on the screen right now without compromising the safety of anyone in the 3/7th Cav.
Yeah, well, I'm watching Walt Rogers' great coverage in the 3rd of the 7th Cav, and it appears that we're seeing a repeat of what we have seen the last several days before the pause and reconstitution, moving up roads. And as you move up these roads, people popping up from sniper holes as you pass intersections, and vegetation, people popping up out of that with small arms type fire, but no large vehicles such as enemy tanks, no organized resistance. Now, what you normally do when you come up on these type of things is you keep moving. You fire at it as you go. You fire at it with the armored personnel carriers ahead of the tanks, but you don't let it stop you, and then you go back and mop up afterwards. Also, as Walt said, basically, they're in an area right now where if the Iraqis want to fire chemical weapons, they have to have a large area to fire from, artillery or rockets, and so it appears that the movement of coalition forces is so rapid that it may be that we will be able to bypass any areas where they had planned to employ these weapons of mass destruction, Paula. If so, that would be a very good thing.
General, the New York Times is reporting this morning that the Baghdad units, the Republican Guard, I shouldn't say Baghdad units because they're saying that particular division was wiped out, but the Republican Guard being called back into the city. And I'm just curious what your level of concern is about any possible trap being set here.
Yeah, well, a couple things on that. We reportedly have the Medina and the Baghdad divisions combat ineffective, essentially destroyed, if you will, or so damaged they're not effective. There are 4 other Republican Guard divisions we have to worry about: the Hammurabi, the Al-Nida, the Nebuchadnezzar, and this is one other I can't remember off the top of my head, the Adnan division. We don't know where those divisions are, but there's no indication that they have a good command and control. So it could be that these forces will simply melt away, take off their uniforms back into the population, and we won't see the organized resistance that we were told we would have to worry about. So the next few hours will be very key in deciding what will happen, whether it be organized resistance or the forces melting away and collapsing, Paula.
General Shepard, thanks so much. We're going to go back to Walt to bring us up to date on what we are looking at now. He has to maintain a very tight shot to not give away the location of where he is with the 3/7th Cav. Walt?
Paula, thank you for that explanation. It helps a lot. Exactly where we are, and about all we can tell you is that we're following very closely behind an M1A1 Abrams tank of the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. It is moving in the general direction of Baghdad, as it has been since about late morning Baghdad time. Again, we cannot show you broader pictures of the tank or the countryside at this point, because that would betray the topography, the landscape. That would in turn enable the Iraqis to know exactly where this convoy is moving and perhaps target it for incoming fire. So we're staying very tight on the rear of that main battle tank, which is just ahead of us. at this point. For the past 45 minutes or so, this column and ahead of that tank are a number of Bradley fighting vehicles. Ahead of that tank, we have taken sniper fire from both sides of the road, small arms fire, but this is not the Republican Guard. Mostly what we're seeing is resistance fighters in the Iraqi army, if indeed, as the general suggested, the Iraqis' Republican Guard has retreated into Baghdad itself. The 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry remains on the distant outskirts of Baghdad, and again, what we're seeing is small groups of Iraqi resistance fighters, 10 to 20, forming up in foxholes or taking shelter behind buildings and sticking their heads up occasionally, firing in the direction of the convoy almost as soon as they do, certainly as soon as the soldiers aboard the tanks, and you can see the tank's elevated position up there. As soon as they see where the fire's coming from, they provide covering fire and overwhelmingly wipe out anything that's in the field. We have seen, as I said, upwards of 20 dead Iraqi soldiers in the field. We believe most of those have been taken out by the 3rd Infantry Division as it passed through, albeit in a different direction earlier in the day. Troubling news, of course, that each of those Iraqi soldiers had a gas mask on at the time, and that, of course, portends perhaps greater difficulty as these U.S. Army units get closer to Baghdad. Again, as we passed through some agricultural villages in the Mesopotamian Delta, we did find some of the Iraqis were more than a little enthusiastic to see the 7th Cavalry and the other U.S. Army soldiers coming through. The men would very guardedly flash us a thumbs up or give us a V for victory sign, but that being the case, it was very guarded until we got further and further away. The further away we got from the Euphrates River and closer to Baghdad, ironically, the more enthusiasm we've encountered among some of the Iraqi farm families, particularly the children and some of the women. I remember one woman who was waving very enthusiastically at the 7th Cavalry moving through, and she was 400 yards back from the road. I think we're going to have to change our picture at this point, Paula, because we're coming on recognizable topographical features here. So what we're going to do is just put the camera back on me. This is a lip mic, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. But at this point, I think the camera needs to stay on the correspondent. Again, the Pentagon's rules are such that if we come upon a recognizable landmark or anything, a mosque, for example, that the Iraqis would recognize and could call artillery fire in on, we have to shut down the camera, or in this case, at least turn the camera around on the correspondent who's riding in the back seat of the Humvee. Paula?
All right, we are seeing a tight close-up of you now. Unlike previous advances that you have witnessed, you have not seen any Kiowa or Apache helicopters. Can you explain to us why you think that is?
Yes, Paula. Normally these Army units travel with the Kiowa Scout helicopters. It's a light helicopter, basically reconnaissance, although it does have, I believe, 2.75 millimeter rockets on the left pod, and on the right pod it carries 1 or 2 Hellfire missiles. The problem, of course, is that as the 7th Cavalry and other units like the 3rd Infantry Division approach the suburbs of southern Baghdad, there is much cover for the Iraqi soldiers to hide in. They're believed to have an ample supply of shoulder-fired SAM, surface-to-air missiles, which can easily shoot down a helicopter, particularly if it's much over about 50 or 100 feet above the ground. So the helicopters are not traveling with 7th Cavalry today. We're deprived of our forward eyes and ears. We understand that some Apaches may be flying with the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division. If so, that's a tremendous asset for the soldiers in the tanks and in the mechanized units with the 3rd Infantry. Very good asset, because what it means is they can see much farther ahead in a potential battle zone than you can see without. But having said that, the risk of Iraqis shooting them down with shoulder-fired missiles is so great at this point, particularly as the army approaches the southern suburbs of Baghdad. The risk is so great that they just simply will not put up the helicopters, or at least not the Kiowas, which normally fly, weather permitting, with the 7th Cavalry. Paula?
Well, we're going to stay with this picture and hope we can continue to sustain this reporting as you continue to be on the move here. For folks who are just joining us, we are showing the progress of the 3/7th Cav. Walt Rogers has to be very careful, as we will be, to describe exactly where he is. He can't even do anything but a tight shot at this point because he doesn't want to betray any of the landmarks he might be passing on the road to Baghdad. It's also interesting to note that he has described incoming fire coming from both sides of the road, but not from any kind of organized force. He's describing it as resistance fighters. And Bill, as you join us in this discussion, the other thing I think we need to say to keep this all in perspective is that the Pentagon is reminding us this morning that, in its words, it believes the Republican Guard divisions are simply, quote, melting away.
And Paula, we have the benefit, obviously, with computers and satellites and images that come to us in real time out here in Kuwait City, but Walt does not have that. I'm curious to know, Walt, and just so our viewers know, there's a substantial delay on this audio signal here, so give us a bit of patience here. Walt, how much does your unit know about what the Pentagon says is the destruction of the Baghdad and the Medina divisions of the Republican Guard? How much they know about the potential for movements for the Republican Guard, possibly from the north of Baghdad into the capital city? And as you answer that, how much of that is talked about, as much as you can tell us right now? All righty, listen, Walt Rogers traveling with the 7th Cavalry by way of video phone. We've had that signal up for about 40 minutes running right now, but clearly we lost it now. As soon as we can get it back, we'll get it to you. One of the key signs right now giving us an indication, again, that the U.S. military continues to move en masse toward Baghdad. A couple reports earlier out today. CENTCOM did confirm with CNN about 3 hours ago that the U.S. military right now operating in the vicinity of Baghdad. You couple that with a couple things out there also. A Reuters correspondent saying that there were 6 miles, somewhere maybe on the south, maybe on the western edge of the outskirts. Another report out there that U.S. forces were closing in on the airport west of the city. Again, all this stuff unconfirmed on the ground, but this is what we're getting right now. It continues to be the headline of the day as U.S. forces, again, much like yesterday, get closer and closer to the Iraqi capital. We'll keep a close eye on that. As soon as we get Walt back, we'll bring it to you. But for now, let's say hello to Leon Harris. Latest developments, and there are many so far on this Thursday morning. Here's Leon in Atlanta. Good morning.
Good morning, Bill, and good morning, folks. It has been quite a morning. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues with a look now at what's happening this hour, in addition to what you've been watching happen. As Walter Rogers just reported, you saw it, the 7th Cavalry pushing closer and closer to Baghdad right now. Reuters is reporting that some U.S. troops now are as close as 6 miles from the southern edge of the capital city. Military officials say that they have faced little resistance from Iraq's Republican Guard. Now, here's what's happening. We have other news as well to report this morning. Central Command is casting doubt on reports that a U.S. helicopter lost in south-central Iraq was shot down. The Pentagon has reported that a Black Hawk was downed last night, killing 7 people. Central Command says the number of casualties right now is unknown. Now, search is still underway in southern Iraq for the pilot of a U.S. Navy F-18 Hornet. The jet, similar to the one you're seeing here, went down overnight. The pilot is believed to have safely ejected. The cause of that downing is unknown right now. But after the crash, Iraqi TV aired video of what it claimed to be an American plane shot down near Basra. The U.S. military has not commented on whether it's the lost Hornet or not. British forces are unleashing heavy firepower in Basra. Iraqi paramilitary forces were bombarded this morning with long-range artillery as the British continue their advance into the southern city. Coalition forces seized a food warehouse outside of Basra, and that could help to alleviate food shortages among the civilians there. Good news for them. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Thanks so much for being with us today. For those of you who joined us at the top of the hour, we think you've probably been just as riveted as we have been by some pictures that were sent to us by Walt Rogers, who is embedded with the 3/7th Cav. This is what it has looked like as his division, along with the 3rd Infantry Division, has moved in on Baghdad. We have to be very careful, as Walt has been, not to show any of the topographical features along the way that might betray where these troops are right now. About all Walt was able to confirm was that about 2 hours ago he crossed the Euphrates River again, that he did not encounter large rebel guard units. Instead, he described them as freelance Iraqi military out there. He said it is his belief that the Iraqis has dug small foxholes on backcountry roads and in the middle of agricultural fields. That is where they have taken some small arms fire from. He also described having seen at least 20 dead Iraqi soldiers. He said they all had gas masks on them, not wearing them, but at least carrying them. And the reason why that is important, the Pentagon has warned, as U.S. and coalition forces get closer to Baghdad, the threat of the Iraqis using weapons of mass destruction goes up. Walt Rogers saying, while the 3/7th Cav doesn't know exactly what to expect, that certainly is on their minds. Now, Bill, you can please join in and help our audience get a better context of what they're watching, but it was just remarkable as you and I have watched this over the last 40 minutes. If you see the camera do a quick swing from this tight close-up to Walt Rogers' face, it is because they might have been going by something architectural, a mosque or something, that could have put their position at risk.
Yeah.
Bill, this has been amazing to watch, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. Walt has been, as the military likes to say, at the tip of the spear. Essentially, the 7th Cavalry is the scout unit, essentially, for the 3rd Infantry Division. This is the unit that always leads the way for the 3rd ID. They try and find some sort of safe route north, and that's been their primary responsibility for the past 2 weeks running. Once they crossed into Iraq back on the 21st of March, if memory serves me, then moving up to the southern and central part of the country. And now, Walt, apparently somewhere on the outskirts of Baghdad, not quite sure how far outside. I hear something in my ear here, Paul, that might indicate Walt's back. If he is, we'll get our viewers back to him. But he was reporting about the small arms fire on both sides of the road as that M1A1 tank and those Bradley fighting vehicles move their way toward Baghdad. He said there was firing on both sides of the road, perhaps sniper positions. As Walt clearly pointed out, though, those positions taken up by Iraqi soldiers are simply no match for the 70-ton M1A1 tank, largely regarded by the U.S. military as the best tank in the world. There's some other militaries around the world who would disagree with that, but nonetheless, the U.S. is completely confident and comfortable with the M1A1. By the way, it has the capability, Paula, to move 50 miles an hour in open desert and fire from its main turret almost 2 miles downrange. It has enormous capabilities, and now we have seen, as Walt calls it, this wave of steel move north now and encroaching now on the capital city of Baghdad.
As we watch these pictures, we're going to bring General Shepard into our discussion. General Shepard, I was struck by something that Walt described, and once again, he's very limited about what he's allowed to tell us, and for very good reason. We don't want him to compromise the safety of the troops there, but he did describe seeing plumes of smoke in southern Baghdad, which indicated to him the U.S. Air Force is near at hand.
Yeah, Paula, it appears from other reports we've heard that the coalition forces are within 5 or 6 miles of the southern area of Baghdad. We don't know where Walt Rogers is, but from his great reporting, it's obvious that he is not meeting organized resistance that was feared by the coalition forces. In other words, they thought they were going to run into the organized resistance from the Republican Guard divisions that would be well entrenched in Baghdad. That has not happened yet, but much still to play out over the coming hours, Paula. The coalition forces are going to have to be very careful and cautious as they approach Baghdad.
So based on what you're seeing, General Shepard, would that make you inclined to believe there's some truth to the reporting in the New York Times this morning that the Republican Guard has been called back into Baghdad?
I think it's reasonable to assume that they have been called back into Baghdad. The question is there any effective command and control that can coordinate their movement or coordinate the fighting, or are they left on their own and therefore will melt away? Paula, it's a very good possibility that we will see in the next few hours to 2 days what we saw in South Vietnam in 1975, which is the rapid collapse and implosion of the South Vietnamese forces. The same thing could happen to the Republican Guard, and it could be much easier in Baghdad rather than that very, very tough fight that everyone was predicting, Paula.
Well, we learned at the briefing, General Shepard, this morning the coalition airstrikes have heavily bombarded command and control centers, leaving, quote, increasing evidence the regime cannot control forces throughout most of the country. Do you think that is what we're beginning to see right now?
Paul, I believe you're seeing the combined effects of all the military action that's taken place. The things that occur to me are the special forces raids that have enabled us to maintain command and control of coalition forces, command and control of key bridges, command and control of dams, that type of thing, so that they cannot be destroyed, and then selected attacks on leadership and command and control targets all over the country by special operations and the air forces from all of the services, in addition to the very, very rapid movement of the ground forces. All of this is combining to add up to a picture that says the Iraqis are being overwhelmed and cannot control their own forces, Paul.
The other thing that was confirmed at this briefing a little over an hour ago was that special operations forces raided a palace of Saddam Hussein's, I guess about 56 miles outside of the city, a place, I guess, where his son spent a lot of time, too. What is the significance of the announcement of that?
It's very significant. This is the second largest palace, second only to Saddam Hussein's main palace in the area of Tikrit, north of Baghdad. What this says is that coalition forces, special forces, have very, very good intelligence on where things are and where they want to hit. You don't just wander into a palace and start looking around. You have specific objectives that you want to take, and they had the ability to know where to look to get in and get out very fast. Evidently, there were no losses, and they were able to get at least documents, if not capture personnel. So this was a very significant raid, and it indicates the ability of coalition forces to strike anywhere in the country, even at the heart of the regime when General Franks decides he wants to, Paula.
And General Shepard, before we let you go, for folks that weren't with us at the top of the hour, I'd love for you to put into context for them why it is so important that we are watching this reporting that is coming from Walt Rogers of the 3/7th Cav.
Well, I think a couple things. You're getting a sense, first of all, that there is still resistance everywhere, and you're getting a sense of how coalition forces operate. They don't stop every time they're shot at to clear a village or clear an intersection. They move on and they clean up afterwards. This rapid movement allows them to overwhelm Iraqi forces and perhaps even go well past the red line and interdict forces that were going to employ weapons of mass destruction. So I think you're getting a real feeling of combat. You're also getting a good feeling of operational security. Walt Rogers is tight on the commander's tank, a great place to draw fire, but he's not revealing where he is or where the coalition forces are, Paula.
General Shepard, thanks so much. Please stand by because we're going to try to keep up this shot as long as we can. And let's bring Bill now into the conversation. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, yesterday CENTCOM said the dagger is clearly pointed at the Baghdad regime. Today they reiterated by saying there is increasing evidence the regime cannot control its forces, and at the end, Vincent Brooks says, we can't tell who's in charge. If we look at the picture from Walt, and if we pick things up with CNN's Martin Savage embedded with the U.S. Marines, yesterday Marty said the road toward Baghdad from his location was bumper-to-bumper traffic, all military vehicles, almost all from the U.S. Marines. Marty's back by way of video phone to tell us what's happening there now. Marty, good afternoon.
Well, Bill, we just crossed over the Tigris River. We are with the field train, which is part of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, rushing now to catch up with the main body of that element. We are passing through, have passed through the very ancient and also key city of Al-Qut, which is located on the Tigris. This is where it was believed that there were elements of the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard. This morning there was heavy artillery that was focused in this particular area, designed to take out those last remaining pockets of resistance from the Republican Guard. And then the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines went in. We were not able to go with them at that time. We had a cameraman who is up front. We're hoping to link up with him to find out exactly how it went. There was artillery before the Marines went in. There was some supporting artillery again from the Marines as those units went into place, but then things got very quiet. That is a good sign, actually, if you don't have to keep firing the field guns, because it would tend to mean that you're not meeting a lot of opposition, or that whatever opposition they were facing, they were capable of handling with the armored personnel carriers with their 50 cal machine guns, not to mention the Humvees armed with their tow missiles designed to take out armor or bunkers. So getting across the Tigris, moving again, this time heading in the general direction towards Baghdad, is just a continuation of this move. Now, we are sort of a rear element, so you can obviously understand that the Marines have already made a good leap across the Tigris and are continuing to drive on. It's always been their thinking that should they meet opposition, they would peel off specific units to deal with it, but not stop the full force of the drive towards Baghdad. In other words, a leapfrog would be in effect. Other units behind would continue to drive forward, while those forward elements that became engaged would continue to fight. But again, it does not appear that they faced any serious opposition so far. Bill?
Yeah, Marty, we were trying to get the information from Walt's perspective with the Army. What's the Marines' position right now about the relative ease by which they are traveling, and do they believe there could be a trap ahead for them near or in Baghdad?
Well, there is certainly, when you talk to the average Marine here, they will tell you they believe that Saddam Hussein has got another trick up his sleeve. I think that's probably good, cautious thinking on the part of the Marines. They don't like to think it's going to be too easy for them, and there are a great many Marines that say they'd still like to be a part of this fight that haven't had the chance. However, that being said, obviously Marine commanders will take whatever opportunity comes their way, and that's what they say they're cashing in on now. They have seen movement. They have seen changes of position on the part of the Republican Guard. They also know it's been degraded, or its fighting strength has been cut down by airstrikes, that is. So we'll try to keep the camera focused on whatever we may see here, but we just passed by on the other side of the vehicle what appeared to be damaged Iraqi military hardware. But again, if they have seen opportunities, they strike at those opportunities, they see movement, they believe that is an opportunity to strike, and that's what they've been doing. Is this some sort of trap? Well, nobody here is predicting that at this moment, and as the Marines always say, hey, they're ready for anything. Bill?
Yeah, Marty, earlier today, the 3rd ID, members of that unit anyway, were told to put on boots as an added precaution in the event that chemical or biological weapons may be directed in them. I stress there's been no evidence that the Iraqis have used that just yet, but your condition right now with your MOP gear, your chemical weapons gear, what is it at this point?
Same condition as Walt is under. We're in what's called MOP 2. That means MOP 1 is the full chemical suit, pants, and jacket. Then we were told yesterday before we began to move to put on the boots, so that takes us to MOP 2. The only other additional hardware you would put on would be the face mask and then finally the gloves. We haven't come to that level yet, but certainly out of precaution, because they know that there is this red zone the Pentagon has envisioned. Nobody wants to take any chances. Nobody second guess. They err on the side of caution, so we do the same. And we have worn these chem suits, it should be pointed out, and did wear boots from the moment it kicked off. Now, the boots were taken off after a couple of days, but we have been in chem suits ever since the ground offensive began. Bill?
Marty, thanks. Martin Savage again by way of video phone with photographer Scott McGuinty on the road to Baghdad. Marty's with the Marines there, and Paula, earlier today, the information minister in Baghdad said that any reports of the U.S. military getting closer on the outskirts of Baghdad were just quote-unquote silly. He says there is no evidence to indicate that, but clearly we can see through Walt and Marty that it's happening as we speak.
Yeah, what we're not certain of, or if we are, can't report, is obviously how close to the southern edge of the city there. Thanks, Bill. Coming up, urban combat with the Battle of Baghdad looming closer. What lessons is the U.S. military drawing from Israel's experience? That's coming up. Please stay with us.
In a world of computer confusion, 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So,
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
You're looking at a live picture of downtown Baghdad, 5:47 p.m. in Iraq. The military is getting ready for a potentially dangerous kind of urban combat in Baghdad. Coalition commanders are reportedly studying tactics used by Israeli forces in urban settings in Lebanon and on the West Bank. Joining us now from Washington with more terrorism expert, Shmuel Bar of the Institute of Political and Strategy in Israel. Thanks so much for being with us this morning, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
And as we have just seen, U.S. forces getting closer and closer to Baghdad, what is it, do you think, coalition forces can learn about Israel's experience in urban combat?
I think we have to be rather cautious about drawing analogies, but in general there are two main differences between our experience and the Americans' experience. The first is, of course, the American forces versus the Israeli forces. We didn't have a strategy of changing an ingrained political culture and changing a regime in a country. When we embarked on our Peace of Galilee operation in Beirut, we refrained from entering Beirut just for the very reason that you are hesitant regarding the entrance to Baghdad. At that point, we felt that we could use the support of local forces, the Christian forces, and of course we made a very bad mistake in that.
Well, let's talk about some of the risks that U.S. soldiers and British soldiers are up against here. We all know that 4 American soldiers lost their lives last week in a car bombing, and I know you have said that it is nearly impossible to protect the troops against that kind of action, particularly at a time when you're trying to prove to civilians you're there as a liberator and not an invader.
This is probably the main problem of holding the higher moral ground and at the same time trying to perform as a military would perform according to military logic. The military logic, of course, says that when you see somebody coming near you and you're not aware of his intentions and you have a split second to decide, then you have to take action. The more that you do that and the more mistakes of that sort you have, the more you're turning the population against you, and of course you are creating more of the resistance or suicide bombers. I wouldn't equate the sort of suicide bombing that you have seen in Iraq today, in the last few days, with what we have seen. An action by a military officer, an Iraqi military officer, isn't the same as the situation of political correctness of suicide bombing that we see among the Palestinians and the Lebanese. You have to be very, very careful not to reach the point where such a political correctness of suicide attacks develops in Iraq.
That's a very good point, and the Pentagon making it very clear to all of us listening to those briefings that the hardest part of this journey comes next. Shmuel Bar, thank you very much for your insights this morning. Appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thank you very much.
Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
Paul, I want to get back to Walt Rogers as soon as we get that signal reestablished by way of video phone traveling in the direction of Baghdad. Again, if you were with us a short time ago, Walt was introducing us by way of speaking to the tank commander who is in front of his Humvee, the tank commander of that giant M1A1 tank. Here's what Walt reported 35 minutes ago.
You're looking at a tank which is the troop leader's tank of the Apache troop of the 7th Cavalry. The 2 soldiers aboard that tank, if you can see them, on the left is the tank loader Marcusio Posey. I know he's from Alabama. And on the right is Captain Clay Lyle. He's the commander of the Apache troop. They have been firing pretty regularly, as I say, for 30 to 45 minutes on both sides of the road. And there are a goodly number, I cannot be precise again for security reasons, a goodly number of armored vehicles ahead and behind our position in this armored column.
So Clay Lyle is the tank commander on board, and his wife Stephanie Lyle now joins us by way of telephone. She's back in Fort Stewart, Georgia. Stephanie, how's your husband doing right now?
It looks like they're doing good. It's strange to be able to see this on TV.
Yeah, listen, you were with us last week. I know it must be very strange. I got to think before this thing began, you never thought you'd see it this way, huh?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, do you have concerns right now, knowing that your husband is getting ever so closer to Baghdad?
Yeah, I think it's normal to be concerned, and I am concerned, but I, still feel very confident that they'll all be okay and they'll be home soon.
Yeah, when you say they'll be home soon, we've heard from so many who say the target, the bullseye is Baghdad. The sooner the military gets there, the sooner they can come home. Your last time you saw your husband was when, Stephanie?
The last time I saw my husband was January 21st.
Wow, January 20. When you got a chance to speak to him by way of CNN last week, what kind of a feeling did that give you, and what was your conversation, if you can relay that to our viewers right now that was live on our air?
It was good to talk to him. It was good to hear his voice. He sounded good, and he sounded confident. And it makes me feel better to be able to see them. It makes, it helps me to know they're okay.
Yeah, Stephanie, prior to the beginning of this war, did Clay believe that he would be helping lead the charge, essentially, toward Baghdad? Did he know that at the time?
Well, that is the mission of the cavalry. So they were prepared for whatever they had to do.
All right. Well, listen, I don't know if you have any children or not, but if you do, are they aware of what's happening right now?
I have a 2-year-old daughter, and she knows that her dad is not here. She knows he's in Iraq, and I just tell her, that he's doing his job and he'll be home soon.
Yeah, Stephanie, quickly before I let you go, at Fort Stewart, what's the mood there today, knowing that things have taken a decided turn in the past few days here?
Everybody's really positive. We know that our soldiers train hard when they're back here, and that training is paying off, and I think it will continue to pay off.
Stephanie, thanks. Stephanie Lyle on the telephone, Fort Stewart, Georgia. It is her husband, Clay Lyle, that is driving that M1A1 tank in front of Walt Rogers and our CNN crew there, moving toward Baghdad. And again, to our viewers, just as soon as we can establish contact again with Walt, we'll bring you his latest report. Paula, now back to you in New York.
Thanks, Bill. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, we're going to introduce you to a British reporter who went inside one of Saddam Hussein's torture chambers. His observations straight out of the break.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
The persistence of 135 years of experience. The performance that has enabled us to work with more than half the Fortune 500. The strength of one of the largest financial services companies in America. Strength of Pacific Life.
Welcome back. British troops fighting door-to-door in southern Iraq are making some unsettling discoveries. Clive Myrie takes us inside an Iraqi police station that is now in the hands of coalition forces.
Outside a police station in southern Iraq stands a mural of this country's leader. Saddam Hussein's dreaded internal security police were based here. This cabinet is locked. Saddam's portrait adorned every room. Not anymore. And downstairs, cells. This one barely 4 feet by 8 with no windows and a filthy pillow and mattress. In other rooms, hooks hang from the ceiling. This room is bare but for 2 old tires and an electricity cable. We are later told a torturer might use the tires to stand on while water is poured on the floor and the prisoner electrocuted. And in this room are the identity cards of scores of Iraqi men, aged between 20 and 40. It's a crime here not to have your ID card with you at all times. Why do these men no longer need theirs? We later found one man who didn't want to be identified, who gave up some of the secrets of the police station. He tells me there was a tariff system. If you committed a crime but paid enough money, you wouldn't be tortured. We've spent days trying to find more people willing to speak on the record about torture in Saddam Hussein's Iraq. This man would only talk to us within the safety of a Royal Marines commando base. And if he was a prison guard and Saddam Hussein walked into his jail, I'd cut him into 50 pieces, he tells me. In the distance, as smoke rises from a battlefield, Iraq's tools of repression are being taken away. Clive Myrene, Abu al-Qasib, southern Iraq.
A lot of folks warned us that that was what was going to be found once troops got to Iraq. There you have it. Coming up, the diary of a human shield. A peace activist who faced heavy bombardment in Baghdad will tell us what she saw in a city under siege. Please stay with us.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight, with U.S. troops nearing Baghdad, European and Arab reporters on what the rest of the world thinks. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
I looked up and there they were. Termites.
Bees. Ants. Mice. Yuck.
I called Western Pest Services.
They were here faster
Then you can say.
With Western's free inspection, customized solutions, and pest-free money-back guarantee, there's nothing to lose, except the pests.
So, no more.
Ants. Bees.
Termites.
Thank goodness.
Western.
Works. Works for me.
Put Western Pest Services to work for you. Call 1-800-544-BUGS.
They were inspected 2 years ago.
Well, you should have your brakes checked every year.
You know, there's a big difference in the quality of brake parts. Bargain brakes are no bargain. That's why I trust my car to Jim, because he only uses Raybestos brand brakes.
I'm never taking my car to another place again.
I've earned my customers' trust by only installing premium quality Raybestos brakes.
A life-saving reminder from Raybestos.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good morning, folks. Leon Harris here in the CNN newsroom. Coverage of the war in Iraq continues now with a look at what's happening this hour. U.S. forces now rapidly closing in on Baghdad. As Walter Rogers reported, the 307th Cavalry is taking some small arms fire, but it's pushing closer and closer to the capital. Reuters says that some U.S. troops now are as close as 6 miles away from the southern edge of Baghdad. Central Command says it doesn't believe a U.S. helicopter lost in south-central Iraq was downed by hostile fire. Earlier, the Pentagon said that a Black Hawk was shot down last night, killing 7 people. CENTCOM says the number of casualties now unknown. It's still unclear if whether a U.S. Navy FA-18C Hornet that was lost over southern Iraq was shot down. That jet crashed early today. The search and rescue mission now underway for the pilot, who's believed to have ejected out of there safely. After securing the Numania Air Base in central Iraq, the 1st Battalion, 7th Marine Unit pushing north to Baghdad. CNN's Martin Savage tells us that U.S. helicopters are now landing at the air base that's some 85 miles away from the capital. And Jessica Lynch, she says that she can't wait to get home to West Virginia. The 19-year-old Army private spoke to her parents yesterday by telephone from a hospital in Germany. Greg Lynch, her dad, says that when he talked to his daughter, she hadn't eaten in 8 days. And as you might imagine, she was hungry. She was rescued Tuesday from an Iraqi hospital. The Washington Post reports that she shot several Iraqi soldiers before she herself was captured. All right, coming up in the next hour, U.S. forces edge toward the outskirts of Baghdad, and we'll tell you what kind of resistance they're facing from Saddam Hussein's elite Republican Guard. And we'll go live to the Pentagon for more on that search and rescue operation underway for the pilot of the jet that went down over Iraq. And U.S. forces seize an Iraqi air base, as we said, about 85 miles southeast of Baghdad. We'll talk more about that and why it's important. And the latest coming in from our embedded reporters as well as our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning. Welcome. Glad to have you with us on this very busy morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. The Iraqi information minister says the approach of U.S. forces towards Baghdad is, quote, an illusion. Well, we have been watching that approach this morning from the point of view of two of our embedded reporters, and it certainly looks real from here. By all accounts, U.S. forces are in the so-called red zone around Baghdad. If you have been watching with us, you know these pictures are coming to us from Walt Rogers, who was with the 3/7th Cav on a road into Baghdad. Walter cannot tell us specific geographic information because any details of the landscape could give away the position of U.S. troops to the Iraqis. We have also heard from CNN's Martin Savage. He is with the Marine 1st Battalion. Martin has crossed the Tigris River headed toward Baghdad. He tells us that this Marine unit has crossed through pockets of Republican Guard resistance. He tells us he's hearing of movement and changes in position from Republican Guard units, and many Marines think the Iraqis have a trick up their sleeve. A lot to cover this morning, along with my colleague Bill Hemmer, who joins us from Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Well, good morning, Paula. A lot indeed, and the movements right now that we're watching outside of Baghdad, absolutely fascinating. We heard some of this yesterday, but again today, we'll be even closer to the Iraqi capital. Central Command conducted its briefing 2 hours ago. Our viewers, if you were here with us then, you heard General Vincent Brooks talk about how Special Forces have helped to secure a dam, some bridges too, apparently a presidential palace about 56 miles outside of Baghdad. A Chinook landed there. They checked the place out and left a short time later. Also, he says Special Forces operating in the north between the road between Baghdad and Tikrit. You mentioned Walter Rogers. Walt saying with the 3/7th Cav right now, they continue to move toward Baghdad, coming under fire, mostly small arms fire on the side of the road from sniper locations, taking on the 3/7th Cavalry at this point. In the southeast, the British are now saying that they continue to hit targets in the town of Basra, taking on targets like the Ba'ath Party loyalists, irregular troops in that area. Getting word today again that some oil wells have been burning there, trying right now, the British are trying to extinguish those. As you mentioned, Paula, a lot going on. It's early in the day here for you back there in New York anyway, and what a day it's been already. Talk to you again in a couple minutes.
Thanks so much, Bill. We're going to go straight to Martin Savage in central Iraq with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. He joins us now. Martin, what's going on?
Well, the U.S. Marines have now secured the key city of Al-Qut. Al-Qut is located on the Tigris River. It is one of the last rivers you're going to be crossing before you get towards Baghdad. It is very ancient and a very crucial city because of its geographic location. Also thought it could have been a key city when it came to some sort of fight on the part of the Republican Guard. It was the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard that was headquartered in this particular region. However, no indications of heavy fighting, but certainly if you take a look over here, all the indications of a clear U.S. military Marine buildup already in this particular area. We are beyond Al-Qut now, continuing to push north. We are to the east or southeast of Baghdad. Relative distance here, not accurate, but would be about 40 miles away and closing, as the Marines would like to say. There is a very large military presence in this region now. As we drove up this road, we did pass by burned out Iraqi tanks, also burned out Iraqi armored personnel carriers, what appeared to be artillery positions, and trucks and ammunition that were blown up. This may have come as a result of the early barrage of artillery that came from the Marines this morning. Then the ground units moved in, another burst of artillery coming from the Marines, and then things got quiet, an indication that if there was a fight, it was short, and if there was any cleanup operation required militarily, the Marines were capable of handling with their own units, such as the very mobile tow missiles in the back of Humvees and armored personnel carriers. Paula?
Martin, we're going to break away from your report for just about 20 seconds to give our audience an idea of what the president is up to today. He is now boarding Air Force One with the First Lady. He will visit Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, a little bit later on today, where he will meet privately with family members of some of the 13 known war dead from that base. Back to Marty now. Now, Marty, why don't we pick up with where you were talking about the whole issue of what kind of resistance you've met so far, in reports indicating that the Iraqi military leadership has called the Republican Guard back into Baghdad.
Well, this is something that is also being talked about here. Obviously, they expected more of a fight than they have received. The Marines are always prepared for the hardest fight, just in case it doesn't necessarily go that way. It's always a bonus. They did expect more of a fight than they got here in Al-Qut. Could it be that the forces that were here were already degraded because of airstrikes and artillery? Maybe. Could it be that they folded and run? Well, that remains to be seen. Or could it be that they were called back to Baghdad? We've basically got three options there. You can take your pick at this particular point. What we obviously will do is continue to push on to Baghdad. The Marines are going at it from the east side, and you've got the Army going up from the west side. I'm not a statistician, and I'm not giving away any plan here, but it would look like an encirclement, or at least an attempt to try to enclose around much of Baghdad is underway. Paula?
General McChrystal warning yesterday, the closer coalition troops get to the core of the Iraqi regime, the greater the likelihood of weapons of mass destruction potentially being used. What is it that the Marines are prepared for?
Well, the Marines yesterday, as we began to move all the way up to here, were first told as they boarded their various vehicles to go into MOP 2. We've always had the chem suits on, had it on since the very first day of the ground offensive. MOP 2 means we put on the rubber boots. The next step after that would be, of course, face masks, and then finally gloves. So there was another indication passed to us last night, double checking with everyone. We don't know what triggered that, whether there was specific intelligence or whether there was something that military forces had seen, but there was a new warning issued to all the troops. Make sure you're prepared, make sure your gear is ready, make sure it's very close at hand. So far, though, no one has had to go any farther than MOP 2, which is the way we're dressed now. Paula?
Martin Savage, thanks so much for the update. And Bill, as I go back to you, I guess our viewers have a very good idea of the pace at which coalition troops are moving now towards Baghdad.
Yeah, and also we heard from CENTCOM earlier today, Paula, that they say right now there is some repositioning occurring with these Republican Guard divisions, and they also say that they have a pretty good intelligence read right now as to where they're moving, and that really is the essential question as the Army and also the Marines get closer and closer to Baghdad. Barbara Starr might be able to answer some of those questions for us as to where they're moving, where they've gone, and why. Barbara's live at the Pentagon now. Good morning there.
Good morning to you, Bill. Well, just to set the big picture here a little bit, several sources are now openly acknowledging, military sources, that U.S. troops are within 10 miles of Baghdad on the road today. They are also telling us, many sources, that U.S. troops either are at the Baghdad airport or will be there shortly, that this is a key target. This is not really a big secret at this point. This is where they're going to move to first, after punching through some of the Republican Guard units over the last several days. Now, what sources tell us is that the Republican Guard units are still trying to reposition and defend themselves south of the city, but they are being hit by U.S. forces before they can do that. Many instances now, sources say, of Republican Guard forces apparently just melting away. In one instance earlier today, apparently more than 50 Republican Guard troops near Al-Qut boarded a bus, drove to U.S. lines, and basically surrendered. There are two indicators, officials believe, of just how bad the Republican Guard is doing at the moment. And that is this. They are seeing these Republican Guard divisions now begin to meld together, forces moving sporadically on the battlefield, trying to get to other forces to reposition. No longer really clear definition to these 6 Republican Guard divisions that we've talked about over the last several days. That's quite unusual. They also say the other unusual thing they're seeing on the battlefield is regular Army forces now beginning to try and also reposition. And now these regular Army forces may be doing this under some duress, it is believed, but it would be an indication that the Iraqi regime is in dire straits enough militarily to turn to the regular Army forces to do that. Now, earlier today at the Central Command briefing, There was a lot of very interesting video on some of the U.S. Special Operations raids that have been conducted over the last 24 hours. One of them we're about to show you here. This was a Special Operations raid against a location called Tharthar Palace, 56 miles south of Baghdad, a residence known to be used by Saddam Hussein and his sons. U.S. Special Forces moved in there last night, very clearly hoping to find either Saddam, one of his sons, or one of the top leaders. They did not find anyone. You see a CH-47 helicopter there with some very interesting night sight video. There was some fire as they moved in, but then they moved through the palace, we are told, and didn't really find anybody there, although they did take some documents. There is a lot of Special Forces activity, as we understand it, throughout the region, partially just a real effort to continue to unsettle what is left of the leadership. Bill?
Barbara, listen, we've been watching this military movement, and it's pretty much shrouded another story that's out there. A word of an F-18, a fighter jet, shot down in the skies over Iraq, single-seater, one pilot on board. No indication as to his whereabouts, no word on a search and rescue crew right now as to whether or not they've come up either empty-handed or with a positive retrieval. There was a question at CENTCOM that wanted to know whether or not a Patriot missile may have taken down this F-18. Is there anything more on that possibility at the Pentagon?
Well, there is an undercurrent here. I must tell you that this is now very seriously being looked into, whether it is possible a U.S. Patriot missile operating in Iraq may have, of course, tragically and accidentally targeted this U.S. F-18. Sources telling us this morning this is something that they are now very seriously looking into. They don't have final word on it. The combat search and rescue effort does remain underway. The Navy is extremely sensitive about any of the details on that, so we'll leave it at that. But the question of the Patriot is now being very seriously looked into, and of course that would be the second incident during this war in which a U.S. Patriot misfired and struck a coalition aircraft, if this instance proves to be correct. Bill?
Barbara, we'll be in touch later. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. A British tornado was shot from the sky a little more than a week ago, crossing back into Kuwaiti airspace. Two British pilots died as a result of that incident. In a moment here, a multitude of questions right now as the coalition gets closer and closer to Baghdad. What happens inside the city limits? We'll talk to Major General Don Shepard about what's on his mind regarding that when our coverage continues. Back in a moment with more.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hunka, hunka, hullabaloo. You're invited to a celebration of your favorite cartoons on the big screen.
Hullabaloo! But of course!
We're calling it Hullabaloo. Aren't you glad you finally know what that word means?
Comcast presents Cartoon Network's Johnny Bravo Night at the Phantoms game on Friday, April 4th at 7 p.m. Call 215-336-2000.
We've been together a long time. From the original spin to the latest groove and olney. From the first flyers to the flyboys of the great Northeast. From one giant step to baby steps in South Philly. From the birth of jazz to our birthday. For the past 150 years, we've always been beneficial to you.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And welcome back. 16 minutes after the hour. What dangers will coalition forces face as they move into Baghdad? Let's go straight to our military desk. Our own military analyst, Major General Don Shepard, is standing by at CNN Center. General, it's been a pretty busy morning, hasn't it?
It has indeed, Paula. If I can go to the map and give you the big questions that, from a military standpoint, are on the minds of most military here, I'm going to do a little telestrating. Remember, we had the the Baghdad division that was over in this location of Al-Qut reportedly being wiped out, or at least combat ineffective. The Medina right here wiped out. Now the big question is where are the other 4 divisions? Up here we had the Adnan division in the vicinity of Tikrit. Right here we had the Nebuchadnezzar infantry division and 2 armored divisions, the Hammurabi down here and the Al-Nida division. The location of those 4 divisions is unknown. It's perhaps they have been called back into Baghdad to, quote, set a trap. But if that is the case, the Iraqis have to be able to command and control and lead and direct the movement of those divisions. Now, to do that, we have, from a coalition standpoint, air power covering that area. So every time they try to move, they're being hit by air. And, of course, their communications are being intercepted. It appears to me that what may be developing is a rapid collapse and implosion of the Iraqi forces, but it's really too early to say that. There still could be some surprises and hard fighting in the vicinity of Baghdad, Paula.
General, I was just fascinated by some of the descriptions that Barbara Starr just gave us from the Pentagon, and she talked about some of these Republican Guard units melding together, and that there is no clear definition of any of these 6 units now.
Indeed. What may have happened is that the coalition has simply destroyed their capability for the divisions to talk amongst themselves, between themselves, and there's no clear leadership at the top telling them what to do. So they're left to their own devices, if you will. We simply don't know their location or what's happened to them yet, Paula.
The other thing she described were these 50 troops near the town of Al-Qut who basically, I guess they were members of a Republican Guard unit, boarded a bus and then ended up surrendering.
Yeah, I believe as operations continue and you see coalition forces closing in and surrounding Baghdad, that you will see more and more of this, where organized Republican Guard units, remainders of regular Iraqi army units, basically say, hey, it's all over, and you'll see them basically surrender and start to surrender in large numbers or meld back into the population to be sorted out later, Paula.
All right, General Shepard, we're going to show some remarkable pictures fed to us by Walt Rogers a little bit earlier on this morning. I believe it was the top of our 8 o'clock hour as he moved in towards Baghdad with the 3/7th Cav. And he described some of the light fire they were taking from what he thought were sort of a ragtag band of freelancers who had burrowed holes along the road or even in agricultural fields to try to strike at coalition forces. But he also said that he witnessed seeing over 20 dead Iraqi soldiers, all of whom had gas masks at hand. Now, help us put that into focus along with what General McChrystal said yesterday. Once you start striking at the core of the Iraqi regime in Baghdad, the chances that the Iraqis will use weapons of mass destruction will increase.
Yeah, indeed, Paula. The Iraqi forces know that the coalition forces do not have gas weapons. The fact that they have those gas masks of their own leads the coalition to believe that they are preparing to launch weapons of mass destruction, gas attacks, if you will, against the coalition forces as they approach and got close to Baghdad. The coalition forces expected this. There was a lot of talk about this red line. Nobody knew where the red line was, but the concept was as Baghdad was threatened and they felt that they had no other choice, they would start to launch these weapons of mass destruction. It could be that the movement of coalition forces has been so rapid that you have simply overrun the capability of the Republican Guard forces to mass artillery to launch gas attacks. However, it's still a little bit too early to say that that possibility is gone.
I think that's smart to say that. General Shepard, thanks so much. See you a little bit later on this morning. Time to talk business now. We're going to get our first look at some of the news that will be moving the markets today, and Andy Serwer is the man to do just that. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Paula. First of all, the news moving the markets is the war news, and we've been seeing that over the past couple days. The markets were up strongly yesterday, a 200-point rally on the Dow, and futures are also up this morning, pointing to a much higher open. However, on the negative side, SARS, this global disease problem, really seems to be impacting the economy both in Asia and in the United States. Want to get you up to date on what's going on there. Really a big situation here when it comes to U.S. companies such as Motorola, Hewlett-Packard, Intel, and Lucent, all reporting closures of their facilities in Asia. A lot of U.S. companies and companies abroad in Europe are banning travel to Asia. Luxury good makers such as Coach and Tiffany's and all sorts of other companies reporting sales are down in Asia. And most significantly, GDP is anticipated to really be taking a hit in these Asian companies, could be impacting the U.S. an economist from Morgan Stanley saying that it could even cause a global recession. Of course, the airlines are getting buffeted by this very strongly. Some companies are banning handshakes. It's a real mess, and the problem is most acute on the West Coast, where companies are getting shipments of components from tech companies over in Asia. So this is really something to watch, and unfortunately, it's just another blow, particularly for the airline industry.
We've also heard, I guess yesterday, the flight attendants union is going to ask that they be able to wear latex gloves.
Right.
And masks on flights. You got to wonder what kind of psychological impact that would have on the average flyer flying internationally, or whether this is ever, attempted domestically.
It's having a huge impact. Continental CEO Gordon Bethune yesterday saying that he's considering banning flights of his airline from Newark to Hong Kong. Traffic to the PAC Rim is down 30% from the U.S. And actually, Paula, the World Health Organization is suggesting that travelers avoid Hong Kong and provinces in China as well, the first time they've ever done that. So it's a very serious situation, and it's not yet under control, and the economic impact is substantial.
Didn't take long for that to have an economic impact, did it? We just started hearing about that a couple weeks ago.
That's right.
Andy Serwer, thanks so much. Hey, I'm sorry I trashed out the desk today.
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff there,
like
Paula.
a little overloaded with paper here. I'll clean it up for your next appearance.
Great, thanks.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIX.
In a world of computer confusion, 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Very joyous town of Palestine, West Virginia, on the news that Jessica Lynch is eventually going to come home. What a brave young woman. Did you hear about the injury she sustained?
Did you hear about the fighting she did at the end? Fired until she had no bullets left in the gun, according to published accounts, was going to fight to the death. She was captured, but she was one tough cookie, apparently.
God bless her.
Yeah, and she's going to be all right, it looks like. We have some other items this morning. Voices of America, they're called here on American Morning. Home front responses to the ongoing war in Iraq. We begin in Oklahoma. A story of sacrifice in wartime. Cassandra Stocksdale gave birth to her first child, a daughter, Alexis Jane Denise, on the left in that shot, but without her husband. John Stocksdale is on the front lines in Iraq.
I cried there for a moment because he wasn't there with me.
Since her husband couldn't be there for Alexis' birth, his parents have stepped in to help with their new granddaughter, and it looks as though mother and daughter are doing okay there. So, Voices of America on a morning when it looks like things are going well for the coalition troops over there. That's good.
When you got to see some of the family members of Jessica Lynch talk yesterday, what went through your mind?
Oh, just, they said it was a miraculous thing, and I guess it was. They said it was the first American prisoner of war ever rescued since World War II, successfully rescued. They've tried these things before, but never with this success. So I guess miracle maybe isn't too strong a word, huh?
Miracle's a great word. When you heard her father talk, and welcome Jeffrey Toobin, he was saying that when he got the first call, he thought it was some cruel April Fool's Day joke. And he said he actually went through the process writing some numbers down of the military folks that just called them to make sure this wasn't some bad joke.
When you heard that these people were taken prisoner, I mean, in your heart, did you have any thought that this would end happily like this? I sure didn't. But
the family certainly never gave up hope. You're along to talk about something that's going on in Oregon that may have some implications all over the country. What is the issue?
Interesting. An Oregon legislator has proposed that if you protest, if you disrupt traffic, if you do what protesters do, they're going to call it terrorism and increase the penalties from a minimum of 25 to life. That's the proposal that's before the Oregon legislature. Now, the interesting thing about this proposal is that I don't think it's unconstitutional on its face, because it doesn't just apply to anti-war protests. It doesn't have a content-based restriction, as the lawyers say. It doesn't, just penalize anti-war protesters, but allow other kinds of protests. That doesn't mean it's a good idea. It's a pretty horrendous idea, as virtually all of the Oregon establishment, the police, have said, we don't want these kind of penalties. But it just shows the kind of anger that's out there about anti-war protests.
Is there any middle ground here?
There is. I mean, one of the things that, the NYPD, the Washington police have learned is that protests are a part of American life. People have the right to protest. And you can work with people so that they get to protest and a city gets to continue with its everyday operations. I mean, Portland has had a lot of disruption, and they're not as used to this. And I think good police work, good community relations is a much better substitute than, absurdly draconian penalties. But it's not unconstitutional.
Jeffrey Toobin, Jack Cafferty, good to see the two of you.
Good to be seen.
I haven't seen you in a while. I bet it is. Oh, boy. Back to Bill in Kuwait City.
You guys are having all the fun back there in New York. In a moment here, we're going to bring in an Australian woman who is just out of Baghdad. She went there to serve as a human shield, was situated near a water treatment facility near Baghdad. She's now out. We'll talk to her why she's out, and we'll try and get a read at least on what some people within Baghdad are saying about the U.S. Back in a moment with that and more.
This is your captain speaking. Today we'll be cruising at a safe and comfortable altitude, so sit back, relax, breathe normally, and enjoy the flight. And thanks for trying Cruise America RV Rental.
Why put up with airports when you could assume command of your own Cruise America RV rental? Enjoy real first-class legroom and more personal amenities than a 747. Come fly with Cruise America RV Rentals and take off anytime you want to anywhere you want. And best of all, you're the captain.
Hi, Joe. Hi, FedEx guy. Let's get to work.
So it can store up to 1,000 addresses. It lets you print labels and find a drop box. It can email you when the package has been delivered and more. FedEx.com is just like having your own FedEx guy.
Hey.
Yeah?
Kind of freaked me out, man.
Leon Harris here in the CNN Center. Here's what's happening at this hour. Coalition forces are rapidly approaching Baghdad now from several fronts. Walter Rogers is reporting now that the 37th Cavalry is taking some small arms fire as it pushes its way closer and closer to the capital. Pentagon sources tell CNN that troops are at or closing in on Baghdad Airport. That's located on the southern outskirts of the capital. Now, there are some conflicting reports coming in this morning on just why a U.S. helicopter went down in south-central Iraq. The Pentagon says the Black Hawk was down by a hostile fire last night, killing 7 people. But CENTCOM in Doha, Qatar, says that it doesn't believe it was shot down. It says the number of casualties as well is unknown. Pentagon officials are looking into whether a U.S. Patriot missile may have mistakenly shot down a U.S. Navy FA-18C Hornet. The jet is similar to the one you're seeing here in these pictures, and it went down about 18 hours ago in southern Iraq. Search is underway right now for the pilot. We believe he did eject safely. Now, after that crash, Iraqi TV aired video of what it claimed to be an American plane shot down near Basra. The U.S. military has not yet commented on whether it's the lost Hornet. Informants tell U.S. Marines that Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid recently held resistance meetings in the hospital where Jessica Lynch was held captive. The general is the man known as Chemical Ali. He's the one who ordered the use of the chemical weapons on Kurds back in 1988. Private First Class Jessica Lynch, as you should know by now, was rescued from the hospital on Tuesday. The Washington Post reports this morning that Lynch shot several Iraqi soldiers before being captured.
She didn't stop shooting until she ran out of ammo, they say. Coming up this morning, a preview of the president's visit today to the Marine base at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. And door-to-door in Baghdad. General Don Shepard's going to be along to tell us all about the dangers of urban warfare. And celebrities paying a price for voicing their opposition to the war? Our Jeff Greenfield has some answers for us on that. That and much, much more just ahead as our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning and welcome. Glad to have you with us this morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. U.S. Central Command in Qatar says it is becoming increasingly evident that the Iraqi regime can no longer control its forces or its people. U.S. forces are getting very close to Baghdad this morning, facing light resistance. Our reporter Walt Rogers is with the Army's 37th Cav on a road into Baghdad. Central Command says U.S. forces are not being seriously challenged. Now, in case you missed it, CENTCOM provided 2 video clips at this briefing this morning showing successful special ops raids on 2 Iraqi facilities. This is the seizure of the Hadida Dam, northwest of Baghdad. It had been rigged with explosives that could, if had been triggered, have caused a flood down the Euphrates River Valley. Then there is this view of a special ops raid on one of Saddam Hussein's palaces about 60 miles outside of the city. CENTCOM says the raid on the Farthar Palace did not yield any Iraqi leaders, but documents were taken that may be of use to U.S. forces. A lot to cover this morning, along with my colleague Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Hello, Paula. We're in for another one today, boy. Walt Rogers back by way of video phone. I believe there's an extended delay on this, but Walt's back up now. Let's check in with him. 7th Cav somewhere moving toward Baghdad, perhaps on the outskirts, not quite sure exactly. Walt, what's happening now?
Hello, Bill. We have been under the some rather erratic, but at times heavy, small arms fire. You just saw the tank in front of us shoot a 120-millimeter projectile up the road ahead of us. We have to stay fairly tight on that tank. We cannot show you where we are. That is, we cannot disclose the landscape or topographical features according to the Pentagon's rules, but you get a pretty good idea of what's been going on since you lost us about an hour ago. There have been Iraqi soldiers in pockets beside the road firing rocket-propelled grenades in the direction of the convoy. A short while ago, my cameraman, Charlie Miller, who's shooting the pictures of the tank ahead of us, Charlie and I were sitting in our vehicle, and I saw sparks about 20 feet beside us in the dirt. It was obviously an AK-47. Some Iraqi soldier in the distance tried to creep up behind us and was shooting. Again, I saw 2 or 3 small arms projectiles hit the road beside us, causing sparks, injuring none of us at this point. But it has been very, very heavy fire off and on. We're now being told we have to back up. Whatever the tank in front of us was shooting at apparently was not hit. Again, we're pulling back just some distance. About a mile or so up, I see a very large plume of black smoke. Again, we can't be very sure of what's happening around us, except that we are with the 7th Cavalry, and they are shooting in rather sporadically in all directions, and you saw that 120-millimeter shell go off. Bill?
Walt, stick with us a second here. Prior to your last report, which came about 90 minutes ago, had you taken any fire at all as you moved along that road?
Sure, the whole time. We've been under fire for 2 hours, Bill. Mostly small arms and rocket-propelled grenades, and I believe we saw a mortar as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Walt, but just to be specific here, you were moving, I'm not quite sure how long you've been moving prior to that 2-hour period, but this shooting 120 minutes ago, 90 minutes ago, did it begin at that point, or had you taken on fire prior to?
I think the 90 minutes ago you referred to was the beginning of it. As soon as we came up on the video phone, we were under fire and have been under fire off and on ever since. And that fire is light machine gun, AK-47, small arms, automatic rifles, a rocket-propelled grenade, and the occasional mortar. Bill?
Yeah, Walt, also with regard to the Republican Guard divisions right now, we're told 2 have been destroyed. That still leaves the open issue as to what's happening with the other 4. As you travel with those soldiers, how much do they talk about the possibility that the Republican Guard or even the Special Republican Guard may be laying in wait in Baghdad, Walt?
Talking with the officers of the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry over the last week and a half, it was always generally known the position of the Adnan division, the Hammurabi division, Nebuchadnezzar, and there's one other division. And throughout that period of time, we have generally known and seen on the maps where these divisions were. So yes, the Army has been aware of those divisions. Where they too may have folded into the city. Are you still there?
Yeah, sure am, Walt. Keep going, please.
Bill, are you still there?
Sure am, Walt. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, we'll take the delay here and allow you to continue recording.
Okay, we're moving. Right, okay, well, because of some of the topography around us, some of the landmarks, Charles Miller has put the camera back on me in the back seat of our vehicle. Again, you can see how cramped we are in here. And as I say, for an hour and a half at least, we've been under small arms fire. But what the Iraqis do is they build bunkers in the middle of a road or on the edge of a road, and then they commence firing at the convoy as it comes up the road. We're now rolling over one of those bunkers. You've just heard a shot go off close to us. That may have been from a burned out 20 millimeter at the convoy as it came up the road, and then the 7th Cavalry hit the position, and there's been burning ammunition going off like a huge fireworks display, again, for the better part of an hour or so. We're not sure where we're going now or the direction, but there has been fairly stiff resistance, not on any force level, that is to say, nothing larger than a few squads, but the Iraqis are trying to put up resistance and block the northward passage of the 7th Cavalry. Again, rocket-propelled grenades coming at the vehicle and at the tank in front of us. Also, we've seen mortars and small arms fire. There's another rifle that...
All right, I'm not sure if Walt's still with us. If he is, let me know and we'll get back to him. I'm going to try a question here, Walt, if you can still hear me. When you went to, oh, he's gone. Okay, our apologies. We'll try and get Walt back. Oftentimes we have seen, Paula, when the Army or the Marines move, oftentimes they'll pick a place to essentially dig in for the night right around sunset, which should be about an hour from now, local time in Baghdad. And curious to know from Walt if they were digging in last night, if they knew they were going to move as much as they have today, or if this movement was a complete surprise. And again, to our viewers, once we get that signal back, we'll get him back as soon as we can. Colin Powell right now in Brussels, Belgium, meeting with NATO ministers. We'll listen.
For making it possible for me to meet here today with both the NAC and with all of the representatives of the European Union in 2 different sessions. I also had a series of very productive bilateral discussions. I came to Brussels today because I wanted to take this opportunity to discuss with our European colleagues the progress of our campaign in Iraq, Operation Iraq. But beyond just talking about a military campaign, I wanted to talk about the future. The military campaign is going well. 2 weeks into Operation Iraqi Freedom, coalition forces are slowly but surely reducing the ability of the Iraqi armed forces, are on the outskirts of Baghdad, approaching Saddam Hussein International Airport, slowly reducing the remaining pockets of resistance in the south. Humanitarian aid is starting to flow. We've been able to declare the southernmost part of the country a secure area so that UN organizations can begin their work. And with each passing day, the Iraqi forces become weaker, coalition forces become stronger, A very skilled campaign is being waged, and we all hope that it will come to an end soon, and it is an end that will certainly be successful. I briefed my colleagues on that campaign, but as I said, we really came here to talk about a future for the people of Iraq, a future that will be based on a new Iraq, an Iraq that is living in peace and freedom, with a government that is representative of all the people, that is responsive to the needs of the people, a government that will no longer be developing weapons of mass destruction or dealing in terrorism activities or brutalizing its own people, a government that will use its oil wealth for the benefit of its people and not for preparing to invade its neighbors or to develop weapons of mass destruction. I indicated to my colleagues that the work of reconstruction and rebuilding will require the entire international community to join together. We will be going through a phased process, obviously, in the post-hostilities period. Initially, military commanders, the coalition commanders, will be responsible for stabilizing the situation, for securing the country and the people, for making sure that we find all the weapons of mass destruction and identify them, destroy them, pull out the infrastructure and capability, making sure that we have disarmed any remaining remnants of the Iraqi army that might be a threat to their own people or to coalition forces. But at the same time that military commander is performing that job, which is his responsibility as the commander of the liberating force, we will quickly want to bring in individuals who can establish an interim Iraqi authority so that the people of Iraq can very quickly see that their own representatives are moving into positions of authority. And as the interim authority develops capability, responsibility will be passed to them to make decisions about the future of Iraq and how Iraq will be governed and how it will be led and how it will be administered. We also expect that during this post-hostility period, international organizations will have an important role to play. As President Bush and Prime Minister Blair and Prime Minister Aznar said at the Azores summit a few weeks ago, the UN has a role to play as a partner in this effort. The specific role to be played by the United Nations was discussed quite extensively here among my colleagues, and these are discussions that will continue in New York, and I'll be having conversations with the Secretary General about what I heard here as we work on what resolutions might be appropriate as we move forward. I think this has been a very successful day from my perspective. It shows that notwithstanding the disagreements we have had within the transatlantic communities, serious disagreements, heated disagreements, where we came to opposite conclusions on a very important issue of the day, we now must move forward and align ourselves again with the need to serve the Iraqi people. The people of Iraq deserve a government that is responsive to its needs, that reflects all of the dreams and hopes and aspirations of the Iraqi people. And it is our obligation, the obligation of the coalition, the obligation of the international community, the obligation of all of us to make sure that that hope is not deferred or not defeated. Thank you very much, and I'd be delighted to take your questions.
Start down here with Mr. Schweig.
Mr. Secretary, that military job that you envision once Saddam Hussein is gone, would that benefit by the participation of NATO peacekeepers? And are you more optimistic that there will be a consensus on a UN role? Have you made some movements in that direction today?
With respect to the second part of the question, no, there will definitely be a UN role. But what the exact nature of that role will be remains to be seen. We are hopeful that the Secretary General will, in the very near future, appoint a coordinator who can work with the coalition and work with the interim authority when it is created, and to supervise the flow of humanitarian aid coming from UN organizations, and also serve as the eyes and ears of the UN in the area. And so I'll be talking to the Secretary General about that again. Oh, second part of your question?
But was in that immense military task, will NATO be involved?
I would not want to answer that yet, because I think this would be a judgment that would have to be made by the coalition military leaders. At some point, the combat operation that is underway will transition into stability and security operations, and ultimately into other kinds of operations, and we will have to make an assessment at that time of what the needs are. What I am pleased about today is that all of my NATO colleagues saw that as a possibility and were willing to consider it. We placed no request before NATO today. Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz, when he was here in December, laid out some suggestions that NATO could consider, and they were tabled, and they go to the usual activities such as peacekeeping, things of that nature, and I'm pleased that there was at least a receptive attitude here today that NATO, as a group, is willing to consider a NATO military role if one is appropriate, and that's a judgment that will have to be made at some time in the future. So we've begun a discussion within NATO. The important thing is that nobody raised any objection to that possibility.
Okay, we'll go to the woman with the glasses in the third row.
My name is Fabienne Lerac. My husband is missing since your forces shot on his car. I sent you a personal letter this morning asking you for information, and I would like to know if you are going to give me this information.
Yes, ma'am. I received an email from you yesterday, and when I received the information and realized there was a possibility that we might have some information about your husband, I immediately contacted our military authorities. For the last almost 18 hours now, they've been hard at work trying to find out whatever they could about your husband. So far, we have not received any information back concerning your husband's situation. But I want you to know that it is being looked at with all the intensity we can bring to the case, and we'll be back in touch with you as soon as we find out any information whatsoever.
Will you make me a personal promise that you will check and give me back the information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go down here.
I'm very sensitive to this. I know, I understand your feelings, and as soon as we heard of it yesterday, from my plane, we immediately contacted our military authorities in the region and asked them to look into it, and they have been looking for the last 18 hours. But so far, we have not received any information that it would be useful to you. But I give you my personal promise. We will do everything we can to find out what happened.
Okay. Go down here.
Secretary Powell.
We're going
in the front row.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Robert van der Werf, NRC Handelsblad from the Netherlands. When you came into office, you were a sort of diplomatic star in the view of many Europeans. But in the last few months, you have, in the view of many Europeans, but also Americans, you have become a sort of a symbol of failing U.S. diplomacy. Do you regret that?
Well, I don't believe I'm a symbol of failing U.S. diplomacy. So I don't accept your premise. U.S. diplomacy, no, it was a question with a premise.
Many Europeans and many Americans. Let's go to the end.
Well, we won't go to polls and ratings, but maybe another time. The issue is, I think U.S. diplomacy is alive and well. That's why I'm here today. That's why I'm here today to speak to all of my European Union colleagues and NATO colleagues about a way forward. The United States took a bold diplomatic step last September when President Bush went to the United Nations and presented a problem to the United Nations. That one particular dictator in one particular regime that has been brutalizing its people and been developing weapons of mass destruction for 12 years had ignored the will of the international community. And we didn't go off unilaterally. We multilaterally brought it to the UN. 7 weeks later, as a result of, I think, a lot of effective diplomatic work on the part of the United States and the other members of the Security Council, we produced a resolution, 1441, which was voted on unanimously, 15-0, that said Saddam Hussein and his regime is guilty, remains guilty. It's being given one last chance to come into compliance. And if it does not come into compliance, serious consequences would flow. And after several months and listening to the report of the inspectors, the United States and a number of other nations on the Security Council and elsewhere in the world felt it was important that we take action. There were other countries that felt strongly that no action was appropriate. And we understand that public opinion in Europe was opposed to such action as well. Nevertheless, the United States would not step back from its responsibilities and the responsibilities it felt the Security Council had as well. Some people suggested that we should get a second resolution. We didn't believe one was needed because there was sufficient authority in 1441, which was passed unanimously. Nevertheless, we made an effort to get a second resolution. We were not successful, so we pulled back because it was clear that some members of the Council were going to veto it no matter what it said. And so we decided, let's not go with the resolution. We have enough authority. And now we have a coalition of willing nations, close to 50 now, it might be 50 today, that have engaged in this operation. And in a period of 2 weeks' time, through a very successful military campaign that has been conducted with great skill and a lot of commentary, but with great skill, is close to achieving its objective. And so we used skillful diplomacy to get to the point of 1441. But diplomacy must be backed by force. And diplomacy is useless if one is not willing to use force to impose the will of the international community on a nation such as Iraq, which violated the will of the international community for 12 years.
Okay, let's go in the aisle down here.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. It's apparent that there's not yet a consensus within Washington as to what the role of the UN should be in the post-conflict period. But it's very clear here in NATO and among the European leaders that there is a strong feeling that the UN should have a very central role, a central political role, as the French foreign minister described it. What kind of report are you going to bring back to Washington as to what you've heard here and how that should shape U.S. policy? And just secondly, do you think there should be some sort of conference along the lines of the Bonn Conference to set up an interim authority?
What I will report back to the President and my colleagues in the National Security Council is what I have heard here today. This was a series of meetings of a consultative nature, and when you're consulting, you listen as well as speak, and I will report back what I heard. We are still examining the proper role for the United Nations. I'm not surprised that there is not consensus yet because the debate and the discussion has just begun. And so we had a very healthy dialogue. We all understand that the UN must play a role. The President has said so. He said it clearly. The nature of that role and how it is to be played remains to be seen. But one also has to remember that it was the coalition that came together and took on this difficult mission at political expense, at the expense of the treasure, the money that it costs, but at the expense of lives as well. And when we have succeeded, and when we look down the road to create this better life for the Iraqi people, to rebuild this society, to rebuild this country after these decades of devastation wrought by Saddam Hussein, I think the coalition has to play the leading role in determining the way forward. This is not to say that we have to shut others out, and not to say that we will not work in partnership with the international community, and especially with the United Nations. And so the resolutions that will be required, what will be in those resolutions, and how responsibilities will be set up between different parties remains to be seen, just as it is in every instance, just as it has been done in Afghanistan. How an interim authority will be developed is a subject of discussion, and I got some good ideas here today, which I will be sharing with my colleagues when I get home.
Okay, let's go to gentleman in the gray shirt here.
Mr. Powell, today has been said plenty words about the reconstruction of Iraq, but can you say about the reconstruction of political reconstruction of Iraq? Who will come instead of regime of Saddam? And are you sure that the opposition of Saddam is democratic opposition?
We want to put in place a government initially put in place an interim authority so that a government can be raised up from that interim authority. Ultimately, the Iraqis themselves have to create their own government. It has to be a government that will preserve the territorial integrity of Iraq and will be representative of all the people of Iraq. The opposition leaders we have been working with are committed to that end. And I believe that the kind of interim authority that we want to create and the kind of government we want to see rise up would be a government that would contain individuals who have fought long and hard for many years outside of the country for the liberation of Iraq, as well as individuals within the country who recognize the damage that Saddam Hussein has done to the country and who are willing to participate in a new form of government to provide a new life for Iraq, and who will be committed to the values that we believe are important and which we believe the Iraqi people are deserving of. And so it will be a combination of those who have struggled from the outside as well as those on the inside. But above all, it will be representative.
Got time for one or two more. Gentleman in red tie had a question.
Greg Burke from Fox News. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask, the Europeans seem to be pushing quite a bit for the roadmap, and I'd like to know the status of that and also if you can deliver.
The roadmap is ready to be delivered, and as we have said, and the President has said, we are anxious to present it to the new Palestinian Prime Minister. We are waiting for him to be confirmed as Prime Minister. We expect this will happen in the next week or two. Once he forms a cabinet and receives a vote of confirmation or confidence in that cabinet, then he will be confirmed. The roadmap will be delivered at that time, delivered to both parties and presented to the world. And the United States will remain deeply engaged in working with both parties and other nations in the region and interested nations throughout the world to assist both sides in taking the steps necessary to move down that roadmap and to move toward peace. We have been waiting for new Palestinian leadership to come forward, and we are now seeing that happen. We know that that new leadership, in order for there to be success, must be committed to the end of violence, the end of terror, and to responsible government. And we know that there will be obligations on the Israeli side as well. And so once the roadmap has been delivered to both sides, they'll have an opportunity to comment on it and talk to each other about it, what the mutual obligations are, and we are ready to engage in a very, very comprehensive and forceful way.
Okay, last one over here.
Magdi Yusuf from 9 News. Mr. Colin Powell, do you still believe with the reasons you gave to justify the war after 2 weeks with a very strong resistance from the Iraqi people and no evidence of the weapons?
We're listening to the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, take some questions at NATO headquarters there in Brussels. Also up on our screen, just about 7 o'clock in Baghdad right now. Walt Rogers traveling with the 7th Cav. Approaching the outskirts or somewhere quite near Baghdad, exact location not known, and if we did know, we could not reveal it anyway. Walt's been with us for several hours. Fascinating images, again, as the U.S. military gets closer and closer to what some consider the bullseye of this operation, the city of Baghdad. Colin Powell confirming that the U.S. right now is moving slowly but surely approaching Saddam Hussein International Airport, which lies about 12 miles west of the center of Baghdad. We'll watch this image throughout the morning here. Back to Colin Powell, the Secretary of State in Brussels now.
So are we, but everybody knows, and the Iraqis know, that we didn't have any chemical weapons to be used in a conflict. And so that's at least an indication that they were aware that they might be fighting in a chemical environment produced by themselves. And so we will continue to search and look for the weapons of mass destruction. I'm quite confident they will be found. And I'm sorry?
Second, do you have an idea what are you going to do with the Iraqi regime after the war?
Well, we're going to, not speaking about personalities yet, but this regime will be removed. Those who are guilty of crimes against their own people or crimes crimes against humanity will be brought to justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, just about 25 minutes long in that press conference there at NATO headquarters in Brussels. Mentioned the headline a short time ago. U.S. forces now moving in on the airport, Saddam Hussein International Airport, 12 miles west of the city center. Colin Powell saying an end will come soon, and toward the end he said this regime will be finished. Also a question there about the United Nations, a question about NATO, about what role these two organizations may play in rebuilding Iraq. Colin Powell saying the UN does have a role to play. What role that is still remains to be seen. There was also one other moment there when you heard a woman asking about the safety of her husband right now. That woman, we believe, is married to one of two journalists who disappeared in Iraq almost two weeks ago, both working for the network ITN. We have heard throughout the week that perhaps both men right now are being held in Basra, possibly in a hospital, but there's no way for us to confirm their whereabouts. But obviously a lot of concern from this woman as to the whereabouts of her husband and his health and security at this time also. Walt Rogers again back with us. We've been in and out now for almost 2 hours. Walt, what's happening now with you and the 7th Cav as we continue to watch your image by way of video phone and also that giant M1A1 tank? Walt, good evening again.
Hello, Bill. You're watching soldiers attached to the 7th Cavalry in a high state of tension and alert, looking on both sides of the road now. They have been under nearly constant fire for the past 2 hours. Actually, the fire has been intermittent, but at times it's been very severe. The Iraqis would set up ambushes on either side of the road. Sometimes they'd be dug in just a few feet from where our vehicles have passed. One of the weapons they're using is a 20-millimeter anti-aircraft gun, except instead of pointing it up in the air, they use it as an anti-tank weapon and a vehicle to aim at the Bradley fighting vehicles. And as I say, they've been shooting at us off and on for the better part of 2 hours. My cameraman, Charlie Miller, has been sending pretty constant pictures, except when we've had to shut down the camera. One of the things that happened to us was within 20 to 30 feet of us, we had seen sparks hitting the road right beside us. That was incoming rifle fire from Iraqi AK-47s. There has been some intense fire in the course of the last 2 hours or so, but it now appears that the Iraqis are going to ground perhaps for the night, because during the night the U.S. forces with their night vision goggles tend to have an advantage. Again, it will be dark here probably in 45 minutes at the most, perhaps even less. And it's been a challenging 2 hours or so, Bill.
Yeah, Walt, when you dug in last night for the night, when it got dark there in Iraq, did you have any indication that you'd be moving again today like this and what we're seeing?
Yes, Bill. We always know at least a day in advance. 2 or 3 days ago, we knew that the 7th Cavalry, along with the 3rd Infantry Division, would be pushing up through the Karbala Gap, west of Karbala. And that was the point when we were most concerned that we might take chemical or biological weapons coming in from the Iraqis, because all the U.S. forces would have been in a fairly concentrated area. That did not happen. Once we pushed through the Karbala Gap several days ago, we got into a position where we knew exactly what roads and what routes we would be taking, and we did indeed know we would be heading for the Baghdad suburbs, which have proved a pretty stiff fight in the course of the day. The reason being there are so many small mud buildings where the Iraqi soldiers can take cover and then snipe away at the armored convoy going down the road, occasionally sticking their head up and firing a rocket-propelled grenade. About 10 minutes ago, I saw a rocket that had been launched. I don't know how far in the distance. It was coming our way. It was a single artillery rocket. Couldn't be sure what it was, but again, it was a little ominous to see that contrail of gray smoke launching toward us, and then, of course, we lost contact with it, and fortunately, it didn't land near us. Bill?
Yeah, Walt, also, as you say, it's getting dark there. Perhaps time soon to find a place and dig in. Can you tell us what determines where you stop for the night? All right, I believe we lost the signal then. I'm not hearing anything back in my ear. Walt Rogers, 7th Cav. Walt, if you're still out there, go ahead and talk whenever you get a moment. But if not, okay, we've lost him there. But we'll try to, just so our viewers know, Paula, to get him back just as soon as we can. He is, as the military says, at the spearhead right now of this operation, getting ever so closer to Baghdad.
And Bill, some of the remarkable parts of his reporting today have been that while he's able to describe what our audience just heard, he has to be very careful to make sure the camera is very tight on the tank in front of him or swings back to his face on a tight shot so that no architecture is given away of a building they're passing or even just the land that they pass. We have now Martin Savage, who is embedded with the 1st Battalion of the 7th Marines, joining us now by way of video phone. He has just crossed north of Kut, where Barbara Starr just confirmed some 50 Iraqi soldiers boarded a bus and ended up surrendering to coalition forces. Martin, what's the latest from where you are right now?
Ayatollah Sistani, the Grand Ayatollah Sistani, is the leader.
All right, we lost Marty Savage. I believe we have Ryan Chilcote on the air right now. All right, we're working on that as well. So, Bill, let's go back to a little bit of what we've witnessed with Walt Rogers this morning. We want to make sure clear to our audience everything that Walt is reporting has been cleared by military officials, but we have to be exceedingly cautious in the kinds of questions we ask him so he doesn't in any way tip off the Iraqis as to what his position is at this very hour.
Yeah, it's my understanding yesterday, a lot of viewers wondering why we were saying at this point yesterday they were 15 miles outside of Baghdad. Any indication we give about geography, Paula, just so our viewers know, is cleared by the unit that our reporters are working with prior to doing that. The other thing that you point out about landmarks and items that they might be passing along the road, one thing they're very careful about is not showing any road signs. Because if the Iraqis are watching, clearly they would know, based on the geography and the roads inside their own country, where they would be at a particular moment. It's a very sensitive issue and something that Walt and Charlie Miller, his photographer, are quite in tune with. But I thought it was quite interesting, Paula. Several hours ago, there was a report that the U.S. was now moving on that international airport west of Baghdad. To hear Colin Powell say it at that NATO press conference a short time ago gives us double confirmation right now that they're getting very close. If they have not entered the grounds just yet, they have to be right on it at this point, west of the city.
The other interesting thing about what Walt is telling us pretty much squares with what Barbara Starr is reporting from the Pentagon when she's saying the Pentagon now believes that Republican Guard units have melded together, and you can't even find a clear distinction to the 6 units. And Walt Rogers in his latest report telling us what they've encountered are what he would describe as freelance Iraqi out there, sometimes just one Iraqi soldier at a time who's dug holes alongside foxholes alongside the roads that the 370th is passing by. He also described having seen some 20 dead Iraqi soldiers, and I earlier asked him about the kind of equipment they appear to have on them. He said they were lightly armed, but each one of the soldiers he saw also had a gas mask in their possession, and that is the chief concern now as these troops move closer and closer to Baghdad. We had General McChrystal warning yesterday that once you pierce not the so-called red line, but this perimeter area around Iraq, the likelihood of Iraqis using weapons of mass destruction increases. We've got Ryan Chilcote now with us. He is with the 101st Airborne Division, 3rd Brigade, that is. He joins us from Najaf, Iraq. Ryan, what's the latest from there?
I'm actually with the 101st Airborne's 1st Brigade in the holy city of Najaf in central Iraq. And today for the 1st Brigade's 2nd Battalion, also known as the No Slack Battalion, it began with what was supposed to be a very routine patrol. The goal of that patrol was for the troops commander, the soldiers commander, to meet with the Grand Ayatollah Sistani, who lives here in the city. Now, on the way to that meeting, the troops stopped down, and the Ayatollah, via radio, asked the troops commander to, before the meeting, to secure his compound before they start the meeting. Now, the Ayatollah's compound is located about half the way down the road from where the troops were when they stopped to the Imam Ali Mosque, which you see over my shoulder right now. the troops agreed, and that was their intention, was to go to the Ayatollah's house and secure it for him, to provide the Ayatollah some kind of security in what's not the most secure situation yet in the city. Well, no one told the crowd that that was the plan, and chaos, as you'll see right now, quite literally ensued. The crowd apparently believed that the troops were going to approach the mosque itself. Now, both the Ayatollah's representatives on location, on hand, and the troops' commander took some very commendable steps to try and diffuse the situation, given the misunderstanding. The soldiers' commander telling his troops to take a knee, to point their weapons at the ground, and to appear as little hostile as possible as a soldier possibly can. The Ayatollah's representatives doing much the same, trying to diffuse the situation on the ground, but really it was a little too late. It was much too loud there for the people on the ground to really hear what was going on, and at a certain point, I think the commander just decided, look, this is enough, I'm going to pull the troops back, and when cooler heads prevail, then we'll try this again. So what began as a routine patrol really ended up in a sticky situation here in the city of Najaf. Back to you.
Ryan, what else can you tell us about what these men and women may be up against down the road?
Well, generally speaking, the reception, why this comes as a surprise, if it wasn't for the fact that the crowd believed that these troops were actually making their way to the Imam Ali Mosque, what comes as a surprise is the troops have gotten a very warm reception here in the city of Najaf. Najaf is home to a lot of Shia Muslims, and obviously those Shia Muslims have no love lost for the Iraqi leader, President Saddam Hussein. They say that the Iraqi leader has been repressing them for a number of years under his rule, and they were very happy to see not only the troops attack the Fedayeen fighters who really had taken root in the city here and were using it to stage attacks against the troops, but they were really happy when the troops came into the city. In fact, just yesterday, they staged a spontaneous, very pro-American demonstration when a similar convoy was using the very same route and with the same mission, actually, in mind. They said very pro-American demonstration, but on this day, as you can see, something went wrong, and obviously miscommunication really took the day.
Well, it's fascinating to see the contrast in the pictures, and it certainly gives us all an idea of some of the gray area that these troops have to deal with on an hourly basis. Ryan Chilcott, thanks so much for that live update. Ryan Chilcott with the 101st Airborne Division. Bill?
Yeah, Paul, I think you put your finger on it just a few minutes ago, and really the ultimate and outstanding question right now in this war is what has happened now with these four remaining divisions of the Republican Guard. Where are they moving? Are they in communication with the top leadership? Are they working in some sort of concert or coordination? Have they gone back into the city of Baghdad, an area where we know, based on the history of Saddam Hussein, the Republican Guard is not allowed to enter the city limits? It's about 7:15 local time in Baghdad. We're watching right now this image again from the Iraqi capital, getting word that some sort of plane, a fighter jet or a bomber, is passing overhead with the contrails trailing behind. And as we look at this image, again, it's getting dark again with the sun going down in Baghdad. Back to the issue of these Republican Guard divisions, we know 6 in total before this war started. The Baghdad, the Medina divisions have been quote-unquote destroyed, according to Central Command and the Pentagon. So if, based on history, Saddam Hussein has allowed these other 4 divisions for the first time, based on what we know, to enter the city limits of Baghdad, this would be a significant change right now on Iraqi tactics. Now, we don't know if it's happened, but based on his history, he has felt a high degree of paranoia, we're told, based on our experts like Ken Pollack, who give us information on these matters, a high degree of paranoia not to allow these Republican Guard divisions to come into the city. Instead, they are protected, the city anyway, by the Special Republican Guard. To this date, at this point, we have not heard much information at all as to the whereabouts or the status of the Special Republican Guard, perhaps more when the Pentagon comes out a bit later. General Richard Myers and Donald Rumsfeld will do that briefing 12:45 Eastern time a bit later this afternoon. So Ultimately, the question is that then. What's the condition of the remaining divisions? Where are they, and what are they up to? In the meantime, let's get you back in Iraq. CNN correspondent Sanjay Gupta is a doctor, you know that. He himself is embedded with a group of Navy doctors. They're known as the Devil Docs. As in any war, the doctors are seeing a variety of wounds and have worked hard under tough conditions to treat Iraqi civilians who have been hurt in this war. Dr. Gupta, embedded there with the Devil Docs. What's happening today by way of video phone? Sanjay, good afternoon. Good evening there.
Hey, Bill, good afternoon to you as well. Repairing the wounds of war, that's exactly what's going on here. Bill, it's been a very busy day, a flurry of activity. You may be able to hear a helicopter. There have been several coming in, bringing in patients continuously. Over to my right side here, there are 4 operating tables, and just beyond a few other tents, there are 2 more operating tables, and they are beginning to get used, and they're beginning to get used quite a bit, Bill. As you know, we are quite a bit further north than the last time you and I spoke. That's because these forward resuscitative surgical suites, of which the naval surgeon staff, they move forward. They move forward just like the troops do. The commander of such a forward resuscitative surgical suite is Commander Rob Hinks. He joins me today. First of all, thank you for joining us. Listen, a lot of people have met you a couple of weeks ago. First of all, it's been a couple of weeks now. What sort of things are you seeing as a surgeon, as a doctor?
Well, we're seeing a full range of trauma from head, neck, chest, and abdomen. We're seeing civilians as well as enemy prisoners of war, as well as the Marines. And we're trying to take care of everyone equally.
Yeah, right. And one of the questions that comes up a lot is the percentage of Iraqis versus coalition force members. The percentage was about 70-30 last time you and I spoke a couple of weeks ago. How are those percentages doing now?
I would agree it's about the same now, Sanjay.
And those patients, they're getting the same care? I mean, they're being airlifted in, brought in by ambulance, the same as coalition force members?
Yes, sir, that's exactly right.
Tell me about today. Tell me about some of the things today.
Today, as you know, we had a case of a small child who had a severe head injury, who's brought here along with family members, and we were very lucky to have Dr. Sanjay Gupta, neurosurgeon extraordinaire, present to help us operate. Graciously did as a humanitarian gesture. Unfortunately, the child died, but without his help, there would have been no chance.
Right. Well, I appreciate that as well.
We welcome you as an honorary member of the Devil Docs.
Honorary member. Thank you very much. That's quite an honor. Let me say, Bill, I was asked to help out today, as Dr. Hinks mentioned. They came to me. A 2-year-old child did have a bullet wound or shrapnel wound to the head. Felt it was my medical and moral obligation to help out in that situation, which I did. It has been very busy, Bill. The helicopters have just left. There's certainly more to come. It's like this all the time. 24 hours a day we hear these helicopters. These guys are doing a tremendous job at taking care of, again, both Iraqis, coalition force members, anybody that comes in. Bill, back to you.
Sanjay, back to this operation that you were describing. How did you get involved in that?
Well, you know, Dr. Hinks and I and several of the other Devil Docs have developed a good rapport over the time that I'm here. They know that I'm a neurosurgeon. They don't have any neurosurgeons here on the base. When this 2-year-old child came in with an obviously devastating head injury, they came to me and asked me, could you help out? Could you take a look at the child and possibly operate? I did do that. I did decide the child did need an operation. It was one of those things, Bill. I'll tell you, medically and morally, I thought it was absolutely the right thing to do. It was a heroic, it was not an elective operation, but a heroic attempt to try and save the child's life. Just the amazing sorts of injuries that we see here. This was one of them. This was one small one that I participated in. These guys are doing these continuously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They've been doing this for the last couple of weeks now, and until the end. That's exactly what they're here to do, and they will be moving north. We're north now. They're planning on moving further north, maybe even later on today. Bill?
Yeah, Doctor, as much as you can tell us, Sanjay, how did that procedure go?
Well, the 2-year-old child did not make it, Bill. As I mentioned, it was a life, trying to save the child's life. The child was in what we call extremis, meaning literally probably had minutes to live at the time that we actually examined the patient. We did successfully perform the brain part of the operation. However, I think that it was one of those situations where a significant injury had occurred. We thought that we could hopefully turn that around, and we were almost there, but in this particular situation, the child didn't make it. That happens as well, Bill, and it's not easy for any of these doctors to take. They're trying very hard. It's incredibly difficult work with incredibly scarce resources, but there are more successes, I guarantee you, than there are failures, and in that they take a great deal of solace. Bill?
Sanjay, it's my understanding this incident took place near some sort of checkpoint. I don't know if that was near you or not. Can you give us more information on that?
Well, the details are a bit sketchy right now, Bill. What we heard was it did take place near a checkpoint. There was a firing incident. We don't really have more details than that. The child and his mother were brought here. They both had significant injuries, significant bullet injuries, the details of which we're still trying to figure that out ourselves. We don't want to speak out of school on this particular issue. The Marines with us are trying to confirm details about this at this point. But what we can tell you is that it was a 2-year-old child and his mother. They were fired upon. The child did not survive. Bill?
Well, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, embedded with the Devil Docs, the Marines, the Navy Corpsmen, again, moving through south central Iraq. Sanjay, by way of video phone, thanks. Let's get a break here. Back with a whole lot more. It's getting dark here in this part of the world. Again, coming up on 7:30 in the evening in Baghdad, we now know U.S. forces are getting ever so closer to what they consider the bullseye, that being Baghdad. Back in a moment.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. Now we're going to go back to another developing front in the war. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is in Kalak in northern Iraq, where U.S. aircraft have been pounding forward Iraqi positions. Ben, what's the latest from there?
Well, Paula, it seems that the Iraqis are firing back. I'm at the edge of Kalak, which has actually been shelled in the last half hour. In fact, we heard 2 shells fly right over our heads at our workspace. At the edge, and in Kalak, we heard 1 shell zip overhead. We hit the deck and didn't hear any explosion. Then a minute later, another one came in, a huge blast, just about 100 meters from where we were working. Now, this comes after a day where the Kurdish forces with the U.S. assistance had advanced about 3 miles in the direction of Mosul, and we spent a good part of the afternoon watching as they were pounding Iraqi positions from the air at a town called Hazar. But we noticed that slowly the number of Kurdish fighters on the ground started to thin out. We heard from U.S. Special Forces that, in fact, they were expecting Iraqi counterattack. And as a result of that, they were bringing in more and more air power to bomb the Iraqi positions. We heard after we pulled out of that area for safety reasons, we heard A-10 or some sort of Gatling gun being fired from possibly an AC-130 or an A-10, but down on the Iraqi positions, trying to keep that force back. But that was not enough to stop these long-range artillery from firing into Kalak. So a very fluid situation on the ground, and clearly the Iraqis are now responding to all the American bombing of the last week and a half. Paula?
Can you give us a sense of how many Kurds being involved in this kind of activity?
Well, what I saw this morning when we were advancing, we were walking with Kurdish forces in the direction of Mosul, past the ridge in Kalak, was there were somewhere between 200 and 250 Kurds with about 10 Americans with them. And they were fairly confident as they moved ahead that they would be able to move as much as 6 or 7 miles toward Mosul, but that seemed to stop at the town of Gaza, where the Iraqis were holding a bridge. And interestingly enough, as the situation got more and more dodgy on the ground with the Iraqis firing mortars back at the Kurdish fighters thinned out on the ground rather dramatically. Paula?
Well, I guess that shouldn't come as any great surprise. Ben Wiedemann, thank you very much for the update. We'll be getting back to you a little bit later on this morning. Now, later on in this hour, the nation's commander-in-chief delivers a message of solace and strength to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. The Marine Corps base has suffered a large percentage of the U.S. military's casualties, and today the president meets for the first time with families of those killed. Let's catch up with senior White House correspondent John King, who is traveling with the president. Good morning, John.
Good morning to you, Paula. As you noted, a bittersweet day for the president. Marine One is touching down about 100 yards away from where I am standing here at Camp Lejeune. A large crowd on hand to greet the president, some 20,000 people. We are told in that crowd an estimated 12,000 Marines from the Camp Lejeune community here. More than 17,000 Marines from this base have been deployed as part of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Several more thousand, we are told, due to be deployed in the days ahead. According to the White House, 11 Marines from this camp have been killed in action in the early days of the fighting in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Mr. Bush will spend some time later in the day with about 20 people, members of 5 families who have lost their son, their brother, their sister. 5 families who have lost Marines in this combat will meet with the president privately at the end of his visit here to Camp Lejeune. Now, we are told the president had a video conference yesterday involving the commanding general, Tommy Franks, who updated the president on the plans for the push toward Baghdad. White House officials are stressing that the president is receiving constant updates on the plan and asking many questions, but that the key decisions as to when and how to move closer and into Baghdad, indeed, are being made by the commanders on the ground. An enthusiastic crowd waiting to meet the president here despite the difficult days this base has been through. We spoke just a short time ago with Barbara Clatterbuck. She is a Marine spouse. Her husband is deployed overseas. She is familiar with some of the spouses who have lost their husbands in the early days. She says the president's trip is very welcome, and she says, in her view, this community is coping quite well.
As far as the spouses, any of them that I'm in contact with, we're just a whole different kind of people. And we have like this inner strength that you get before they leave. You just kind of, as we call it, pull up your bootstraps and move on.
Barbara Clatterbuck was clutching both her son and her daughter as we spoke. She said the president's visit is most important to them, so that they hear directly from the President of the United States how important it is that their father has to be overseas as part of the war effort. Again, a speech from the President in which we are told he will give an optimistic update on the war effort so far. After that speech, lunch with some Marines here at Camp Lejeune, and then a private meeting, what the White House says will certainly be an emotional meeting, the President meeting with about 20 family members of 5 Marines who have lost their lives in the first 2 weeks of the fighting. Paula?
Yeah, that's not going to be an easy day for the president. Before we let you go, John, could you characterize for us sort of the mindset of the White House now after this flood of criticism and second-guessing of the war plans, now that it appears as though troops, according to Reuters, are within 6 miles of the southern edge of the city?
Well, certainly not an I told you so from the White House, but a quiet confidence in the White House that they have been confident in this battle plan all along, and they believe now they are being proven right.
Thanks, John. We are going to catch up with you in about a half hour or so. Appreciate the update. We show you a live picture of downtown Baghdad as darkness descends. We'll keep you updated on what's going to happen there in the coming hour or so. Meanwhile, the president goes south, as we've just said. Coalition troops closing in on Baghdad at this hour. We have a number of stories we're following the rest of this hour. Minutes from now, the nation's, as we just said, commander-in-chief due to salute U.S. Marines at the bases hardest hit by war casualties. We will have live coverage of the president's speech from Camp Lejeune moments from now. We'll be right back.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIX.
In a world of computer confusion, 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Good morning. Leon Harris here with the headlines at this hour. Any moment now, President Bush is going to be speaking at Camp Lejeune, home to more than 45,000 Marines and sailors. The president is there to honor U.S. forces for their commitment to their country and to remind the public that more sacrifices lie ahead. Live coverage of his remarks just ahead here. British Defense Secretary Jeff Hoon says coalition troops have seized key suburbs in the southern city of Basra. Hoon delivered the progress report to Britain's parliament earlier today. He says the British troops are now consolidating their position there in Iraq's second largest city and the site of some fierce fighting this past week. The Arab language news agency Al Jazeera says that Baghdad has banned 2 of its correspondents from working in the capital, so therefore it is shutting down its news gathering operation there, at least until Iraqi officials rescind the ban. However, the news agency also says it will continue to broadcast live video from some parts of Iraq, including Baghdad. Checking Wall Street right now, investors are cautious as U.S. troops advance on Baghdad. Right now at this hour, Dow Industrials are up slightly, 5 points or so, and NASDAQ is up 5 points or so as well. So we'll keep our eye on the markets. The markets rallied quite a bit yesterday after news of American troop successes in Iraq. Spike in weekly jobless claims to their highest level in nearly a year, though, is hurting momentum a bit today, it appears. The swift and stunning spread of the potentially lethal respiratory illness SARS has prompted demands from a labor union representing flight attendants for 26 airlines in the United States. And among the requests, the FAA briefed attendants on proper health standards, provide them with gloves and masks, and allow them to wear those gloves and masks on flights. Now let's go back to Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City with CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Bill?
Leon, thanks. 2 things, just so our viewers know at any point, we're going to take you live to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for the President and Mrs. Bush, who are traveling there today. We'll take that speech live. Also in Baghdad, we're watching the skies get darker as the evening sets in now in the Iraqi capital, with word coming from Colin Powell that U.S. troops are poised just about 12 miles to the west of the airport and perhaps closer in other parts of the city. We'll keep a close eye on that. Want to get to Ryan Chilcote. He's embedded with the 101st Airborne Division, southern part of this country, in the town of Najaf. And I know, Ryan, you've had some very interesting sights there that you've witnessed today. And as I toss it to you, just want to give you a heads up. We may have to interrupt if the president starts in North Carolina. Good evening there.
Hey, well, the day began with what was supposed to be a very routine patrol for the troops. The goal of this patrol was for the soldiers' commander to meet with the Grand Ayatollah Sistani. He is the chief leader of the Shia people in this city and throughout the world. On the way there, the soldiers stopped and were told via radio by the Grand Ayatollah that he would like them to first secure his compound, which is located about halfway down the road from where the troops were at that time, to the Imam Ali Mosque, which you see over my shoulder. The Imam Ali Mosque, one of the holiest shrines to Shia Muslims in the world. Well, the troops were intending to do just that, simply to go to the Ayatollah's home, but no one told the crowd about that. Chaos ensued, the crowd apparently thinking that the troops planned to go all the way up to the mosque. Now, the Ayatollah's representatives that were on hand and the commander of the troops took some very commendable, very immediate steps to try and defuse the situation. The commander told his troops to take a knee, to point their weapons at the ground, and to appear as little hostile as possible, as a soldier can, to try and defuse the situation. But really, at that point, it was already too loud and had already gone too far. So the commander told his troops to pull back. He decided to wait until cooler heads prevailed. Back to you.
Ryan, ultimately, what came of that? Did the troops go back in? Did they continue mingling with the locals? And if so, what was the reaction at that point?
Well, you know, I got to hand it again to the commander and the Ayatollah's representatives, because that situation had all the potential to turn out very ugly. What happened was when the soldiers took a knee, which means they got down on one of their knees in a relaxed sort of position, relaxed formation, a lot of the people in the crowd, particularly in the front, not all of them, but a lot of the people did the very same. A lot of the Iraqis that were there and had been demonstrating, trying to block that road to the mosque and to the Ayatollah's home, actually sat down themselves. The troops returned to their compound, and I have to say that if it wasn't for the miscommunication about the troops' intention, this would be a surprise, because the troops have gotten a very warm reception here in the city of Najaf. Obviously, here in the city of Najaf, the main population are Shia Muslims, and they have no love lost for the Iraqi leader, President Saddam Hussein. They were very happy to see the troops, particularly when they understood that the troops are here to stay and secure this area for them, to try and root out the Fedayeen paramilitaries that really took sanctuary in here and were using this area to launch or stage attacks against U.S. troops. All at this point, as you can see, the sun is now setting, is back to normal and back to a pretty calm situation.
All right, Ryan Chilcote, again, embedded with the 101st Airborne Division. Rather interesting day in that town today. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Again, with the sun setting there. We're waiting on the president, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. He has traveled there, along with the First Lady, Mrs. Bush, delivering an address to essentially a number of Marine families, Marines that whose units have been assigned to duty right now in Iraq. And the president, the comments will come at any point right now with that speech, strongly backing the movement right now into Iraq, and now getting the word with the U.S. forces on the outskirts, or possibly even closer than the outskirts of Baghdad. We heard from John King a bit earlier that the White House right now feels somewhat more quietly optimistic, I believe is the phrase that was used there, based on the movements and the progress of the U.S. military. We'll dip in now. Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
And to keep us always faithful to you. Amen.
It is a great honor to have the President with us at Camp Lejeune today. He is the 5th Commander-in-Chief who has visited Marines and sailors in our wonderful base in this supportive community. And it's easy to tell from the great reception you gave the President how much you appreciate him being here. I could not imagine a better time for President Bush to speak to us. Our Marines and sailors and Coast Guardsmen are proudly and very successfully serving their country as they fight for our freedom and our security in faraway Iraq. Many of the families of our deployed Marines and sailors who bravely keep the home fires burning here in eastern North Carolina are in the audience. I know they genuinely appreciate the great support President Bush is giving us with his presence and his message this morning. As Marines, we know and appreciate leadership. It's inspiring for us to see the commitment, the resolve, and the character that our President is demonstrating under a great deal of pressure. When you add the real concern he obviously feels for our military personnel and their families, it is easy to understand why this President, why this outstanding leader is so admired and respected by his Marines. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce to you our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States.
Thank you all.
you all very much. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you all so very much for that warm welcome. Such an honor to be here. Especially pleased to be traveling today with a great First Lady, Laura Bush. We really appreciate your welcome, and we're proud to be with the Marines and sailors and families of Camp Lejeune. There's no finer sight than to see 12,000 United States Marines and corpsmen unless you happen to be a member of the Iraqi Republican Guard. For more than 60 years, Marines have gone forth from Camp Lejeune to fight our country's battles. Now America has entered a fierce struggle to protect the world from a grave danger and to bring freedom to an oppressed people. As the forces of our coalition advance, we learn more about the atrocities of the Iraqi regime and the deep fear that Saddam Hussein has instilled in the Iraqi people. Yet no scheme of this enemy, no crime of a dying regime will divert us from our mission. We will not stop until Iraq is free. When freedom needs defending, America turns to our military. And as they do their job, our men and women in uniform count on their families, like you all here today. This is a time of hardship for many military families. Some of you have been separated from your loved ones for quite a while because of long deployments. All of America is grateful for your sacrifice, and Laura and I are here to thank each one of you. And we're here to thank the Marines. I also want to thank the men and women of the Marine Forces Reserve who are serving here and abroad. Hundreds of reserve units across America have been activated in this time of war. And our country thanks these fine citizens and their employers for putting duty first. I want to thank Major General David Mize for his hospitality and his leadership. I want to thank Major General John Castelaw, Commanding General of the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force, for his leadership and strength. I appreciate so very much members of the North Carolina congressional delegation who traveled with Laura and me today. Senators Edwards and Dole from the great state of North Carolina, thank you for coming. I appreciate members of the United States House of Representatives, Congressman Balance, Jones, and McIntyre for traveling with us. These five members of the Congress are strong supporters of the Marines in the United States military. met the mayor. I want to thank Madam Mayor and members of the County Commission for being so supportive of the families and the personnel here at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. I want to thank very much those veterans who are here and retired military members. I want to thank Lone Star. We kind of like that name. I very much want to say a little something about a person that Laura and I met at Marine One when it landed. Laura K. Brett. You may know Laura. Somebody knows Laura K. out there. But you need to know her story. See, Laura K. is Director of Volunteer Services at the YMCA in Camp Lejeune. She represents hundreds, thousands of people who volunteer to make somebody's life better. She runs a mom-to-mom program to help people who may need help. Laura K. represents the best of America. Somebody who's willing to love a neighbor just like she'd like to be loved herself. I want to thank Laura K. I want to thank the thousands of you who are here. Understand we can save somebody by showing them love. We can help somebody who hurts by hugging a neighbor in need. All around Camp Lejeune are monuments to the heroic achievements of the United States Marines. In the 14 days since the major ground war began, the Marine Corps has added new achievements to its great story. On the first day of the campaign, Marine units were ordered to secure 600 Iraqi oil wells and prevent environmental disaster. And that mission was accomplished. U.S. Marines and our Royal Marine allies were sent in to take the Al-Fal Peninsula and clear a path for humanitarian aid. And that job was done. In the tough fighting at Al-Nasiriyah, Marines continue to push back the enemy and are showing the unrelenting courage worthy of the name Task Force Tarawa. And 2 nights ago, Marines and Special Operations Forces set out on a daring rescue mission, and thanks to their skill and courage, a brave young soldier is now free. These missions are difficult and they are dangerous. But no one becomes a Marine because it's easy. Now our coalition moves forward. Marines are in the thick of the battle. And what we have begun, we will finish. The United States and our allies pledged to act if the dictator did not disarm. The regime in Iraq is now learning that we keep our word. By our actions, we serve a great and just cause. We will remove weapons of mass destruction from the hands of mass murderers. Free nations will not sit and wait leaving enemies free to plot another September the 11th, this time perhaps with chemical or biological or nuclear terror. And by defending our own security, we are freeing the people of Iraq from one of the cruelest regimes on earth. At this hour, coalition forces are clearing southern cities and towns of the dictator's death squads and enforcers. Our special forces and Army paratroopers working with Kurdish militia have opened a northern front against the enemy. Army and Marine divisions are engaging the enemy and advancing to the outskirts of Baghdad. From the skies above, coalition aircraft and cruise missiles are removing hundreds of military targets from Iraq. A vice is closing, and the days of a brutal regime are coming to an end. Some servants of the regime have chosen to fill their final days with acts of cowardice and murder. In combat, Saddam's thugs shield themselves with women and children. They have killed Iraqi citizens who welcome coalition troops. They force other Iraqis into battle by threatening to torture or kill their families. They've executed prisoners of war. They've waged attacks under the white flag of truce. They've concealed combat forces in civilian neighborhoods, in schools, and hospitals, and mosques. In this war, the Iraqi regime is terrorizing its own citizens, doing everything possible to maximize Iraqi civilian casualties, and then to exploit the cost for propaganda. These are war criminals, and they will be treated like war criminals. In stark contrast, the citizens of Iraq are coming to know what kind of people we have sent to liberate them. American forces and our allies are treating innocent civilians with kindness and showing proper respect to soldiers who surrender. Many Americans have seen the picture of Marine Lance Corporal Marco Ware carrying a wounded Iraqi soldier on his shoulders to safety for medical treatment. That's a picture of the strength and goodness of the U.S. Marines. That is a picture of America. People of the United States are proud of the honorable conduct of our military, and I'm proud to lead such brave and decent Americans. I'm also proud that coalition victories are bringing food and water and medicine to the Iraqi people. Our coalition partners have constructed a pipeline to bring clean water to Qasr. We're delivering emergency rations to the hungry. Right now, ships carrying enough American grain to feed millions are bound for Iraq. We're bringing aid, and we're bringing something more. We're bringing hope. A man in one Iraqi village said this to one of our soldiers: I want my freedom. I don't want food or water. I just want my freedom. America hears that man. We hear all Iraqis who yearn for liberty. And the people of Iraq have my pledge. Our fighting forces will press on until your entire country is free. The Iraqi people deserve to live in peace under leaders they have chosen. They deserve a government that respects the rights of every citizen and ethnic group. They deserve a country that is united, that's independent, and that is released from years of sanctions and sorrow. Our coalition has one goal for the future of Iraq: to return that great country to its own people. Building a free and prosperous Iraq after the regime is gone will be the work of the Iraqi people for years to come, and they will have our help. Today, the goal is to remove the Iraqi regime and to rid Iraq of weapons of mass destruction. And that is the task of the United States military and our coalition. All who serve in this mission can know this: your fellow citizens are behind you, and our government will give you every tool you need for victory. People of this country take pride in your victories, and we share in your losses. Camp Lejeune has lost some good Marines. Every person who dies in the line of duty leaves a family that lives in grief. Every Marine who dies in the line of duty leaves comrades who mourn their loss. There is a tradition in the Corps that no one who falls will be left behind on the battlefield. Our country has a tradition as well. No one who falls will be forgotten by this grateful nation. We honor their service to America, and we pray their families will receive God's comfort and God's grace. These are sacrifices in a high calling: the defense of our nation and the peace of the world. Overcoming evil is the noblest cause and the hardest work. And the liberation of millions is the fulfillment of America's founding promise. The objectives we've set in this war are worthy of America, worthy of all the acts of heroism and generosity that have come before. Once again, we are applying the power of our country to ensure our security and to serve the cause of justice, and we will prevail. Our armed services have performed brilliantly in Operation Iraqi Freedom, moving a massive force over 200 miles of enemy territory in a matter of days is a superb achievement. Yet there's work ahead for our coalition, for the American Armed Forces, and for the United States Marines. Having traveled hundreds of miles, we will now go the last 200 yards. The course is set. We're on the advance. Our destination is Baghdad, and we will accept nothing less than complete and final victory. May God bless our country and all who defend her. Semper Fi.
It was expected to be enthusiastic, and indeed it was, at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, a base that is very close to Operation Iraqi Freedom. To date, that base alone has contributed 17,500 Marines to the war right now, ongoing north of here in Kuwait City in Iraq. It also accounts for 11 Marines killed in action and still a handful missing in action, listed as MIAs. The president said many things. He said we are bringing a number of things to Iraq. We are bringing aid, but more importantly, we are bringing hope. Prior to that, he said what we have begun, we will finish. We will not stop until Iraq is free. At this point, going forward, the president will have some meetings with some family members from some of those killed in action members of the United States Marine Corps. John King is traveling with the president. John's there now. Good morning again to you.
Hello to you, Bill. A very upbeat assessment there from the president so far of the war effort. His optimism about the campaign and the final 200 yards, as he called it, destination Baghdad, tempered somewhat by the pain suffered at this particular base. You mentioned 11 Marines killed, a handful still missing. Mr. Bush is leaving the speech site now. He will first have some time for lunch with the troops, and then what the White House says will be the most emotional and troubling part of this visit for the president. He will meet with 20 members of families of 5 Marines killed in action. Mr. Bush, his press secretary, says will spend time with everyone in that room and talking to them about this. You heard the president in the remarks just completed making the case that those Marines and anyone else killed in this operation will never be forgotten. The president also making the case that they have sacrificed for what he called a high calling. Mr. Bush, we are told, is receiving constant updates as the military moves closer and closer to Baghdad, and his message of optimism directed not only at the troops but also to the Iraqi people. Mr. Bush assuring the people of Iraq in this speech that the military will not stop until the regime is toppled and until, in his view, their country is free. So an optimistic, upbeat assessment of the war effort, again tempered somewhat by the difficult task facing the president in the hour ahead, his first face-to-face meetings with family members of Americans killed in combat. Bill?
John, back in Washington, you described somewhat of a quiet confidence that's now seeping through the halls of the White House about the military campaign. When did that confidence start to build this past week with the military movement on the ground?
Well, officials at the White House insist the president and his senior war counsel were confident all along in the plan, but they came out of last weekend realizing they had a perception problem, that there was a great deal of criticism in the news media about the plan, a great deal of questioning from retired military officers about whether the force had enough men on the ground, whether they'd underestimated the resistance from the Iraqis. So the White House realized it had to deal with that perception problem. It says underneath all that was steady confidence from the president and his team. And then by midweek, as we saw the ground offensive advance yet again, as they say, the airstrikes were very successful in minimizing the capabilities of the key Republican Guard units. As the president gave a public speech on Monday voicing his confidence, White House officials say at that point the mood changed, and they're behind the public confidence being conveyed by the president became a private confidence among the staff as well. At the same time, Bill, they do emphasize that in this final push on Baghdad, there is still the concern, and we are hearing this and will hear it over and over again, still a concern that there are some tough fights still ahead, and remaining on the table the possibility of the use of weapons of mass destruction, chemical or biological weapons. So the White House believes we are near a tipping point, both from a military standpoint and from a psychological standpoint inside Iraq. That does not mean, the White House says, that there will not be tough days, tough moments in the fighting still to come.
Thanks, John. John King, our senior White House correspondent, traveling with the president today in North Carolina. Let's keep and stay right now in Camp Lejeune. John Zarella is there as well. We mentioned the 11 Marines killed in action, a handful still missing. John, as we bring you into this conversation right now, what are you gaining in terms of perspective for how close the Marines at Camp Lejeune feel now with Operation Iraqi Freedom?
Bill, what you hear, of course, here is that whatever good happens to one Marine happens to all Marines. Whatever bad happens to one Marine happens to all of the Marines here as a close-knit family. And I can tell you there is a great difference in the atmosphere here than 12 years ago when I spent some time at Camp Lejeune during the Gulf War. The community of Jacksonville, North Carolina, and the Marine base of Camp Lejeune are much closer than they are ever been. And the people here say that that was a lesson learned out of the Gulf War, when there was more of a separation. Now they have worked hard, both the community and the leaders on the base, to bring the two sides much closer together. All kinds of events in town reflecting on Camp Lejeune. Now, last night we went to a Baptist church where a group of young people, young teens, were writing letters to the soldiers over in Iraq. 60 of the parishioners at that parish are serving in the Middle East. We also met with a young woman there, Shannon Clover, whose husband is in the 101st Airborne. And Shannon moved back here after her husband was deployed from Camp Lejeune. This was the Baptist church where she grew up, where she and her husband, Anthony, were married 6 years ago. And Shannon told us that it gives her comfort and support to go to that Baptist church, and also that, of course, she is very, very proud of her husband, Anthony.
This is his job, like any other, job. He's got to do it. He's protecting my future. He's protecting my son's future. Everybody's, So it just makes me feel...
It makes you feel proud, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything you wanted to ask?
Just that if he sees this, that I love him. And I want him to come home as soon as they can.
Of course, there is a great deal of pride amongst these people, these families, but there is, as you can tell, a great deal of anxiety as they watch every picture. Shannon told us she has to watch. She doesn't like to watch, but she has to watch to see how things are going. The people here told us at the USO, Bill, last night that once this is all over, they will all throw one big celebration party, as they did 12 years ago. Bill?
Thank you, John. John Zarella, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. A bit earlier, you heard the president took off a number of accomplishments the Marines have made so far in this war in Iraq, securing the oil fields of southern Iraq, securing the bridges in Nasiriyah, and making sure that town is somewhat secure for the supply lines to go north and eventually up toward the southern outskirts of Baghdad. He also mentioned the Marines helping out with Special Forces 2 nights ago in the rescue of Jessica Lynch in that hospital in Nasiriyah. But all of this came with a price. 11 Marines from Camp Lejeune have paid that price with their life. As we go to break right now, their lives. Back in a bit.
ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
CNN Tonight, join Paul Azan and Walt Blitzer for a special report. Follow U.S. troops near Baghdad, plus the possible impact of Jessica Lynch's rescue on other POWs. We're live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern. You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
Every day and every night as the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there every morning at 7 Eastern. Get your first look at what happened overnight on American Morning with Paul Azan.
Breaking news out of Iraq.
Then, every night at 10 Eastern, Aaron Brown takes you from the home front to the front lines on Newsnight.
The maneuvering is now intense.
American Morning with Paul Azan and Newsnight with Aaron Brown for your first and final word on the war in Iraq. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Just about 8:15 in the evening in Baghdad. It is dark again. 14 days after the ground war began, we now know U.S. troops are poised just on the outskirts of the Iraqi capital. And just further south of Baghdad, we find Dr. Sanjay Gupta embedded with the Devil Docs yet again as he went back into Iraq several days ago. Sanjay's back with us by way of video phone, and you have had a rather interesting experience, to say the least. Sanjay, good evening to you.
Yeah, Bill, it's been an interesting and a very busy day as well. Bill, we're in an operating room. This is part of Bravo Surgical Company. Bill, you and I have talked so much about this. These are actually surgical operating rooms that move with the troops. They're mobile. This particular one having just set up today. What you're witnessing now behind me are 2 operations going on simultaneously. This is being done live. These are the first operations actually done in this particular tent. In the far table way behind me, Bill, that is a operation being done on someone's abdomen for a gunshot wound to the abdomen. And just to my left over here, Bill, an operation on someone's leg for a gunshot wound to the leg. Both these patients are Iraqi. Both of these are, as told to me by the Marines, considered EPWs, enemy prisoners of war, until proven otherwise. They are both undergoing their operations now. You can see the flurry of activity behind me, Bill. You can see the resources. There are 2 surgical teams. These surgical teams are working around the clock. Helicopters landing, bringing in patients all the time. Bill?
Sanjay, I want to go back to a story that you relayed to our viewers about an hour ago about your own involvement today with the Devil Docs. I'll let you do it in your own words. What happened earlier today?
Well, Bill, you know, it's been an interesting experience for me. Certainly being a journalist, also a doctor, a neurosurgeon. When I spent some time with the Devil Docs earlier, one of the things that they had told me was they didn't have any neurosurgical capability. And they said if a patient were to come in that needed such an operation, would I be willing to help? They asked me that question. Today, that actually happened. It was just a few hours ago. They came up to me and said a 2-year-old child has a gunshot wound or a shrapnel wound of great significance to the head. Would I be willing to come take a look at the patient and take the patient to the operating room? Medically and morally, I thought that was the right thing to do. The operation was a brain operation, basically to decompress the pressure on that child's brain. Bill, this child was in what we call in the medical lingo extremis, meaning at the time that I saw the patient, a few minutes really only to live. The outcome of the operation was that the child did die after the operation, despite our efforts, but this is something that we attempted to try and save the life of this child through the operation. I was asked to help out medically and morally. I thought it was the right thing to do. Bill?
Yeah, Sanjay, take that just a step further if you could. You mentioned you went in as a journalist, but you're trained in the medical field as a neurosurgeon. You've taken a medical oath. When you were asked to do this and approached earlier today, your immediate reaction or reaction after that was what, Sanjay?
Well, I'll tell you, I did not hesitate at all. I thought it was absolutely the right thing to do. I thought we could give this kid a fighting chance to live. And we came very close to doing exactly that. I mean, the operation, the brain part of this operation went very well. Unfortunately, the child had so many other injuries in addition to this brain injury that he could not survive all of them, as it turned out. But I didn't hesitate, Bill. I think it was medically and morally the right thing to do. I think that I had reflected on this. I maybe even spoke with you about it in times past about whether or not I would jump in. They asked me to, and again, I think anybody would. I think any of the colleagues that I have back home would probably have done the same thing. Bill?
Yes, Sanjay, listen, one more thing here. This was obviously a small child, as you mentioned, maybe 2 years in age, a civilian, clearly. Do you know anything about how this young girl was hurt?
Let me tell you what we do know, Bill, and this has been something that we've been trying to figure out all day. Medics, Navy corpsmen brought these two patients in, a child and his mother. What we have learned is that a taxi cab was actually traveling through a checkpoint, a Marine checkpoint. Inside the taxi cab was a taxi cab driver in the driver's seat. In the passenger seat was another adult male. In the back seat was the mother and the child. Gunfire from the Marines onto the car. Apparently this particular vehicle passed through the checkpoint without stopping. That is what we are hearing from the Marines. Both passengers in the front seat died. Again, the taxi cab driver and the adult male. The mother and the child were brought in to this particular unit where we are, just south of Baghdad. The mother is in critical condition, having undergone an operation as well. The child we've told you about. That is what we're hearing at this point. We can't confirm anything else, but just that this car did appear to go through the checkpoint and drew fire as a result. Bill?
Wow, what a story, what a tragedy, too. Dr. Sanjay Gupta embedded with the Devil Talk somewhere just south of Baghdad. Sanjay, thanks for that report. I want to get back now closer to the capital city. Walt Rogers, if you've been with us throughout the day, has just given us another amazing look at the progress he is making with the 7th Cavalry. This is the lead unit, the scout unit. They go before anyone else in the 3rd Infantry Division. That is their job and duty right now in Iraq. And over the past 2 weeks, it has been Walt's camera with Charlie Miller, the photographer, who have given us truly a bird's eye look about the leading edge of this military operation. Walt filed this report a few moments ago with the latest there. Here's Walt.
For the past several hours, 7th Cavalry, along with its parent unit, the 3rd Infantry Division, has crossed the Euphrates River, moving in the general direction of Baghdad. That totally contradicts the information ministers claim that U.S. Army movements are not anywhere near Baghdad. We cannot give you precise times or locations, but we are moving in the direction of Baghdad. We're taking small arms fire to the right. For the past 15 or 20 minutes, our tank in front of us has been firing its 120 millimeter gun off to the right of us, shooting targets no more than 200 to 300 meters away. The Bradley fighting vehicles have also been firing on at least one side of the passageway we are using at this point. Earlier, as we crossed the Euphrates, we could see burned out vehicles, Iraqi cars, pickup trucks. Some of them appeared to have been old Soviet vintage BMPs, that is, armored personnel carriers. Those vehicles badly charred. We have come across more than a few dead Iraqi soldiers beside the road. We believe those were casualties taken by the 1st Infantry Division, the 3rd Infantry Division, which preceded us on at least part of our journey. The soldiers were, some of them looking like they were asleep. The other Iraqis had all the contortions of death. What we have seen has been small units of Iraqi soldiers. We don't know if they're Republican Guard, but they did not put up much resistance. They were overwhelmed by the United States Army's firepower. Usually the Iraqis would dig an entrenchment, a foxhole, a bunker at a crossroads in some of the backcountry roads, and they would set up there. They put up really almost negligible resistance because they simply could not match the firepower of a 120 millimeter tank barrel, let alone artillery, which may have been called in to clear the path for the 7th Cavalry. But again, there was not what you would call substantial resistance. Mostly what's happening is freelance cowboy-type soldiers are shooting at us from the sides of the road. They try to get off a few shots and then flee. About a quarter mile ahead of us, I can hear a Bradley fighting vehicle, again, banging out in the fields with its 25-millimeter gun. Again, what we're seeing is not organized resistance, not force on force, not the U.S. Army against the Republican Guard, at least not yet. One troubling thing that we did discover on the corpses of the dead Iraqi soldiers that we witnessed, virtually every single one of the Iraqi soldiers was carrying a gas mask. Having said that, there's been no evidence of anything of that sort at this point. Again, the pictures we're showing you are of an M1A1 Abrams main battle tank. We have to show it fairly tight so we do not reveal any of the geographical surroundings through which we are passing. Those are the Pentagon's rules.
Another dramatic day for Walt Rogers and his crew, again, just south, the southern outskirts of Baghdad, exactly where we don't know. But what Walt said was very interesting about how the U.S. now feels about the Iraqi leadership and how much communication is being conducted. Early at Central Command, the briefing down in Qatar, Vincent Brooks, the brigadier general down, said, "We cannot tell who's in charge," adding that there is increasing evidence the Iraqi regime cannot control its own forces. Perhaps we'll hear more when the Pentagon conducts its briefing more than an hour away from now, about 12:45 local time back on the East Coast. We will hear from Don Rumsfeld and General Richard Myers at that point. 2 days ago, a very heated exchange among reporters at the Pentagon. We'll just wait and see what gives today there. But obviously, Leon, there are a lot of questions right now as to who's in charge and who's coordinating anything on the ground, if at all.
That's exactly right, Bill. And you know what? We're not going to wait for the Pentagon briefing. Let's go right down to the Pentagon. Our Barbara Starr is there. Let's see if she can give us a sort of jump of the gun on this discussion right now. Barbara, what are you hearing right now about communications amongst Iraqi leadership right now?
Well, that's something that's being watched very carefully right now, Leon, because if you look at the big picture that the Pentagon is observing on the battlefield today, they are beginning to see some indicators of some real disintegration of the Iraqi military. Now, what they are telling us is they believe there are elements of several regular Army units, regular Iraqi Army divisions around Saddam International Airport. They can't put a number to it. They don't know how many people are involved in this, but they view this as one of the final military efforts to try and defend the capital. They believe that what the U.S. forces are beginning to work their way through is the so-called second ring of Iraqi defenses around the city. And they're noticing that Republican Guard units are now widely dispersed, no longer really in these 6 divisions that we have talked about in the past. And they're also noticing that these regular Army units are now interspersed with the Republican Guard. These regular Army units may be forced to fight, but nonetheless, there is some buildup of them in the southern defenses. Now, what officials here say is they're beginning to wonder if they are approaching this so-called tipping point, if they're edging up to this point in the campaign when the Iraqi regime begins to possibly tip over, this being the most desperate point for the Iraqi regime when they may begin to react. And the reason they're concerned about this, they tell us, is they have seen a couple of indicators that cause them this type of concern. Officials say there is, quote, recent information that confirms the potential use of chemical weapons is very high. This now confirming some of what Walt Rogers has seen out in the field, that Iraqi soldiers are having their gas masks nearby. That raising a lot of concern about whether there is some last-minute effort out there possibly waiting for U.S. soldiers involving chemical weapons. They also say there is recent intelligence information that as they get closer to the city, U.S. forces, Saddam Hussein's regime may begin to attack civilians in Baghdad, killing them through some sort of missile or rocket attack, and then, of course, blaming the U.S. for those civilian deaths. Now, the other question, of course, is what is happening north of the city. All this activity south of Baghdad, well, U.S. forces are now covertly watching the road between Tikrit and Baghdad, we are told, making sure that none of the Iraqi leadership escapes north. Leon?
Yeah, Barbara, let me ask you something else. One other facet that goes along with this discussion about a tipping point here in addition to their now being concerned about maybe an increased likelihood rather of the use of some sort of a chemical weapon, there's also the likelihood that there may be a coup of some kind or something like that if they do reach this tipping point. It could go either way. Has the Pentagon said anything at all about whether or not there's been any progress in reaching into Saddam's inner circle to see if that is a possibility here at this point?
Well, it certainly is a theoretical possibility. Nobody here has said anything about getting to any serious contact with high-level leaders. If it's happening, it's certainly happening under the table. But the issue you raise is certainly one for discussion, and it's fairly key to the timing of when U.S. forces actually would enter the city. If, in fact, the Iraqi regime sees U.S. forces on the outskirts and really believes that it is inevitable, U.S. forces may, officials say, just wait and watch and see if some sort of coup develops, if some sort of new leadership emerges. So that's the very sensitive issue right now. Now that they have punched through so close, do they push on and go through to the city? Do they wait and see how the situation unfolds? Of course, U.S. forces don't like to hang around in the battlefield in a stationary position. That puts them in a lot of danger. So all of these things being weighed here today at the Pentagon, all part of this big picture that's emerging on the battlefield.
Interesting, very interesting. Thank you, Barbara. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. We'll go back to the Pentagon later on. Right now, let's go back to Bill Hemmer standing by in Kuwait City. Bill?
Hey, Leon, thanks. I want to take our viewers up to Baghdad right now. Joining us by telephone, you may remember the worker with the International Committee for the Red Cross as Roland Huguenin Benjamin. He's been stationed there for some time now. Sir, good evening to you. Before we talk about your duties there and obligations in Baghdad, what's been happening in the past few hours that you've observed in Baghdad?
There has been much less traffic on the roads today than in previous days. We were wondering about the fact that people were growing accustomed to these war conditions and were going out of doors and trying to do some shopping. Definitely since the fall of a missile on the Mansour area yesterday in the morning, there has been much less movement outdoors today. Still, there were some people, but definitely less. And the fact that there has been practically uninterrupted bombing on the surrounding areas of Baghdad overnight also probably makes for it that people do not really take the chance or the risks of going out too much in the daytime anymore.
Yeah, the bombing that you're describing there, do you know in which direction that was directed?
Well, it's very difficult to identify, but trusting the news report that we hear, it's probably coming from the south front, where serious fighting has been reported. When you are indoors in the center of Baghdad, you hear the distant thud of explosions, or sometimes also the closer explosions that have been occurring in the city sometimes.
Yeah, we heard earlier the information minister say any reports about U.S. forces getting close to the capital are, to use his word, he called it silly and denied any reports that could be anywhere near that true. He said they were well over 100 miles away. But now that we have this word right now from Secretary of State Colin Powell and others and our own reporters that are getting very close to Baghdad, how much do the Iraqis right now know about the possibility the U.S. forces might be essentially right outside the city gates?
Well, in the afternoon I was at the hotel where all international journalists are gathered, and suddenly there was some kind of movement, and everybody had heard somewhere that the forces were very, very close, and people wanted to know and find out and go about it, and there were talks at the airport, and eventually it was rather inconclusive. We didn't know for sure whether any major movement had been achieved. I believe very much that the population here feels worried and anxious by the fact that we know that we are in for heavier days. Even if the past ones with air bombing have been difficult, people are very worried that if there should be a ground attack, it can potentially be much more difficult to live through that.
Yeah, can you tell us whether or not there's Republican Guard officers stationed now in Baghdad, or even the Special Republican Guard that normally is assigned to protect the inner city of, or the inner workings anyway, the city of Baghdad? Have you noticed any of that movement on the street?
I'm very sorry. You will appreciate the fact that as a strictly neutral humanitarian worker, I'm really not in a position to comment on purely military affairs. By the way, I haven't noticed
I understand.
myself anything like that, but I wouldn't be in a position to comment on such issues.
Okay, listen, I understand that. I want to respect your mission there. Let's talk about prisoners of war. Is there any movement right now on behalf of the Iraqis to allow you to pay visits to Americans now being held in Iraq?
There has been nothing new on that particular question so far. Of course, our contacts are daily, and we certainly hope that it should be made possible at the next best opportunity. We have started visiting, as you know, the Iraqi prisoners held by the coalition. The visits have been going on well now since last Monday. Our delegates are there. They are going even to be reinforced with additional delegates to operate more swiftly, and we definitely hope that they will also be granted access to the representatives of the coalition forces who have been captured now.
Yeah, we've been in touch, sir, with the members of your own delegation here in Kuwait City who described that visit to us 4 days ago on Monday around Qasr in southeastern Iraq. But again, I go back to my question. Is there any indication the Iraqis are moving forward in terms of your own progress to visit these Americans who are still believed to be held by the Iraqis?
There is nothing new that I could comment on. You know that our relations and connections with the forces on either side until the visits actually take place are kept confidential. But we certainly are behind that issue. It is top of the list.
Yeah, two nights ago when Jessica Lynch was rescued from that hospital in Nazaré in the south, south of you rather, there were 11 bodies located there, 2 in a morgue, 9 outside in a shallow grave. We do not have confirmation as to the nationality, whether they're Americans or not, but do you have information that may lead you to believe that these could have been Americans inside that hospital?
We have no information because we have not physically been to Nazaré ourselves. Of course, if ICRC does gain access to hospitals wherever in the country, and if there is any reason to suspect that there are unidentified bodies and that there are pending requests to look up for unidentified captured people, this is certainly an issue that will have to be dealt with immediately as soon as we actually gain access to the hospitals and to those cities.
All right, one more question before we let you go tonight. Again, we appreciate you sharing your information with us here on CNN. Right now, it's nightfall, well into the evening. Can you describe any sort of bombing or activity that you've noticed, to either see it or hear it nearby?
Well, I have been indoors now for a few hours at my desk. I was hearing on a regular basis the distant thud of explosions on the outskirts of the city, not very close but very distinct. At night I usually go out to the studios where TV live programs are broadcast from, and I was out there recording a program at like 10:30 last night, and it was practically very uncomfortable to be on top of that roof and to hear all those explosions and to be on a live interview at the same time.
Yeah. From the International Committee for the Red Cross, Roland Hugenman-Benjamin, we have talked to him off and on just about every day at different times for the past week running. He is there with the Red Cross, and part of his responsibilities is to check up on the prisoners of war, but as he indicated, no idea just yet about when the Iraqis will allow his group to visit these prisoners of war, but clearly indicating, Leon, that throughout the day, intense bombing again in the direction of the southern part of Baghdad. Back to you now at the CNN Center.
All right, thanks, Bill. We're going to go south of even there, down now to near Najaf, where Ryan Chilcote is now being able to check in on his video phone. Ryan's been out there with the 101st Airborne, has been out there trying to mop up some of the Fedayeen and the resistance fighters that have been in that area. They've been going through there and watching to see if they can actually enter the city and get in there into Najaf and clean everything up. Ryan, are you there?
Yeah, Leon, I have to apologize for my ghoulish appearance, but it is now dark here and the soldiers have turned out all their lights. We're in blackout conditions so the Iraqi soldiers, should there be any of those Fedayeen fighters in the city, so they can't see the soldiers' position. But if I could back up to earlier today, this morning really began with what was supposed to be a rather uneventful patrol for the soldiers through the city of Najaf. The goal of their patrol today was really to link up the soldiers' commander with the Grand Ayatollah Sistani here in the city. The Grand Ayatollah is the chief spiritual leader for Shia Muslims both in this city and throughout the world. They got about halfway there when they were told by the Grand Ayatollah via radio that he would like them first, before that meeting, to secure his compound, which is located about halfway down the road from where the soldiers were, from the Imam Ali Mosque, which you see over my shoulder here. It is the only building in the city that is lit up. There isn't very much electricity in the city right now. Well, the soldiers said okay, and that was their intent, to go about halfway down the road simply to secure the Grand Ayatollah's compound. But no one apparently told the crowd of the soldiers' intentions, and as you can probably see from this video, complete chaos ensued. The crowd apparently assuming that the soldiers intended to walk all the way up to the Imam Ali Mosque, approach the Imam Ali Mosque. That was not their intention. Very quickly, the soldiers' commander and the Ayatollah's representatives who were there took some very quick steps to try and diffuse what, as you can see, was a very chaotic situation. The soldiers' commander said, look, guys, take a knee, point your weapons at the ground, try and appear as friendly as possible, as you can, I guess, with weapons as soldiers. That's exactly what the soldiers did. A lot of the people, a lot of the Iraqis that had gotten upset, in fact, responded in kind, a lot of them sitting down, but not all of them. And that is, it is at that point when the soldiers' commander said, look, enough is enough, this is a little bit chaotic, and he pulled his troops back to the compound where they are right now. Leon?
Well, then, Ryan, what happens next, then, if they're back at the compound right now waiting?
Well, they're back in the compound. Night has fallen. The troops don't really patrol the city at night. The soldiers from the 101st Airborne, as you were saying earlier, have really only been in the city of Najaf for a couple of days, and it is by no means a secure city yet. Just, in fact, an hour and a half ago, our cameraman Greg Danilenko was out with a company of soldiers who found a large weapons cache inside of a school. They found RPG rounds and grenades. So this town is far from secure. Really, U.S. troops at this point trying to control the situation, trying to root out those Fedayeen fighters that have used the city as a sanctuary to launch stage attacks against U.S. servicemen passing through this area en route to Baghdad. But it is by no means really an entirely secure place yet. I'm sure that when dawn comes, the soldiers will be back, will be out again on the streets. Leon?
And when they go back out on the streets, Ryan, what they're doing basically is they're going house by house out there. And are they meeting this kind of resistance that we just saw in the video here in that approach to the mosque? Are they meeting that same kind of resistance all over the city when they're going house to house as well?
Well, you know, Leon, unfortunately, you were slightly muffled, but I would like to say one thing. What we saw today would have been a surprise if it wasn't for the miscommunication about the soldiers' intentions. Because ever since they arrived here the day before yesterday, they have gotten the warmest of welcomes here in the city of Najaf. Najaf is a home primarily to Shia Muslims, and many of these Shia Muslims, of course, do not like President Saddam Hussein's regime. They look at President Saddam Hussein as a man who has repressed them for decades. So when they learned that the U.S. troops were coming into the city, not for them, but to secure the city and root out the Fedayeen fighters, many of whom are from, obviously, Saddam's regime and are Sunnis, they really became very accommodating. The only caveat in all of this, of course, is that a lot of the people I talked to just before that situation turned chaotic today told me, look, we would like to see more security in this city, more U.S. troops, because as one man put it, every man he is afraid of everyone in this town. He said his mother, his brother, and his sister could be informers. They are really very afraid of the situation at hand right now. We're sort of between two poles, if you will. At one point, this town was completely controlled by the iron fist of President Saddam Hussein. Now the Americans have showed up. Well, that's a different pole, but they have not assumed enough control over the city that the Iraqis who live here feel completely comfortable interfacing with those Americans out in the open. They're still very concerned about the fact that they might be seen by some of those Fedayeen informers, and that as one Iraqi today told me that they might get what he called a night visitor coming to them in the evening. So obviously things still need to improve here in the city of Najaf. Leon?
All right, Ryan, that very well and very clearly illustrates exactly why there's such chaos there. We appreciate that report. Ryan Chilcote, you be careful. Ryan Chilcote's out there traveling with the 101st Airborne in Najaf. They're tough job there going house to house there. Let's check in now with Harris Whitbeck. As I understand it, Harris is somewhere in southern Iraq. He's at a forward operating base there. Harris is joining us now by video phone. Harris, hello.
Hi, Leon. I am at a base that was secured by coalition forces several days ago, and the United States and Great Britain are making great efforts to consolidate their presence on this base, which will be used very shortly to house A-10 fighter jets that would support combat troops and also patrol the ever-growing supply lines that stretch from down in Kuwait up north towards Baghdad. So a lot of activity on this base. People tell us here that this was probably one of the most important military facilities for Saddam Hussein, now under total control of coalition forces. Leon?
All right, Harris, now that the base is under control, can you give us any idea about whether or not anything has been discovered that's of any significance there at that base?
Apparently this was being used as a training facility for Iraqi troops, and commanders here say that they have found a lot of chemical warfare-related material, meaning gas masks and protective suits, and what they think is that this was used as a training center for chemical warfare. Other than that, there were a lot of arms, a lot of weapons that the people in charge of exploding ordnance have been taking care of. There were some incidents earlier this week when people were trying to break into the perimeter here, apparently trying to get at those stored weapons. But again, people here are confident that the perimeter is very well secured, and the perimeter is growing outwards as the days go by. Again, the coalition plans on using this base not only for the current combat situation, but also for the flow of humanitarian aid that they expect to come through here very shortly. Leon?
All right, Harris Whitbeck there at that forward operating base there somewhere in southern Iraq. Thank you. We'll check back with you later on. Let's go now back to our Bill Hemmer, standing by in Kuwait City. Bill?
Paul, sorry, Leon, I just called you Paula, my bad. Listen, Al Jazeera right now is carrying an interview with the information minister, Saeed Sahaf. Earlier today, he was the one who said any U.S. troops on the outskirts of Baghdad was considered, in his words, silly. Let's listen to Al Jazeera, the Arab network now.
There are fights, confrontation, continuing, and the fight, the defense that are being launched by all citizens, Iraqi citizens. This fight is going to be a street fight in Najaf, where we're going to cut their limbs, and God willing, you will see such maneuvers to exhaust these mercenaries. As you showed in your video, that the invaders, the occupiers, are breaking doors in. We show their criminal behavior, and you show that criminal behavior, and we're gonna be cutting them off. We will turn this operation into maneuvers to these American and troops, mercenaries. American British sources are saying that their troops are in Mahmoudiyah city, about 25 kilometers south of Baghdad. That is not true. The battle today took place in a place that was not announced, those mercenaries. They mentioned Saddat al-Hindiya. This area is south of Mahmudiyya, about 60-70 kilometers. We attacked them after some retreated from high area and they went to Saddat al-Hindiya. That is the southeast of Karbala. And we surrounded them there, and our special forces from the Republican Guard are finishing them up. We are pursued, and they are killing the last of their troops, British and American troops. As that miserable Powell, who said that they controlled the international airport, Saddam Hussein International Airport, and we saw you show in the media that this did not happen. They are cheap liars. The Americans say that civilian casualties happens because of the armed forces are fighting from civilian areas. This is not true. Daily, we take media personnel to visit these locations, residential areas, no military present. Those cowards have no moral. They are with no morals, they are greedy, they have no shame to lie. They kill and then they go to the funeral. They kill humans and claim they have morals and they didn't do the killing. They are nervous because in the front we are killing them, we are hitting them, we are making them tired. They are dirty invaders, colonialists, and we need to finish them up. They are becoming hysterical. The more we kill in the fight, the more they bomb residential areas. They are Nazis, they are fascists. They are more dirty than the Nazis and the fascists because they are using modern technology that was not owned, possessed by the Nazis or the fascists. They are bombing residential areas as a cheap way that would suit these invaders. Some Iraqi commanders were imprisoned. What is your opinion about this statement? They are arresting and detaining civilians, and they always make sure that there is a camera to show these residents and civilians. They only showing civilians who they arrest. They don't show military. They keep saying that they are observing and they know where the Iraqi leadership is. Iraqi president addressed the people of Iraq. How would you describe the domestic front? If you notice, well, I read the address from President Saddam Hussein. He said, for our courageous fighters in Wasit, who had a long history in Islamic history. The tribesmen, the citizens, the party members, Fidaiyu Saddam, are fighting. These are not military forces. These are citizens defending their country. They fought and they defeated those mercenaries. Our president is saluting and praising this courage fight. American sources are saying that some of the tribesmen are helping the invading forces, and they are showing them places where Iraqi armed forces positioned. This is not true. This is not true. Our intelligence information. If you remember, in 1991, some who cooperated with the invaders, they fled, and they had them in Rafah camp in Saudi. Some of them were the sons of these tribes. They trained them to be as a fifth column, to cheat and deceive and claim that they are from a prominent position of that tribe. These are not prominent members of our tribes. These are some members of this tribe that were trained in America as a fifth column. And they transferred these people to the United States, and they trained them to be a fifth column, and they give them a headdress, and they claim that he is a prominent member of the tribe. Iraqis know better, and they know these ways of deceit and cheat. These mercenaries pretending to control a place in Iraq, but they would not do that. Some reports suggested that the Air Force commander has been removed as a result of some missiles falling on residential areas. This is not true. I am in daily communication with our commander of the Air Forces. He communicates daily with me. What is your estimation of the number and the people who are crossing through Syria? Most of them are not from Syria. Some are just crossing from Syria. The number exceeds about over 6,000 to 7,000 people. 99% of them are trained, well trained, and we are continuing and finessing their training. Actions speak louder. Their actions are going to talk for themselves.
We've been listening to an interview that's being conducted now on Arab Network Al Jazeera, and the man on the left side of the screen is the Iraqi Information Minister Mohammed Assid Sahaf, and he had some very interesting things to say this morning in this interview. He was asked directly about where the U.S. troops are. We've been hearing reports all morning from our embedded reporters out there that they believe that they may be as close as 6 miles away from the outskirts of Baghdad. The information minister here saying that is not true. He's saying here that the battle today took place in a city that was not announced by the coalition, some 60 to 70 kilometers away from the city, somewhere south of Karbala, he says. So he's disputing what we've been hearing this morning about where exactly the troops are. He also spoke, he was asked as well about what we have been seeing on our air as well, reports that there have been high-ranking clerics that have been coming out and asking the civilians to actually help the coalition and then help to root out some of the Fedayeen fighters who have been fighting for the Iraqi regime. And he says, here the information minister saying that these members who have been coming out and speaking out for the coalition are not members, he says, not prominent members of our tribe. His words, he's saying that they are basically people who were brought in from the United States to act as a fifth column inside Iraq. Let's get some reaction to some of these strange words that we're hearing this morning. General Don Shepard, our military analyst, what do you make of what we've been hearing so far this morning?
Leon, my take on this is just absurd propaganda of no military significance whatsoever. The question is, who is Mohammed Sahaf talking to? And clearly he must be talking to the inner circle around the Saddam regime. The Iraqi forces, it appears, are imploding with no ability to command and control or make an effective defense. However, once forces get into Baghdad, some very ugly things could happen with this inner circle. Special forces are operating throughout the country, cutting off all approaches to and from the city, if you will, checkpoints and what have you. The noose is tightening, and these people are getting very desperate, and this type of speech is an example of that, Leon.
All right, real quickly, I have to ask you, the final point he was making there, he said something about 57,000 coming over from Syria, possibly to help the Iraqi regime. Is there any evidence that we've seen some kind of movement like that?
We've heard all those kinds of reports about suicide bombers and people from other countries coming to help. I can just tell you from a military standpoint, they would find it very difficult to travel to and from Iraq at this point.
All right, we also have heard Secretary of Defense Don Rumsfeld speak plainly and clearly to Syria the other day, saying that if they did something like that, they would be treated as combatants. Thank you, General Shepard. We'll get back to you in just a bit, and we'll get back to our coverage, our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq right after a break. Will Flitzer checks in just a few moments, so don't go away.
I'm saving $160 a night at this 4-star hotel.
A 3-star for $59 a night. We're saving $100 a night in New York City.
But we even got the kids in their own room.
Priceline now has the guaranteed best prices at top-of-the-line hotels. Save up to 40% off other leading online sites.
I paid $55 less than at Hotels.com.
$60 less than Expedia.
I told them the price.
The exact neighborhood and even how many stars, and they found it. Now we'll stay at a hotel instead of DMR.
Top of the line, guaranteed best price. Priceline Hotels.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
When it comes to business, Cumberland County, New Jersey has more to offer. Strategically located in the heart of the Northeast Corridor, we offer a wide array of financial incentives, below-market land costs, a skilled, available, and reliable workforce, and a superior transportation network. For more information on how we can help your business, call 1-866-866-MORE or visit our website at moretooffer.com.
During cancer treatment, Elizabeth could only watch from the sidelines. Today, her cancer is in remission, and she's ready to play.
Elizabeth is one of millions of children with hope because of Children's Miracle Network. We are the alliance of premier children's hospitals dedicated to serving all children. Your support can make miracles happen. CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hello, Leon Harris here in the CNN Center. At this hour, coalition officials say a column of American soldiers is close to Saddam International Airport, and that is on the southern outskirts of Baghdad. CNN's Walter Rogers reports some small arms fire, but no major resistance along a route toward the capital. As the Army is rolling in from the southwest, Marines are nearing Baghdad coming in from the southeast. U.S. officials, meanwhile, say a search is underway for the pilot of a Navy fighter plane. Pentagon officials tell CNN that they are checking into the possibility that the F-A-18 was downed by a Patriot missile. Secretary of State Colin Powell meets with NATO officials in Brussels to sound out some opinions on post-war Iraq. And a welcome sign of compromise, CNN's Robin Oakley reports that European members are not insisting on a dominant role for the United Nations. Powell says it's a question of balance.
We all understand that the UN must play a role. The President has said so. He said it clearly. The nature of that role and how it is to be played remains to be seen.
President Bush says that he will accept nothing less than complete and final victory in Iraq. speaking at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. Mr. Bush said the days of the brutal regime are coming to an end. I'm Leon Harris. Now let's go to Wolf Blitzer standing by in Kuwait. Wolf?
The course is set. We're on the advance. Our destination is Baghdad, and we will accept nothing less than complete and final victory.
The Commander-in-Chief offers up a battlefield report to U.S. Marines on the home front. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting today live from Kuwait City. We're just about 45 minutes away from the daily news conference over at the Pentagon. We'll have live coverage of that as soon as it begins. In the meantime, all eyes are on Baghdad, and I mean that almost literally. Only within the past few minutes, it looks as if power has been turned off. Electricity no longer exists in huge parts of the city. We're having live coverage of that as well. In addition to that, just before the lights were turned off in downtown Baghdad, there were huge explosions, presumably more U.S. bombs or missiles. We'll have detailed coverage of these late-breaking developments in Baghdad. The Iraqi capital skyline has, of course, been in sight of converging coalition forces, though precise distances vary by each report. A report by Iraq's information minister calls the coalition drive, and I'm quoting now, an illusion. He's saying further, they hold no place in Iraq. Exclusive pictures from CNN's Walter Rogers, however, tell of a very, very different story, that of U.S. Army units sprinting northward under moderate, yet so far manageable resistance. Walt is with the Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. And just about 2 hours ago, the Secretary of State Colin Powell disclosed that coalition troops were nearing Saddam International Airport, which is only 12 miles, give or take, from downtown Baghdad. Let's go back to Walter Rogers now. He's well inside that much-talked-about red line ringing the capital.
The 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry remains on the distant outskirts of Baghdad. And again, what we're seeing is small groups of Iraqi resistance fighters, 10 to 20, forming up in foxholes or taking shelter behind buildings and sticking their heads up occasionally, firing in the direction of the convoy almost as soon as they do, certainly as soon as the soldiers aboard the tanks, and you can see the tank's elevated position up there. As soon as you can see, as soon as they see where the fire's coming from, they provide covering fire and overwhelmingly wipe out anything that's in the field. We have seen, as I said, upwards of 20 dead Iraqi soldiers in the field. We believe most of those have been taken out by the 3rd Infantry Division as it passed through, albeit in a different direction earlier in the day. Troubling news, of course, that each of those Iraqi soldiers had a gas mask on at the time, and that, of course, portends perhaps greater difficulty as these U.S. Army units get closer to Baghdad. Again, as we passed through some agricultural villages in the Mesopotamian Delta, we did find some of the Iraqis were more than a little enthusiastic to see the 7th Cavalry and the other U.S. Army soldiers coming through. The men would very guardedly flash us a thumbs up or give us a V for victory sign, but that being the case, it was very guarded until we got further and further away. The further away we got from the Euphrates River and closer to Baghdad, ironically, the more enthusiasm we've encountered among some of the Iraqi farm families, particularly the children and some of the women. I remember one woman who was waving very enthusiastically at the 7th Cavalry moving through, and she was 400 yards back from the road.
Walter Rogers on the road to Baghdad only a short while ago. U.S. troops maybe 15 or so miles from the Iraqi capital. You're looking now at live pictures of Baghdad. You're seeing something you have not yet seen during the first 2 weeks of this war. Electricity, power to huge parts of the Iraqi capital no longer in business. They've turned off the lights. That was preceded by about 15 minutes of heavy explosions in various parts
of this city of some 5 million residents. The power is off in Baghdad. Let's go to CNN's Rene San Miguel. He's in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta with Major General Don Shepard, retired U.S. Air Force. So what's going on as far as you guys can tell, Rene?
Well, Wolf, after 15 days of bombing and shock and awe and all that, the electricity never went out in Baghdad, but now it looks like indeed this could be the case. And I'm going to ask General Shepard, before we start talking about what the coalition might be doing, it may not be the coalition that's knocked out the electricity.
That's true. It may not be the coalition. We're only guessing right now. The coalition has the means to take it out. On the other hand, electricity is the key to life. Electricity pumps water. Without water, life doesn't exist. It can create a huge humanitarian crisis. It could be that the coalition did this, and it could be that the Iraqis themselves did it. Now, we have the means to turn it out for hours, days, weeks, months, and years if we want to turn off electricity.
Let's talk about that. There is a way for the coalition to knock out the electricity without damaging the overall infrastructure of the city.
That's true. We did it during the first Gulf War, and it's also been done during the Kosovo campaign. It's called, it was dropped earlier by the 117 Stealth Fighter. It's a CBU, cluster bomb unit, and it's a cluster bomb unit 94 with bomblets in it that are called a BLU, Bomb Live Unit 114. It drops carbon fiber wires and shorts out, and it will cause problems for a short period of time, but you don't have to reconstruct the entire electrical grid when you do this.
Because that will cost the coalition and whoever comes in post-Saddam.
Not only that, if you bomb the transformers, you can be out for years.
Okay. Let's go right to a map, an aerial map that we have from satellite imagery from earthviewer.com and digitalglobe.com of Baghdad, because if this is indeed the start of a push into the city itself, we want to give folks an idea of what we're talking about here. Here is Saddam Airport. Secretary of State Colin Powell saying earlier today that troops were advancing on that. That is obviously a target, General.
You need to seize that airport.
Okay.
Indeed.
Talk about some of the other major roadways that could be targets as well.
You want to seize major roadways to and from the city. Here's the Abu Ghraib Expressway going out this way. You would want to cut that, establish checkpoints all along that to control traffic. This is Airport Road. This is the Hilla Road going down this way. You'd also want to cut that. This is the, trying to remember, Qadisiyah Expressway that goes into the Palace area. You would want to cut that. All of these key bridges along the Tigris River here, you would want to control all of those to make sure, and you want to cut the roads that are leading out of the country that go to Jordan and to Syria and south, of course, so that you can control traffic and perhaps capture the regime people that are trying to flee.
We're talking about a modern city here, 4.5 million, like any other city you might find in America or North America. There's also another airport, I believe, on the east as well.
Al-Rashid Airport, right.
But an awful lot of places for not only Republican Guard, a special Republican Guard, but the Fedayeen paramilitary to hide as well.
Yeah, you got the Republican Guard that has not been allowed in Baghdad before. They stay outside. Now you got the special Republican Guard in Baghdad itself, and then you've got these inner circle, the Saddam Fedayeen, etc. So it could really get ugly with some bad people inside this city, even though they can't command the regular military forces outside the city.
And just to give some idea, the very first night of the campaign was all around here.
Indeed.
Shock and awe.
Indeed it was.
General Shepard, thank you for your time. Wolf, back on over to you.
Thanks, Rene. Let me ask General Shepard one question before I let both of you guys continue your research over there. General Shepard, since the U.S. could basically take out the power of Baghdad anytime they want, would it make sense to do it, though, on the eve of an actual assault into the city, given the night vision, night fighting capabilities that the U.S. troops would have?
Indeed, it would. It gives the U.S. troops the advantage with their night vision capability when the other side cannot see in the dark. So if you've lost all electricity, that would be an advantage. It also can be turned back on very quickly. It also can be used psychologically to say that coalition forces are in control of your life, power, water, etc., and therefore the regime has lost control, Wolf.
It would have that kind of potential shattering impact. Once again, we don't know why there's no electricity, no lights in Baghdad, at least big chunks of Baghdad tonight. We do know that for about 15 minutes before the lights went off, before that switch was turned off, there were heavy explosions, presumably more bombardment going on in and around the Iraqi capital. We're watching all of these developments. General Shepard, thanks very much. Rene San Miguel, we'll be getting back to both of you very soon. The closer U.S. troops do get to Baghdad, the stronger there are fears of some chemical attack against them. Let's go to our Pentagon correspondent, Barbara Starr. Barbara, first of all, before we get to the chemical issue, any word from the Pentagon on why the lights are off in Baghdad?
No, no one's talking about that here at this point. They probably know, but they're just not saying yet. We may hear more about that from the Defense Secretary when he has a news briefing in about half an hour.
All right, so let's go on to the nightmare scenario that the Iraqis do have chemical, biological weapons. They've been waiting to use them once the U.S. and coalition forces moved across this imaginary red line on the outskirts of the Iraqi capital. What's the word that you're hearing over there?
What's going on, Wolf, here is a look at the big picture. What U.S. officials say is right now they believe there are elements of regular Iraqi army units, perhaps as many as elements of 4 or 5 divisions around Saddam International Airport. This is shaping up as the last defensive line along the southern edge of the city that U.S. forces are currently now working their way through. They can't put an exact number to it, but they do believe elements of at least 4 regular Army divisions are at the airport. Now, what officials say is they are working their way through the so-called second ring around the city. They've also already been through the first ring of Republican Guard. Right now, the action we're seeing is the second ring, and who knows, they say, if there will even be a third ring by the time they get to Baghdad, although there are special Republican Guard and security services still inside the city. The key issue for U.S. officials is just how dangerous it is getting right now, how desperate the regime is getting. General Brooks, earlier today at the Central Command briefing, had this to say about the current status of the Republican Guard and the Iraqi military.
It's difficult to determine exactly what decisions are being made, whether these are low-level commanders that are moving to the sound of the guns, whether they're moving on the regime themselves, or whether they're responding to the damages that have been inflicted on frontline forces by coalition actions. Impossible to speculate on exactly what that means. What we do, though, is we read these circumstances.
But sources here tell us there are 2 indicators that have the U.S. military very concerned today. They say that there is recent information that confirms the potential use of chemical weapons is very high, haven't been used yet, but there's new information on that. And there is also intelligence information that as U.S. forces begin to approach Baghdad even more closely, Saddam Hussein's regime may launch attacks against civilians in the city and blame the United States. Wolf?
Those are both nightmare scenarios, Barbara. The expectation, though, is that the actual assault on Baghdad is imminent, or will they pause a little bit, regroup, bring up the supplies, and then eventually make that kind of move? Is there any indication you're getting?
Well, this doesn't appear to be a campaign that's really into operational pauses. Even when forces paused, so to speak, further south while they awaited resupply, very heavy airstrikes were going on at the same time. So it is extremely unlikely, with forces so close to Baghdad, so vulnerable to the possibility of chemical weapons, that Tommy Franks is going to order any kind of operational pause. But what they will be watching for is, as the regime begins to see what the U.S. believes is the inevitability of their situation, whether there is any evidence of a coup forming, any evidence of any Iraqi leaders beginning to turn away from Saddam Hussein, and the U.S. military will try and exploit that if it begins to emerge. Wolf?
And Barbara, while I have you, what's the latest on that Hornet, that warplane that apparently went down? What was behind that?
There are a couple of potentially very tragic stories here today. F-18 Hornet off the USS Kitty Hawk went down over Iraq. Combat search and rescue remains ongoing for the pilot, but there are growing indications, officials say, that that F-18 may have accidentally been shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile in Iraq. That investigation remains ongoing. Nothing is certain about that just yet, but we also, within the last few minutes, received additional word of another friendly fire incident today. U.S. Central Command says they are investigating an incident in which a U.S. Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle apparently mistakenly launched weapons against a U.S. position on the ground. 1 U.S. Army soldier killed, several others reported injured or missing. That investigation is now underway as well. Wolf?
Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Thanks, Barbara. If that Hornet went down because of a U.S.-made Patriot missile, it wouldn't be the first coalition to go down that way. A British Tornado plane was shot down by a U.S. Patriot as well. So we'll continue to watch both of those stories, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon, and this reminder, we're standing by for a Pentagon briefing that's coming up at 12:45 p.m. Eastern, 9:45 p.m. here in Kuwait City, about a little bit less than a half an hour or so from now. CNN, of course, will have live coverage. The Pentagon briefing coming up in about a half an hour. A grim duty still awaits America's commander-in-chief, a meeting with relatives of U.S. troops killed in Iraq. President Bush is at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina this hour, a base that has suffered a number of U.S. war casualties. Traveling with the president, covering the story, our senior White House correspondent, John King. John Zarella, by the way, is also gauging the mood on the base. But let's begin with John King. John, go ahead.
Wolf, that difficult meeting for the president due to happen in just moments if it is not already underway. Mr. Bush first having lunch with some troops, then he will travel to a chapel here at Camp Lejeune to meet with about 20 family members of 5 Marines killed in action. This base, Camp Lejeune, a key strategic Marine camp and training facility here in North Carolina. About a dozen Marines from this base killed in action already in the fighting. Another handful are missing. Mr. Bush making note of that in his remarks today. But the president also sounding upbeat when it came to the war effort itself. Aides say he is being constantly updated on the progress of the U.S. forces as they move closer and closer to Baghdad. Mr. Bush, aides say, is leaving the key decisions as to timing, as to when massive forces will enter the city itself, up to the generals. But in his speech to a crowd of 20,000 here at Camp Lejeune, some 12,000 Marines in the audience, the president sounded very much like a commander-in-chief who believes victory will soon be at hand.
No one who falls will be forgotten by this grateful nation. We honor their service to America, and we pray their families will receive God's comfort and God's grace.
That the president there paying tribute to the Marines from this base and other members of the United States military killed in action in the 2 weeks of fighting so far. Again, I believe we have more sounds for you. The president of the United States talking about the overall war effort. He says U.S. troops are moving closer and closer to Baghdad. Mr. Bush saying the days of Saddam Hussein and his regime are now numbered.
Having traveled hundreds of miles, we will now go the last 200 yards. The course is set. We're on the advance. Our destination is Baghdad, and we will accept nothing less than complete and final victory.
Marines and family members here at Camp Lejeune saying it was critical for the president to come at this moment. One woman I spoke to, hugging both of her children, said it was critical for them to hear from the President of the United States why their father has been deployed overseas for quite some time now. And Wolf, this is the first time Mr. Bush and the First Lady is with him will meet face-to-face with family members of those killed in action. White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer saying it will be a difficult moment and an emotional moment for the president, but Ari Fleischer also saying that the president personally believes it is critical, and he also believes it is part of his duty as commander-in-chief to spend some time with the families and to thank them for their sacrifice. Wolf.
John, before I let you go, very interesting development unfolding here in Kuwait. There are scores of former U.S. Diplomats, executives, retired U.S. military officers waiting for the word to go into Iraq, to take control of various ministries, to take charge of the post-Saddam era, if you will, at least for some sort of transition period. Others are standing by in the United States waiting to come over here. Is everyone in the Bush administration on board as far as this U.S. role that's going to be the leadership role in an immediate period after Saddam Hussein's regime is toppled? Is everyone exactly on the same page right now, or are there serious splits, let's say, between the Pentagon and the State Department when it comes to what happens in the new post-Saddam world?
There is general consensus in the administration on what happens immediately. Once General Franks believes Iraq is secure, those officials that are standing by in Kuwait, others standing by in the United States, would form a transitional authority, an interim authority that is under the command of the United States military, but is designed to get the Iraqi infrastructure and the government up and running. Where there is some disagreement as to what happens in the weeks and months after that. How quickly should there be a United Nations role? How prominent should there be a United Nations role? Should all of this be turned over to a United Nations authority, or should most of it still be under the auspices of General Franks and the United States? Most at the White House want that scenario. They want General Franks in charge. They want the United States running most of the show. They want the United Nations to endorse an interim Iraqi authority. But Wolf, in the immediate term, we are told there is broad consensus on getting this U.S.-led effort up and running. And then the question is, how fast can you bring in Iraqi dissidents, Iraqi exiles, some Iraqis from within the bureaucracy? How fast can you bring them into the operation and transfer some authority over Iraq back to the Iraqi people? White House officials saying it could be weeks, some say even months before all of that is clear, because it depends largely on the situation in the country once the fighting stops.
John King, traveling with the president at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. John, thanks very much. CNN's John Zarrella is also at Camp Lejeune, a huge U.S. Marine Corps base. John Zarrella, in this particular case, what's the mood over there as you're trying to gauge the reaction to what's unfolding on that home base as far as what's happening here in the Persian Gulf?
Well, Wolf, I can tell you that, there were 19,000 tickets that were distributed by the White House for this event, and it was hardly enough. There were lots of people, members of families who wanted to go, who just could not get tickets to the event, which is an indication of the tremendous bond that the community here, Jacksonville, North Carolina, has established with the Marine base. And having been here a dozen years ago for a considerable amount of time during the Gulf War, you notice that the bond is strengthened here. Whatever happens to one Marine, whether it's good or bad, happens to all Marines, and it also affects the community here. And the people have told us here that the lessons they learned out of the Gulf War, Wolf, were that they needed to strengthen the bond between Jacksonville, North Carolina, and the people here at the Marine base. Now, one man, Walter Scott, who was wounded during the Gulf War, he went to the USO headquarters looking for his tickets last night, and he said he was very, very proud that the president was coming.
With war, you got tragedy, but you also got the love and the affirmation from everybody else in the country, and we're going to give our people the support that they need without question.
There's a tremendous amount of support from the community for the military families and the folks here on the base. In fact, last night, Wolf, we visited a Baptist church where 39 teens from a teen group there were writing letters to the soldiers over in the Persian Gulf. In fact, one of the young boys there was writing to his dad, who was serving there. There are 65 members of this particular Baptist church who are all over in the Persian Gulf, and many of their family members go to that church for the support and comfort that they are receiving now from the community that is outside of the base here at Camp Lejeune. Wolf?
John Zarrella at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. That's where the president is right now as well. Thanks, John, very much. And as we've been reporting since the top of this program, the lights are off in Baghdad. No electricity. Following some 15 minutes of explosions, we don't know why the lights are off, why there's no electricity. We do know that 2 weeks almost exactly since the start of the war, this is the first time you're seeing dark pictures of the Iraqi capital, a city of some 5 million people. No electricity there right now. We're trying to find out why precisely this has happened. We'll continue to show live pictures from Baghdad even as we continue our search for the reason for this. We might get some answers at a Pentagon briefing. That's coming up now in about 20 minutes or so. We'll bring you live coverage as soon as it gets underway. Up next, I'll talk with a former Persian Gulf prisoner of war. How does his experience compare to what Jessica Lynch is going through right now? And bracing for hot, hot weather here in the Gulf. Troops are about to face, get this, triple-digit temperatures. It's all ahead.
Winning a gold medal in any field makes a bold statement. That's why we're proud to announce that Smart Balance Buttery Spreads have been judged the best tasting in the soft vegetable spread category by the American Tasting Institute. Smart Balance helps to improve the ratio of good to bad cholesterol with no trans fatty acids and no hydrogenated oil. It has the right balance of fats you want in your diet. Use Smart Balance Buttery Spreads, the sensational taste for healthy eating.
You never know when you'll need allergy medicine. You could be outside, inside,
in your car, anywhere. Now you can take non-drowsy allergy medicine right when you need it. Announcing quick-dissolving Alavert. New Alavert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water. Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alavert. Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
You're looking at live pictures of downtown Baghdad. This city now without electricity. No lights. They've turned off the lights. Someone's turned off the lights in the Iraqi capital. We do know this. It followed 15 minutes of explosions, presumably U.S. bombs and missiles. We don't know for sure why the lights are off in Baghdad. We do know this is the first time that since this war started 2 weeks ago, that there's no electricity in the Iraqi capital. We're continuing to monitor that. We'll get back to it as soon as we get some more information. We might be getting that in about 15 minutes or so at a Pentagon briefing. CNN, of course, will have live coverage. In the meantime, the family of former Iraqi POW Jessica Lynch hears from her family once again before she heads into surgery. A family spokesman says the private first class has a fractured disc in her back. She's also being treated for gunshot wounds and broken bones suffered before her dramatic rescue late Tuesday. One of those who escorted Jessica Lynch on her flight out of Iraq says she told the rescued POW how honored she was to be there for her.
I've had a military family, and I have thought about that, but I never really thought of it as a reality for myself until I did see her on the news where we were and realized that possibly could happen. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a reality check, and I would hope I would be as brave and endure like she did.
CNN's Patty Davis is joining us now from Elizabeth, West Virginia. A community rejoicing that Jessica will be coming home, hopefully soon. Patty, give us the sense of what's happening over there.
Well, first of all, Jessica made that second phone call to her parents this morning about 3:30 a.m., waking them up. And what she told them was, in addition to the broken legs that she has that fractured disc in her back. And she's in that German hospital where she has been undergoing surgery. And the family hopes to hear more later today. We have new pictures of the rescue operation that took place a couple nights ago. Those U.S. troops moving in, plucking her from an Iraqi hospital where she had been held as a prisoner of war. Now, her brother told me today that in that telephone call to her parents that she sounded much stronger than she did yesterday.
Yesterday she was feeling very weak and tired. She was hungry as well, and you could tell by her voice that she definitely was weak. It was sounding real groggy and low. And my mom said this morning when she had called, she was real high-spirited. She was able to talk a little louder, and she was excited. She was asking about home, and she was mentioning that, you know, Mom was telling her how she was a hero and she was making the news, and she asked if she made the local paper, and my mom said, yeah, you made the local paper and a lot more. So she has no idea what kind of stir she's raised right now.
I'm in front of the Wirt County Courthouse near where Jessica's families live. You can see it's all decked out. The banner just put up yesterday or today, Jessie is found. Also, we've got a tree down here with black flowers on it. Now, those are for the people who remain missing in action. You can see on this pine tree over here that we've got yellow ribbons, yellow flowers. That is support the troops. That is something you see in this entire town, yellow ribbons all over. Now, we're joined by Debbie Hennon, who is the Wirt County tax assessor. You have been getting flooded with telephone calls. Where are they coming from? What do people say to you?
They're coming from all over the country, all over the world. They're wanting to help. They're wanting to donate. They're wanting to send cars.
What are they giving you?
They're cars and hospital beds if she needs it, and money for the Jessica Lynch Fund over at West Banco. Just everything. I mean, and everything and anything you can think of. You know, they're offering their services when she comes home to play bands are offering to come and play.
Yeah, what are you going to do when she does come home? What's the plan? I know it's under discussion.
It's under discussion. I said they've talked about the football field. They've talked about Camp Barb, which is our 4-H camp, and I said considering the amount of people that will turn out, it may be from the football field to Camp Barb, the celebration. There will be a parade, just a joyous return of Jessica.
Just an overwhelming response here in this community.
Absolutely.
And a run on yellow ribbons, you were telling me.
Yes, there's no yellow ribbons to be found in probably about a 25-mile radius. We've used yellow trash bags as flowers on the tree, yellow shower curtains cut up to make ribbons, and it's just been phenomenal. There's no yellow to be found.
All right, thanks, Debbie Hannon, the Worth County Tax Assessor. An overwhelming response from this county, and right now, back at Jessica's home, her family is being briefed by a group from the Pentagon, which is helping them to deal with her injuries when she comes back, to deal with the issues that she'll be facing as a former POW. So they're undergoing a briefing for the next several hours, and we hope to hear from them perhaps sometime later today. Wolf.
Patty Davis in a very happy community in West Virginia. Thanks, Patty, very much. I want to update our viewers on what we're hearing now. The Associated Press is just reporting that U.S. troops, U.S. officers say they've begun a launch to launch an attack against Baghdad's huge international airport. That's about 10 or 12 miles outside of Baghdad. We're monitoring those developments, obviously. We're going to try to find out more about that. As you know by now, the lights are off in Baghdad. Unclear why those lights are off. We do know there were some 15 minutes of explosions that occurred just a little while ago. Some sources now telling us that the lights actually went off before the explosions. We're trying to determine precisely why there's no electricity, why it's dark in the Iraqi capital right now. We're monitoring that situation. We'll get back to you as soon as we have some more on that. In the meantime, let's get back to the dramatic rescue of Jessica Lynch. The first few days of freedom, of course, can be very tough for a prisoner of war. Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storen knows that firsthand. He was one of almost a dozen Americans held in Iraq in 1991 after his aircraft was shot down. He's joining us now live from Spokane, Washington. Colonel, thanks very much. You spent 33 years in Iraqi captivity during the Gulf War. You were then released. What's it like in the immediate day or two or three after you're released? You were released. You weren't rescued, but you were released at the end of the war.
Yeah, it seemed like 33 years. It was actually 33 days. But the first few days we were on the hospital ship. Yeah, we were on the hospital ship, the Mercy, being stabilized for 3 days. They cleaned us up, made sure we weren't going to bring anything back, I think, to infect our families. Like I said, stabilized us. We were all fairly sick. And then the ones with the worst injuries, they went through surgery, that kind of thing. And then we were flown back to the United States, where I spent a week at Andrews Air Force Base in the hospital there. But that's where I was rejoined with my family and my friends. So it's a wonderful time. It's a great feeling to be back.
So go in Jessica's mind. She's 19 years old. You were older. I believe you were, what, 29 years old when you were a POW. Yeah. But try to give our viewers a sense. What's it like these first few days of freedom? She's clearly much more seriously injured than you had been.
Yeah, it'd be difficult for me to put myself in her shoes. She saw combat with the enemy there. She was, returning fire, from what I understand, which I never did. I did all my fighting from the A-10. But so she's been through some pretty traumatic experiences. She will receive a lot of help when she gets back. There are people especially trained for her situation that are sensitive to what she's been through. So she'll be debriefed, and hopefully, I know she'll be well taken care of by everybody when she gets back here to the United States.
Clearly, it's going to have at least a significant short-term impact on her, and presumably a very long-term impact on her as well. What's been the short and long-term impact on you, having been a POW?
Well, obviously the short-term impact, I mean, I had the nightmares. I had giardia. That lasted for actually a couple years. And long-term, yeah, I still think about it. I think about being a prisoner almost every single day. I try not to dwell on it, but there's always something that reminds me, especially in light of recent circumstances, recent events. It's something that's going to change you for the rest of your life. I try to hope that it changed me for the better, and maybe it'll make her a stronger person. In fact, I'm sure of it. she sounds like she was a pretty tough kid to begin with, and I think this is only going to make her better.
And when you were a POW serving in an Iraqi prison, initially I take it in Basra, eventually moved to Baghdad, I don't believe you were treated according to the Geneva Convention.
No, not at all. In fact, my captors told me that I wasn't going to be treated according to the Geneva Convention, that I was actually a criminal and I'd be tried as a murderer. We were physically interrogated. It was pretty tough. A lot of beatings that we had to endure, shocks, death threats, a lot of pretty rough treatment. And I'm not sure what she had to go through. We're going to find out soon enough. She needs some time to decompress and be with her family. I think as the days go on, it'll be easier and easier for her to talk about it. But and she'll come around in her own good time, and when she's ready to tell us what happened, she will.
There are other American POWs and MIAs in Iraq right now, presumably going through what you went through during your ordeal. Did you used to fantasize about a Delta Force or Navy SEALs or Special Operations Forces coming in and rescuing you the way that Jessica was rescued?
Oh, you bet. As a prisoner, you have a lot of free time in between interrogations and in your cell all by yourself, no one to talk to. And you bet, I would think all the time about, boy, what if the Delta Force would come in? You know, what if the Navy SEALs would come in? And, you know, you're just hoping and praying that that might happen, you know, in the middle of the night some night. You bet, it's a fantasy. It's a great dream. It's something that keeps you going. You know, unfortunately, that's not the way it worked for me. We had to endure the whole war. But President Bush, Sr. at the time, he said he made two statements that to finish this war, we want 10 guys back in 24 hours. We want the rest of them back in 48 hours. So we were turned over to the International Red Cross in Baghdad, and that's how I got home.
And all the American POWs were returned. One POW, one missing in action, originally listed as killed in action, Navy Captain Scott Spiker, now listed as missing in action. He was originally listed as killed in action. There's some suspicion he may still be alive 12 years later in Iraq. Right now, I don't know if you've followed the case of Scott Spiker, but I know that Senator Pat Roberts, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, from Kansas, which is where Scott Spiker's from, does believe he may still be alive. What do you believe on that case, if you followed the details of it?
You know, I followed it. Of course I have. We never saw Captain Spiker. We never heard his name while we were over there. None of the prisoners that I was held with. Never heard him, never saw him. The guards never mentioned him. So, like I said, I don't know the facts of the case, all of them, all the pertinent, relevant facts. If he's there, I hope we can get him back now. And I'm sure we're going to do everything that we can, everything possible to find him and get him back if he's still over there. And I pray for him and his family if he has been held all these years.
Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storr, thanks very much for spending a few minutes with us and sharing your personal story with all of our viewers. Appreciate it very much. We're standing by for a Pentagon briefing. That's coming up in the next few minutes. We want to get some answers. Hopefully we'll get some answers from the Pentagon. Why the lights, for example, are off in Baghdad right now for the first time since the war started 2 weeks ago. No electricity in the Iraqi capital. We'll ask that question. I'm sure Pentagon reporters will be asking that question as soon as that briefing gets underway. Much more coverage here coming up, as if coalition forces didn't have enough to deal with. It's getting pretty hot in this part of the world. Temperatures expected to reach triple digits, at least during the day, by the weekend, when the troops might be forced to don those heavy chemical protection suits. For more on that, let's go back to Atlanta and our meteorologist, Chad Myers. How hot is it going to be, Chad?
Wolf, it was 94 today. It'll be 102 by Saturday. We were talking to Marty Savage earlier. He's under MOP 2 conditions with his area. That means coat and pants, and those things are just made of plastic. And so you can imagine being in 95-degree heat and then obviously getting hotter by the weekend and having to sit there in those plastic uniforms, those plastic things to keep you alive. We'll zoom into Iraq and show you what's going on here. Temperatures in Basra later on tomorrow into the afternoon all the way to 97. Not only the heat but the sunshine, UV index there 9. all the way up now, all the way through Mesopotamia and into Karbala, and what we've heard about the Karbala Gap. 99 degrees there tomorrow, 103 on Saturday, and then into Baghdad, 98 tomorrow, 101 on Saturday. And what I've noticed, Wolf, about some of the pictures I've been seeing here from Baghdad, the wind has completely stopped. So a couple of days ago, we had all of these smokes, all of these smoke screen fires burning here in Baghdad. And this now, with a north wind at about 10 miles per hour, blowing that smoke away. Well, now with the wind completely stopped, that smoke is going to hang over Baghdad. That could slow down any air support, but it also could really be a problem choking the residents of Baghdad with no wind and inversion. We've heard about Denora, Pennsylvania many, many years ago. All of that smoke and soot now settling over the city, especially all night. The wind doesn't blow for another 36 hours. Back to you.
But, Chad, briefly, if it gets up to 100 during the daytime, it does cool down considerably overnight in this part of the world. And as you know, U.S. troops like to fight at night. They have advantages given the night fighting, night vision capabilities that they have. What are the temperatures likely to go down to overnight?
Many areas in the desert, even the American southwestern deserts, down into the 40s and 50s after an afternoon in the 105 to 110 degree range. That's because, Wolf, the air is so dry. It allows that heat that was on the ground to just evaporate and go away, especially when the skies are clear like they are here across all of Iraq. Obviously not clear under some of the smoke plumes here across parts of Baghdad. But yes, temperatures down into the 50s, and maybe with that Mach 2 condition, if you're 50 or 55 degrees outside, that wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, well, I could personally testify. Hot during the day, but it can get chilly at night here in Kuwait City as well.
Certainly
Chad Myers, thanks very much. I want to immediately go to one of our embedded correspondents, Mike Betcher. He's with the Special Operations Forces inside Iraq. Mike, tell our viewers what you can, what you're seeing, what you're doing.
Well, in the last 2 minutes, Wolf, another huge barrage of rocket-propelled artillery is being aimed towards Basra from British positions. This occurred last night as well. There were 6 or 7 separate volleys last night aimed at, we're told, Iraqi armored positions in the part of Basra that they hold. And it was a large number of rockets that were fired towards Basra. I would estimate about 40 so far. This has come in waves. Last night, the waves were separated by about 5 minutes, so we'll see tonight. Today, I crossed the bridge across the canal into the very edge of Basra, again to the food distribution warehouse there. And that particular warehouse, Iraqi forces tried to